Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Present.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Any announcements from closed session items, actions?
No reportable action this evening.
Okay, great. Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objection to adjourning to our regular meeting? Okay, with that, I would like to call to order an open session city council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Still here. Okay, let's all rise and salute the flag. And take a moment of silence afterwards. Ready? Begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
liberty
and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, folks. With that, I guess I'll entertain announcements from the council. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I had a great little community meeting last night. It was my second community meeting of the month, an online version. Did it for an hour and 40 minutes, in addition to my in-person one. Other than that, the Beals test was tested last week. It went live. People heard it. Some people didn't hear it. It will be tested again this week, I believe. Every week, every Thursday from 3 to 5 until Memorial Day, I believe it is, or right before Memorial Day. So if you hear that noise, that's the system going on down there. That's it.
Hey, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Mayor Brand, thank you. Thanks to City Attorney Mike Webb for joining our District 2 community meeting last week. We talked about the homeless situation in our community, and Mike went through all of the details in terms of the homeless court and all the other services that are wraparound services along with the pallet housing. So I want to thank you, Mike, for being there. I know a lot of people really enjoyed the meeting and really appreciate it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Just two quick things. Tomorrow night, I've got a town hall on regarding vaccine hesitancy. Anybody can join. Information's on my Facebook page. And then Thursday night will be my District 3 community meeting, and we'll be discussing the budget.
Okay, what time Thursday?
6 p.m. Thursday. Tomorrow night is 7 p.m.
There you go. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I've got a community meeting scheduled for next Tuesday, assuming that we don't have a continuance of any city council meetings to then. And the link is on my council member page. As well as I'd like to thank Redondo Beach Unified School District President Raymer Flynn for meeting with me this morning. We talked extensively here in District 4 about the schools, and I'll be discussing that at our next community meeting.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Just a shout out to all the work that's being done around our area. And there was a huge tree that fell last week. I mean, huge tree that fell, and it covered up two roads, a major intersection in the neighborhood per se. And fire was out there, police was out there, power poles got split in two, and everyone cleaned it up right away. It was really awesome. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I just want to thank Public Works. Probably our most frequent, one of our frequent turnarounds is in the very southern end of South Redondo, the roundabout, which is heavily used and needed some work. And I noticed they did some patching. So thanks for doing that. It's going to need some more work, but that's definitely going to hold it for a little while. So I noticed that. So did a lot of other people. So thanks to Public Works for handling that. Okay, next up, approval order of agenda. We got a big agenda tonight. Looks like it's going to be a long meeting. Are there any motions to approve the order of agenda?
I'd like to make a motion, actually. I want to switch 2 items. I'd like to switch L1 to the end because it's not time sensitive in case we don't get to it. And then take P2 as the first item after non-agenda items. P2 is a sequel item.
I'll second that.
So move L1 to after, I guess what's going to be P1.
Yep.
And then move P2 after public participation under non-agenda items.
Yeah.
P2. Okay. And there's a second. Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay, that passes 3-2. So with that, we'll go to agency recess. So tonight we have a meeting of our Redondo Beach Housing Authority, and I'd like to call to order a meeting of our Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Roll call, please.
Member Nierenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Obaji.
Here.
Member MD.
Here.
Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Commissioner Vogosang.
Here.
And Chairman Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Approval order of agenda. Is there any objections to the order of agenda? Okay, it's ordered. Next up is our consent calendar. We have 4 or 5 items on the consent calendar tonight. Again, this is the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Would any member like to pull any item from the consent calendar for the Housing Authority? Okay, are there any public comments on the consent calendar for the Housing Authority, Eleanor?
Okay, so I see none on Zoom. Just to, if anybody would like to speak, this is again the Housing Authority. If you are on a phone, you would do *9. Otherwise, you would raise your hand. Otherwise, e-comments, we have none, Mayor. That's
Okay.
it. I don't see anyone.
All right. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion by member Lioness, seconded by member Obaji. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Member Nierenheim. Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Member Horvath.
Aye.
Member Obaji.
Aye.
Member MD.
Aye.
Member Vogelsgang.
Aye.
And member Lioness.
Aye.
Okay, do you need to read anything, Eleanor?
No, Mayor, none on this one.
Okay, great. Go to the consent calendar. No excluded items. So next up is public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is a agency meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. So any public comments for non-agenda items on this?
Okay, I have one who has raised their hand, so I will go ahead and if you could please state your name. Thank you. You're on. You're on. Okay, let's see. The phone number with that ends 633. I'll just pass to unmute.
It's *9 to unmute on the phone.
To unmute, it's *6.
*6.
So I've asked them to unmute. So they're not. Okay. It's probably not for this item.
Okay, well, whoever that is, if you're hearing and you want to still speak on non-agenda items, you could do it at the next meeting, which is coming right up. So you'll have another crack if you're having technical difficulties or something. So, okay, anything else, Eleanor? Anyone else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, it'll be a short meeting. There are no public hearings, old or new business. Any referrals to staff from any member? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Referral to staff, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate here, but it's been raised to me from Breakwater Village that there's a concern that the affordable units there are being abused and not used for affordable unit purposes pursuant to the CCR. So I'd appreciate staff coming back, maybe it's the city attorney's office, explaining kind of the mechanism by which the CCNRs are enforced by the city to preserve the affordability of units designated affordable.
Is our housing authority staff person here to address that and say how that is answered? I didn't think the CCR, it was dependent on the CCNRs. I thought it was dependent on tracking by our housing authority.
Hi, this is Angelica.
Hi, Angelica.
Hi, I'm trying to figure out how to show the video, but we are aware of problems that are happening at Breakwater. We do have a consultant with Kaiser Marston that is addressing several of the issues or several of the things that are happening. And at our next meeting, I'll be sure to address some of those concerns.
Okay, and when is our next meeting?
Our next meeting is scheduled for June 1st. So I'll have a more complete report as to what is happening and how those issues are being addressed. I was not prepared for that question to give you exact details, but we are aware and we are in communication with not property holders, but administration at Breakwater Village.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Member Obaji?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, motion by Member Lioness, seconded by Member Obaji. Is there any objection to adjourning? Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Raphael, for showing up. Appreciate it. And we are adjourned from the Housing Authority.
Have
a good week.
See you June 1st.
See you June 1st.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we're back to the regular meeting of City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Blue folder items. I know we got several blue folder items. You want to go through them, Eleanor?
Yes. So you should have received 2 emails. We had numerous public comments and other things. For N1, we were not able to email you. It is on the Granicus website as a attachment. There's it has the survey submitted by Councilmember Horvath and numerous public comments. We have H12, Granicus communication pertaining to upcoming system enhancements. H13, related to Armour Lane, Fisk Lane, and Ralston Lane. Speed and public comments. J1, public comments. L1, which is a public hearing, letter to support of applicants, letters in support of appellants, petition to stop illegal residential construction and ex parte from Councilmember Obaji. And 3, PowerPoint presentation related to the proposed budget. And 4, related to the land use plan and map, public comments and general plan land use definitions. P1, public comments. P2, Councilor Nierenheim's updates for the 10-3.901 CEQA appeal requirements and procedures. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
Motion to admit all the blue item folders to the record.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections to admitting all those to the record? Okay, so ordered. Next up tonight is our consent calendar, and tonight we have 16 items on the consent calendar. Anyone can comment on any item on the consent calendar, request it be pulled. Any council member can request it be pulled. I'll go through the council, see if anybody wants to pull any items. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I would like to pull item H5, H12, H16.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, I wanted H16, so no, thank you. Nothing else.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, are there any public comments on any of the items besides H5, H12, or H16?
Okay, so we have, okay, so I have one Zoom, let's see. Brian Clark.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Welcome.
Hi, thanks so much, council members and mayor and staff. I know you guys do so much work and how unpopular or unnoticed or hard it is. I just want to say I empathize with all that. I wanted to just write down, this will be glancingly about the land use, but mostly about communications. On the last couple of meetings, there's been so much hostility and a lot of glancing accusations of unethical relationships with community groups or developers. And I just want to say, as a resident who's really concerned about this issue, if we could have the city either act on these things openly or dispel them, because it's very difficult to trust your leaders when there's a lot of stuff going around that you can't tell is true.
Brian, I think this is a comment for non-agenda items. We're on the consent calendar right now, which are very specific items. So
I understand the system. Should I call back?
Yeah, call back and speak under J1.
My bad.
I mean, you don't have to call back. You can just stay on.
Stay on,
But
yeah.
we'll call on you.
I'm so sorry to waste your time.
No, it's not a problem. Just hang on. We're getting to that. That's next. Okay. Anybody else under non-agenda items?
Okay, so
I'm sorry, consent calendar.
consent calendar, correct. Wayne Craig.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Actually want to comment on H3, and this is under accounts payable demands for an electronic funds transfer to Angel Law for $857,863.07. My message to the council is that this was a completely avoidable expense. This is based on an environmental impact report that was found to be illegal. This is a report that was filed. And we'll talk probably a little bit more about that process later in the council meeting under P2. But this was a completely avoidable lawsuit. We said it was an illegal project for the waterfront mall. And 2 council members who were still sitting on the council decided to vote for it anyway and created these lawsuits. So one question I had was, I submitted a public records request to ask for the total cost. This is only the cost that's going to have to be paid to the attorney who successfully proved that it was an illegal project. We don't even know what the legal expenses are for city staff. We don't know what the city attorney had to expend for his own staff, outside consultants and such. So it's probably well over $1 million of this cost. And thanks again to council members MD and Horvath. This is what we now have at our footsteps. Now, the money is supposed to be paid back by Redondo Beach Waterfront, which is Center Cal Properties and Westport Capital. And the reason the judge is asking the city to have to pay for it, because they don't have a lot of faith in Center Cal's and Westport Capital paying back the money owed to the attorney who successfully argued this case. Now, you can get the money back, but again, this is the partner that even to today, Councilmember Emby feels is a good partner to work with. I want all the people out there in District 5 to remember that. This is the kind of judgment that has actually cost the city by some estimates, between $18 and $20 million, prevented the harbor from being developed for the last 5 years. And this is the kind of judgment that some people are trying to, she's trying to get people to listen to her. This is the kind of person that causes these problems. So once again, this is completely avoidable. In the future, I recommend that the city actually hire Frank Angel, because he'll probably help us to prevent from going into court. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments on items other than H5, H12, or H16?
Okay, so we don't have any on Zoom, but we do have an e-comment on H4. Vicki, would you like to read that?
Yes, submitted by Mark Nelson. I support Councilperson Obadi's prior guidance to use the competitive process whenever possible. I see yet more multiple contract amendments, as was seen with the traffic consultant's 5th or 6th amendment absent competitive procurement several weeks ago. As a Redondo Beach property owner, I also have some concern that the city is using contract staff as employees based on the statement that the traffic consultant was being used as staff, quote unquote. That type of arrangement exposes the city to claims. A bright line needs to be, my apologies. It's not working to shut it off. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Stop. My apologies again. That ending of that comment, that type of arrangement exposes the city to claims. A bright line needs to exist between contractor help and employment. And that is the only comment for any consent items on comment.
Okay. With that, I guess I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar other than items H5, H12, or H16.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. You need to read a couple things there, Eleanor?
Yeah, so
Matching my vote. Aye.
I'm sorry, I thought I missed somebody. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Sorry, Councilmember Obaji. Go ahead, Eleanor.
H8, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2105-041, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, proclaiming Saturday, October 16, 2021, as Swim Across America Open Water Swim Day in the City of Redondo Beach in sponsorship and support of the charity Swim Across America Cancer Research Fundraising Water Sports event to be held in the City of Redondo Beach coastal waters, and in appreciation of the Los Angeles County's efforts to permit the event and provide logistical support. H9, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2105-042, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Amtech Construction, a California corporation, in the amount of $133,333,000 for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure project, job number 20770. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Just a comment on H8, folks. That Swim Across America is a big deal. They're a nonprofit organization, raises money for cancer research, and they've been doing this for 30 years. They've raised $100 million. They've never had a swim in Los Angeles. They have them all over the country, and they selected Redondo Beach as their first city in the Los Angeles area for their next swim. So hopefully people will turn out for that October 16th. It's for a good cause. So with that, moving on to item H5, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, so this item is about the street lights and particularly the street lights that SCE owns. And my question is a couple of things. So it came to my attention on this, since we don't have a real line item budget. I totally didn't realize that because I wasn't thinking about it in this way, that we're paying SCE for the rental and use and electricity costs for the street lights. And it comes, I'm imagining, out of here, the street light landscape and lighting district, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So, yeah. Okay. So, you know, a while ago, I had someone contact me, or someone contacted me regarding changing our lights to LED lights, and I found out that all of our lights are already transitioned. My question is, you know, I received an email from where was it? Excuse me, I had to find it here again real quick. Item H5. It was regarding, oh, there it is. Company called Tank O Lighting, and us buying those street lights, or at least parts of those street lights, from SCE. So we're paying a lot less maintenance costs, and we can actually possibly capitalize on the ability to rent out portions of the street light to, say, telecom companies. Did you guys talk to Tanko Path?
We did. We've had several conversations with them. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Ted Simon, Public Works Director. We have had multiple conversations with Alex from Tanko. We've looked at their assessment, and we as a city had contemplated the acquisition of those streetlights from Edison years ago when it was actually available for purchase. And I can tell you, I explored that when I was at the city of Torrance, and we went through that analysis. You actually had to pay Southern California Edison $10,000 for them to actually do that assessment to tell you what you can purchase, and then they'll determine the price of that purchase and what you will actually get at the tail end of it. That window closed 5 years ago. And when I had the conversation with Alex, one of the key parts was, I said, did something change with Southern California Edison, where now they've made it available for sale again. And he didn't have quite the right answer, but I checked with my resources, and Rob Osborne, who's on with us tonight, checked with his resources at Southern California Edison, and Edison is no longer interested in selling. So whomever paid that $10,000 years ago was in to go through the analysis. Since that time, they have not only closed the window, but they are not making that available at all. So one of the key parts of what Alex's assessment was identifying was we would go through some process which eventually would lead to an adoption of a resolution of necessity, basically condemnation of the Southern California Edison lights, which is not necessarily something that we wanted to propose. We looked at his initial analysis. There were definitely some errors in the assumptions that he was making, so we didn't feel like there could actually be the savings that he was identifying. And I can tell you from my experience of going through this acquisition process in Torrance, it actually did not pencil out at the tail end for the city to take ownership of those lights, because at the tail end of it, not only was the price tag extremely high, but Edison was actually only going to give you the light pole and the light fixture and not the infrastructure that supports it, which to me would have had the better value overall than the streetlights themselves. So the net savings that we would be getting from a maintenance and electricity component was not going to pay for itself for, a couple of decades or close to 2 decades. And we didn't feel that that was appropriate to move forward on. This option that has now become available from Southern California Edison, the LS1E, allows that conversion without the city having to outlay the initial cost of the conversion. So 5 years ago, if we wanted to approach Edison to do so, we would have had to pay them over $1.2 million to convert all those streetlights and then realize the energy conservation costing from the CPUC cost ruling. In this manner, what Edison is offering is the ability to make that conversion to LED, and from the savings that is going to be realized in that system, they would just take their principal cost basically out of that saving and mortgage that over the 20-year period, which nets in $120,000 savings to the Lighting and Landscape Assessment District.
So did you look at the feasibility or the ability for us to rent out the space if we were to buy just the arms from SCU or portions of the street light to, or some of the street lights, not all of them, for us to rent out the street lights to come into a lease agreement with the telecom companies and have that income coming in?
That does come in periodically. As you know, there's been some rulings by the FCC on the limitations of how much you can actually charge for the lease of that space. And I got to say that most of the Edison lights are actually going to be on either wooden poles, which we have no control over, or on Marblite poles that are in residential neighborhoods, which most of these are going to be in the residential neighborhoods. We own the majority of the lights on our arterial networks.
Right. Okay. I don't know if is Jason Tango, are you available to speak there? Did you want to respond to maybe some of the things that staff have said? I know I talked to one of your guys that work for you, Alex. Jason, are you there? Or I don't know if he's there.
Which Jason?
Jason Tango. I think I saw him in the.
Yeah, he was there. No,
Okay.
he's gone.
Oh, there he is. Okay, he's in the attendees.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. There you go.
Okay,
Oh, you had to
so-
move him over. That's right. Jason, did you want to respond to any of that? Particularly the cost structure and how you guys work for it?
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Can I get
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So I guess just to give a little bit of blurb, some context, so as we get into it, you kind of understand where we're coming from. So we're a consultant firm based in California. We've helped 100 cities and towns to date acquire their streetlights across the country to the tune of around 325,000 lights. We're currently under contract in the state of California with 6 cities to help them take over the streetlight system from the electric utility. 4 of those are with Southern California Edison. And it pretty much doesn't matter whether Edison is willing to sell or, their program. It's pretty much completely immaterial to that. The path is already laid out by the state on how to essentially take over that system. Our analysis, SAE is definitely offering you some savings. 120,000 is, definitely not something to shake a stick at, but our analysis shows that you guys could save 3 times that amount, even including maintenance, by taking over this system. And, 40 cities have taken over their streetlights in Southern California, Edison. So this was very much an emerging trend. And Edison closed the program because basically they were losing a ton of revenue. They didn't realize that they were going to lose this many, lights to the agencies. So, what we were here to essentially ask is just to pull this item H5 from the agenda and maybe at least just consider 2 weeks of looking at a comparison, we can help build. And then we think that, that could save $250,000. In reference to, I can't speak to, what had taken place in Torrance. We're more than happy to connect you with other cities who have actually looked into this and actually drew a different conclusion and pursued to take over the streetlight system. And no one, to my knowledge, who bought from Edison is looking to turn that system back because of high costs or maintenance expenses. So you guys are very fortunate. You apparently own and maintain around 1,900 fixtures. So you guys know what it would take to maintain, an additional 3,000 lights if you were to take those over from Edison.
So 2 questions. One is, would you be able to do a report for us, analysis, and in 2 weeks and come back to us? And number 2 is, you have a pathway. You say you have a pathway that's a no cost to us, or after this program, since they closed the program, since they have sunset the program, it's a state program or state law. You're saying that allows us to buy some of these parts or entirely these?
Yeah, and I believe what the Public Works Director was saying is true. This would lead up to a resolution of necessity, but that's not the starting point. We would start with a negotiation with Edison and, ask to borrow the lights. I think we'd go through an appraisal, make an offer, and essentially we would, be leading up to the point where ideally, if need be, we could take possession of the streetlights. I should say the city would take possession of the streetlights. The contracts that we offer are completely at our risk. If you do not take possession, you don't owe us a dime. And so essentially we would be consulting with you to get you to that point. And then once you take possession of the lights, you would see an immediate savings.
Right.
So your bills would drop right away, going from the current LS1 rate down to LS2. And then until you get to the point of ownership, once you own them, then you can convert them to LED and then capture additional savings as well as maintenance savings from going to LED.
Right. I mean, that sounds, if you guys, to me, I'd like to get a larger report. We lose roughly just over $1 million a year in our street landscape and lighting district. And rather than raise taxes and fees, rather look for additional savings and costs. And if we can just do it in 2 weeks, I think that would be helpful for me. I would, if there's no comments, Ted, does that sound, there was no, I wouldn't be, there's nothing in this report here that states that it needs to be done at this meeting. Can we wait for 2 weeks and get a quick report from these guys and see what's possible, not possible, and get us on agenda in 2 weeks from now?
That's possible for sure. I've spoken to you out of my personal experience and actually pursuing the acquisition of the streetlights from Southern California Edison. My only concern here is the opportunity to basically get Edison to come in and do the changeover, because they actually do have a backlog of cities that they're willing to implement the LS1E option on. So we may be missing, several months of potential savings here as we wait it out, because if they put us back at the back of the queue, it may be a while before we do come back. And I will tell you that the cost of the conversion alone, even if you own these streetlights, is a $1.2 million plus cost just to convert from high pressure sodium to LED. So there would be some significant capital outlay that the city would have to bring forward as well. And those were part of the elements that we were balancing before we brought this forward to you. But if that's the council's direction, we'll definitely work with Tenco and bring something back later.
I would be in favor of just seeing, delving in this a little bit more, just to see if it's possible, because we need to save money on the street and landscape and lighting district, and whatever way we can do that. And really the savings that I see here for the LED is just basically the electricity savings. So yeah, I'll make a motion to direct staff to take this item and further work with Tenco and come back with a report in 2 weeks as to what the possible savings and pathways are to procure some of the possible either whole or parts of the street excuse me, the light pole, excuse me, and the possibility of gaining revenue from telecom industries to help also further offset the costs and any other possible additional revenues that we can get from these light poles.
Well, it sounds like the motion too is to table H5 for now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Is there a problem, Ted, with tabling this? Is it going to interfere with?
It's just the timing. It's just the timing, Your Honor, in order for Edison to actually put us in the queue for the implementation, because we actually start to see these savings as they do the conversions themselves. Like I said before, we are in a queue right now, and if we don't, and I don't think the 2 weeks is necessarily going to put us at the back of the queue, but if we delay it any longer, it could definitely impact it more.
Okay, so it's doable to work with them, come back in 2 weeks with the exact same item, or recommend some other
Sure.
path. Okay, okay, that was my main question. Any other comments from the council on this, or is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Are there any comments from the public on this item, Eleanor?
No, I have none on e-comment, and I have no, Jason's already spoken, so that's it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. No comments. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
I'm going to say no. I've spoken with staff and Tanko both.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji? Councilmember Obaji? Did we lose?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Councilmember MD?
No, I think Ted's experience and story on his judgment on that, I'm going to stand behind him.
Okay. All right, so that passes 3-2. Next up, item H12, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, the only reason I pulled this, Eleanor, was because I've had some questions on the PDFing of these documents. In fact, I noticed today the item that I sent in, which was a Word document, I just downloaded it and I tried to search it and I couldn't search it. And there's been a lot of other people online asking regarding the PDF and the searchability of the PDFs and what the process is, how we can properly get these PDFs searched, if they have an extra tool that we need, or if that's within the scope of this product that they give us.
It's called OCR.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, yes. Okay, yeah, I forgot you mentioned that to me earlier, and I will get on to that, related to that, and see what we have to do, either convert it to a PDF and make sure it goes in to the system. But we will check on that.
Do we have any options, Eleanor, other than Granicus anyway?
Okay, so what happened was, just to give you a little bit of background, is on 2012, we went out to an informal bid. We looked at, there was 3 out there, I think back then, was Sire, and then Novus, and I think a couple other ones. And we purchased Sire, and then Highland purchased them, and then they were no longer going to support them. So they phased out, and then we went to Novus because it was less expensive. So we went to Novus instead of Granicus, because those were the only 2 out there. And then Granicus purchased Novus, and we needed a more of a robust software system. And so we have Granicus. And right now there are a couple coming out. A lot of cities some of them are changing to these other platforms. However, it's sort of I rather have them be the, trying to test it out before, we can look at those.
Let them be on the bleeding edge.
Yes, thank you. The bleeding edge. So we felt, because with the commissions now involved with doing the e-comments and the video portion, and they're creating their agendas through Granicus, would be, and we've only had Granicus for 3 years. And we know we've had problems with certain items, and they've been very responsive, not only to the residents, but also to our our staff. I know there is still some things that we're still trying to get fixed and things like that. And they're looking at enhancements per the attachment that was submitted for the blue folder item. So there's different things that they're looking at and changing. So there will be some enhancements on that. And trying to think if there's anything else. And so the boards and commissions, we're using that module. The thing about that is that we just put in the new appointees and it goes right onto the website. They can also fill out their application right on the website. So that's been a really great process for us. A lot more electronic hands-on, streamlining, that kind of process. So,
Okay.
well, I mean, some of those other things that you're talking about regarding the Word documents and some of the PDFs, not sure why some of them aren't showing clearly. We're going to look into that.
Okay, well, it's good to hear they're not our only option going forward. So
Correct.
That's great. Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, two things. One is I've also had issues with rendering some of the PDFs. So I think we've talked about this.
Right.
And then finally, I know that we've invested a lot into this, but we've had buffering on the video, starting and stopping, and sometimes making it unwatchable. And it's not from live, it's from playback and on demand. So that's not an encoder issue, it's a playback issue.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that Granicus can continue to work on improving that, because in this day and age, there's really no need to have buffering. This should be something that it should be solved, and that's on their end, not on our end. So I would really appreciate them working on that.
Great. I will put that on that list too.
Thank you.
Yeah, a specific comment I would have on that replaying of videos, because I've been looking at a lot of replay of videos on our city website. It would be nice if they had the functionality, which you see a lot now, where you just go back 10 seconds or you go back 20 seconds. They don't have that. You got to click behind. You don't know how far back you're going, and it buffers, and you go too far back. Or so. Anyway, it'd be nice to pass that comment along, Eleanor.
I will do that.
Add that functionality of just go back 20 seconds, for example. And I'm sure they know what you'd be talking about. So
Right. Right. And if there's anything else, yes, please email me and I will make sure we get that on that
thank you.
resolved. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve item H12.
Second.
Are there any public comments on H12, Eleanor?
Okay, I have none.
None? Okay, great. So there's a motion and a second to a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay. You need to read this, Eleanor, or no?
No, Mayor.
Okay, great. Next up is item H16. Again, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I just wanted to pull this item because I need to recuse myself because the vendor that was on your staff report says, went to another vendor that I have a possible conflict of interest with. So I need to just turn this off, and you can do me a favor and text me when you're done. And there you go. Thank you.
Well, I don't think you have to leave. I don't think there is any discussion. Is there any comment from the public?
No comment. No comment for the public.
Mr. Mayor, can I just inquire? He doesn't, I just want to ensure that.
He doesn't vote.
Well, not only that he doesn't benefit financially from this contract, because recusal isn't enough.
I do not benefit personally from this contract in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just recusing myself out of abundance of caution. And yeah, I have worked for them before, and I plan on the future.
That's what I want to get on the record. Thank you.
Abundance of caution. That's one of your legacies, Mike. Anyway, okay, so Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, I just want to use this opportunity to remind people that we are having 2 fireworks displays this 4th of July. So that's exciting, and I've had a lot of people ask me about it. So this is just another opportunity to do so. So
well,
thank
let
you.
me ask that. Is that confirmed that the Rivera bid is negotiated and had conversations with our public safety and that's all set. And as far as we can say that, yes, there are going to be 2 shows that both start at 9 p.m. on the 4th of July. I don't even know. Joe, did you want to answer that question? Because I know that there were some issues that still had to be resolved.
You know, would either be Lori or Stephen Proud, who I think had the most direct involvement.
I mean, if there's still issues to be resolved, it's fine. I don't want to get into it. Just before we start going around telling the public there's 2 shows, it'd be nice to know that, yes, in fact, everything's been resolved and we're moving forward.
Mayor, I could speak to that. Been keeping closely in touch with Jeff Ginsburg. He is moving forward with his display and event off of Avenue I. And so Jeff's out of town, but we'll be touching base shortly. And he's going to work with the same company. And just one note, having 2 events and working with the same fireworks company, we would stagger the fireworks. So most likely the land-based event would start at 9, and once that's finished, then the other one would start. So maximize the fireworks.
So maybe 9 and 9:30.
When we get those details ironed out, can we email them to the South Bay COG, because they sent an email to all the cities saying that both of ours were going to be at 9 p.m.
Of course we will.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just when you have those sorts of details, Lori, if you could notify everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember MD. Other roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay.
I had no public comments.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't ask that. Okay. All right. So it passes 4-0 with a recusal from Councilmember Nierenheim. Okay. With that, we move on to the rest of the agenda. Excuse me, folks. Lost my agenda here for a second. Okay, there it is. That's the end of our consent calendar. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity of the public to comment on anything that is not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. Again, anything that is not on the agenda, please go ahead and step up and comment. I believe we probably, Eleanor, should go to Mr. Clark first.
Right. Okay, great. Okay, yes. Just to remind anybody on a phone, *9, and then everyone else can just raise their hand, please, for Jay.
Again, this is for non-agenda items.
Okay, Brian Clark.
Hi, me again. This is more about communications, but I will mention things from the land use, but it's not my opinion or anything about that. It's just about how you guys communicate. I hope that's okay. Should I start again?
Go ahead, Brian.
Should I start again because it's on
Yeah,
record?
just start over. You got 3 minutes.
All right. So thank you again for everyone, mayor, staff. I know you guys are unpopular, unnoticed, or work 10 times harder than any of us could ever imagine. I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. But I have noticed on the committee meetings, especially since the election, there's been lots of hostility, some glancing accusations of unethical relationships with community groups or developers. And I just want to ask if the city could act on those or publicly dispel them, because it's really hard to know who's telling the truth as a resident, and I really want to know who to trust. It goes for statistics that are being debated. At the last meeting, there was a discussion about population density and several charts, and it was kind of like, we'll have to agree to disagree, but these are statistics, and I would ask if the staff and the city could get everyone the data we need to discuss the issue, both the council and the residents. And if it has to be broken down to more granular levels where there's pockets of intense populations, it would be great to see that. I just feel like if we all agree on facts and we could find some consensus and avoid a lot of this kind of personal feeling disagreement. It also keeps residents from me wondering if there's disagreement on interpretation of data, on misunderstanding, or if someone on the council, I don't believe this, but is deliberately trying to manipulate information for their own purposes. I also want to say first, personally, I spent hours learning all this zoning information. I wrote a 5-page letter to you guys. I don't know if you read it. I'm deeply invested. I went to CPAC meetings, your meetings. It's hours and hours of my time. And I know there's a discussion about how different council members solicit opinions. And I'm just very grateful for any council member who solicits our opinions. We're all very busy as residents. And if there's an issue with how those are being solicited, again, I wish it would be resolved by the council, because if not, it errs as a delegitimization of the time and effort I put in, because there's an insinuation that I somehow provided a response based on an agenda, but I'm not doing that. My opinions are solely my own. However, they are solicited. I can promise you that I can see through any kind of efforts to do so. And I just want to say that I just hope that we can give those opinions and make them totally count. I'm just really concerned you guys have our lifestyles, our property values in your hands. And if you have internal plans and the problems in the committee, just please come together and consider that I know all of your common goals are the sake of all of us. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. We can't comment on non-agenda items. That's kind of the whole point. But getting politicians to agree on the facts, yeah, it's timeless effort. Anyway, next up.
Okay, Holly Osborne.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is Holly Osborne, and a lot of you know that I follow a lot of bills and listen to a lot of bills, the live hearings in the Senate and stuff. And in doing that, I found one that I think is going to have negative effects on Redondo. It's SB 478. And it's by Scott Wiener, and it says that any lot zoned for 3 to 7 houses has to allow a FAR, that's floor area ratio of 1.0, and any lot zoned for 8 to 10 has to allow a FAR of 1.25. And I think this could have a very bad effect on the R3 lots, where you have 3 on a lot. Because the bill says you cannot have lot coverage requirements or setback requirements if they prevent a FAR of 1. And we have setback requirements and some open space requirements. And so what does this mean? Well, I checked the FARs of many R3 lots just randomly, and I found that most of them were 0.65 to 0.9. And then I got this postcard in the mail of the latest and greatest humongous one of set of R3s, and it was a FAR equals 1, but that's an exterior lot. An exterior lot, you don't have that long driveway. So I don't believe on the older interior lots, I mean, when I say it's not an older lot, it's an interior lot that has an old house on it, and then you take it down, that you're going to get a FAR equals 1 unless you violate some of our height requirements or setbacks or something. And then that lot, when developed, is going to look out of character with its neighbors, especially in terms of the setbacks. So I wrote to Scott and I said, here, I didn't receive a reply. Well, I did receive a reply after I wrote this, but all he did was quote the paragraph that says, you can't have your setbacks and your height and all your requirements. And then it says, unless you don't satisfy the requirements of this paragraph versus that paragraph, in the convoluted way that they state stuff. So I maintained that we would have problems with this. And the thing of it is, this bill was not directed at us, so it seems like he could work it out. But anyway, Ben Allen is his friend. Call Ben. Tell him to oppose SB 478. I'm done.
Thank you, Holly, for all your hard work. Really, really appreciate it.
Okay, next person, Wayne Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1 and Redondo Beach. To answer the question that the individual brought up earlier, I think there's a simple basis we can move on in any civilized society. That is, truth is what is in accordance with fact and reality. I think that's the first step we need to state. And I know that some council members last week were on a tirade, and they mentioned a group that I had to be involved with called Rescue Waterfront. Councilmember MD, anything that we've said publicly has been proven to be true. It was proven in a court of law. So it's kind of hard to say that what we said isn't true. You, on the other hand, are stoking fears and anger and hate to try to propel yourself into prominence so people remember your name. And you made a false allegation too. Well, apparently false, because in 2019 and 2020, you were going all around town saying that you were going to be the next mayor of Redondo Beach. I know, shake your head, but why did you say that to the fire union when you met with them with John Grant? I mean, you were obviously doing that. So whatever you feel necessary to get your name out. Unfortunately, I think the people of Redondo Beach are seeing through this nonsense. It's just a fear tactic to scare people. And it's really, I'm really, even for you, I think it's real low. And I think you need to stop this kind of nonsense. You're not doing the city a favor by doing this kind of stuff. And the other gentleman earlier said something about past relationships. As we saw last week, you said you had no relationship, but Mr. Obaji corrected that very quickly when you were the one providing contact information for the developer of AES, weren't you? And also, wasn't it last summer that was reported that you and Councilmember Grand were meeting with people who were trying to buy out the lease option that CenterCal was trying to say that they still had? You also, prior to that, after the court order said, please stop talking to CenterCal and stop talking to the Coastal Commission about pushing their project, you and Councilmember Horvath went to the Coastal Commission to just do just that. So I don't know where you come off by saying these things. It's really unfortunate, but I think people need to realize one important thing. How many council members that you see here tonight have actually had to have cease and desist letters sent to them? Last time I checked, it was Councilmember Horvath when he made some false allegations about Rescue Waterfront. I believe you too, Mr. MP, have been getting some comments as well. Let's act like adults. Let's move forward. We are one Redondo. If we're going to fight some important issues that affect the city, let's work together on it. This peddly little, backstabbing, undermining other people's positions for your own personal gain is really getting tired and old. Let's move forward. It's the only way we're going to fight the forces that are actually trying to undermine our city. And I hope that the people of Redondo Beach can see this for what it is. Let's work together. Let's fight the state. Let's work on these stupid bills that are trying to change the composition of our city and force it into financial ruin and overcrowded schools. Thank you again. I hope you have a great evening.
Okay, next, Ellen.
Next person is Kendall Buss.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Kendall Buss, and I am a Girl Scout earning my Silver Award. The Silver Award is the highest award a cadet can earn. It gives Girl Scouts the opportunity to focus on an issue they care about and come up with a way to make a difference. Droughts are a big problem in California. The majority of water in Redondo Beach is used by residential consumers for gardens and lawns. Because of this, I did my project on water conservation. I used an approved area of Redondo to design a plant. I planted drought-tolerant plants and added a sign and plant labels to describe the plants. This will help educate people on how to conserve water and at the same time help beautify the environment. The area where I planted the garden is on the corner of Ripley and McKay. Please go by and take a look. I've completed the garden and now I'm handing it over to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. That's awesome.
Okay, and I think we have one for e-comment. Vicky?
Submitted by Mark Nelson. BCHD DEIR responsible agency comments on behalf of Redondo Beach residents. BCHD has draft EIR comments due on June 10, 2021. I ask the council to direct staff to review resident concerns that have been filed as public comments and file comments as a responsible agency on behalf of both the city and the commenting residents of Redondo Beach. While the CEQA process is broad and considers the regional factors, the city of Redondo Beach is responsible for issuing the conditional use permit on behalf of Redondo Beach residents. It's very important that BCHD be required to prepare a thorough and disaggregated record that can serve as one of the many tools to determine the net damages that BCHD plans to inflict on surrounding residents of 90277 and 90503. Specifically, BCHD needs to be required present the benefits and damages to 90277 and 90503, disaggregated from the general CEQA data. Under the title, our heading, Removal of BCHD February 2019 Memo to the City Attorney from the Record, BCHD conducted non-public negotiations with the city during 2018 and 2019. BCHD failed to disclose the negotiations and resulting memo from BCHD Council until July of 2020. Nearly 18 months later, I asked the council that the memo, along with any work product of those negotiations, be stricken from the public record. BCHD is a public agency owned by 3 beach cities, and its conduct was antithetical to transparency and the best interests of Redondo Beach residents. Under heading Consideration of Ex parte Disclosure for all elected officials, as an elected official, the city attorney was likely a part of these BCHD discussions and believe that the city should have an obligation to disclose. I ask that council implement a comprehensive review of ex parte requirements and disclosure with a presumption of ex parte disclosure as the norm. Both the general public and the BCHD organized community working group were damaged by BCHD's action of withholding disclosure of the memo until 1 month following the BCHD's board approval of its project. That concludes public comment for non-agenda items.
Okay, Mayor, I have one more person, Andrew Lesser.
There we go. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, Haney.
Yeah, I had submitted that with the registration, but I've nothing controversial. I've just got some thank yous. I'd like to thank Mike Webb, our city attorney, Joy Abakin, our city prosecutor, senior city prosecutor, and everyone on her staff, including Anastasia. I'd like to thank Councilman Lowenstein and all the Redondo Beach police officers who were involved through collective effort to help a homeless lady who had been living on the corner of Prospect and Torrance Boulevard to be moved. I'm confident to a better situation than living on the corner in front of the businesses. I know it was having an adverse effect on the businesses, and hopefully we got the lady some help. I also noticed very proactively that a bus stop bench that used to be there under the enclosure has been removed. So I think it's unfortunate, but unfortunately, sometimes the benches attract people who think they can live on them. So anyway, thank you there. And then I want to thank, again, Joy Abakin and mostly Joe Salcido and the staff and code enforcement. Last week, or one of the community meetings, I had talked about those bogus American Red Cross clothing donation boxes that were dumped, one with permission, one without permission of business. But in any event, no city permit or conditional use permit, nothing was issued as far as making these things legal, and they weren't owned by the American Red Cross. So one of the boxes has been removed, the one by Melt RX, Coyote Cantina, and rather discouragingly, the one at Children's Journey at PCH and Pearl not only remains, but the company that dumped the box, or somebody, removed all the city notices saying that the box is there illegally and would be removed, including the notice that had covered the chute to prevent people from dumping items in. So that's a work in progress. Thank you, Joy, and your staff for getting one of the two boxes removed, and I'm sure we can look forward to having that second box removed in short order. Sometimes I guess the city has to come down with its might and say, you know, we don't want those things here in Redondo Beach because it's a scam. And thank you. And that's all I have for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Andy, anything else, Eleanor?
That concludes the public comments.
I take it you track the 3 minutes.
Yes.
I know you get e-comments sometimes and you're reading them. Are you timing that? Because I would imagine some people could write a book, and if you're not timing it, you'd end up reading the book.
Yeah, we have it set for the e-comments. We have it set by so many characters, and we've read it numerous times so that it doesn't go over 3 minutes. And then also I have Vicky doing the timing for the Zoom. So we're taking care of that.
Okay, great. So where were we? I guess that's it for non-agenda items. And I guess because we rearranged the agenda, next item up will be P2, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the appeal requirements from Planning Commission or Harbor Commission to Council. So Mike Webb, you're handling this one?
Well, I put it on, but
Okay.
the direction in response to a question from the city manager is you didn't want any analysis or a staff report done. It's for discussion. You can certainly give direction to staff. The thing you can't do is you can't, there was no direction for, you have to discuss if you want to amend it. An appropriate thing would be direct staff to return with an amended ordinance for a first reading and for adoption.
Okay. All right. I believe was there a blue folder item on this issue? Councilmember Nierenheim?
From Councilman Nierenheim. He sent it a little
Put
after
his hand up. Yeah.
this afternoon.
You want to speak to this, Councilmember Nierenheim?
Yeah, I'd love to speak to this. So, I've been looking at this ordinance for quite a number of years. I've actually dealt on both sides of this ordinance. Back when I was in State of Riviera, we actually got somewhat of a, I don't want to say a win, but some sort of a, something that we wanted. And oddly enough, the appellant was Legato Properties, and Legato Properties actually filed the CEQA ordinance. And when I looked, a CEQA appeal and the project appeal to the city council, and when I saw the level and depth that they entered into for their appeal, I was shocked, because only a lawyer could have written what they wrote. And when I looked further into the appeal, the ordinance 10-3.901, I was blown away by, sure enough, only a lawyer could write a CEQA appeal. And someone who is very adamant about keeping the government open to the people, I've since dealt with an appeal on the waterfront issue that we just paid a check for $857,000 with tonight, a CEQA appeal, because the city lost, and rightfully so. All the things that we said that were wrong with it were wrong, and it's actually even worse because they have since found DDT in the water, and sand, I should say. And so I actually appealed this, the project on Fisk Lane as well as a council member. And when I did that, I once again was going through it. And, I wasn't really directly appealing the CEQA document. I think I appealed that regardless as well, just because I wasn't sure what to do. So I wanted to clean this up, and I went over this ordinance, and I wanted to make it simply just easier for both the appellant, put the burden of proof on the appellant to prove the issues at hand. I wanted them to put their information, what they had in writing. I also wanted to make sure that the city had any issues with the appeal to give back with enough due time to the appellant to fix their appeal. And I don't remember the filing fee being an issue, the place to file, content requirements. I updated, as to who gets time for the presentation when they appeal. That I thought was very important, so I cleaned some language up in there that I thought needed cleaning up. Let's see what else here. Exhaustion requirement, time to file documentation. So the presentation supporting documents, want to make sure that the public had ample time to look at the supporting documents and presentation the staff would give an update. The appellant, so they have time to submit their presentation and information as well. And then I think the last thing here, concurrent appeals, that if there's more than one appellant, each appellant has given their own time at the city council level. So that is a simple overview of some of the changes that I made. We can go over them in more detail. I sent them in at just after 2 o'clock today to the city clerk's office. So we can go through some of these as updates as well. In addition to an indirect city attorney's office to come back with formalizing these changes, if the council so chooses.
I want to see other hands up, but I did not vote for this ordinance when it came across. I don't know when it was 2015 or something. It's much too onerous on the public to be able to appeal a project on CEQA. I mean, I see you increase it from 10 to 20 days, for instance, for the timeline and time to appeal. It's extremely onerous and makes it very difficult on anyone to appeal on CEQA grounds. And that's why I didn't vote for it. I believe that it was 3-2. Me and Councilmember Samarco at the time opposed this. So thanks for doing this work, Nils. Appreciate you walking through this. It's very specific. What else can I say about this? I think lays out a good groundwork for anybody who's doing an appeal and gives them time to do it. I know Doug Boswell, who appealed the Galleria project. Thank God he did. It was extremely difficult. And what I particularly like about this is that if it is denied for some, let me look at it, where was this? That you have, that the city has to say why it's been denied and given 2 days to correct why it was denied. As opposed to just, you go all this work and you do all this work and get the appeal in, and then it comes back and you miss something and they just deny the appeal and it's all out the window. This way you have a chance to correct it. So I think, I don't know where the fee is. What is the fee appeal, Mike, right now? Is it $500? Is that separate code somewhere, Mike Webb?
I think Eleanor would be the better person to answer that.
Eleanor, what does it cost to appeal a project?
Actually, it's planning, but it's based on planning figures out a percentage, and then I think it's based on the value, and then they provide us the number, and then we get that. And the highest, the maximum is $500.
So they have a way to grade or weight.
Correct.
Based on, but no more than $500.
Yeah, that's what we.
Is that a municipal code somewhere?
Correct.
Do you know the number offhand?
I don't know it by, no, I don't.
So it is a municipal code. Can you email that to us when you get it?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great. Anyway, I fully support this, so it's great. Councilmember Ehrenheim, were you done? Or
I am done. If anyone wants me to email them the document, the Word doc, and they can see the actual red line. I know PDF did not come up very well on this, and I have some, the additions are easier to read as well.
Okay.
So if this, let me know, I can email it around to anyone.
Mike, you had a comment, Mike Webb?
Just a question. So obviously this is the council's ordinance. You can do whatever you want. I would disagree as a factual basis. Some of the things like everything we said in the CEQA case is what Nils said. That's actually not true. Matter of fact, most of the things that were said were not true. But enough were true, largely in two areas, to get a judge's ruling striking down CEQA. But to say everything when most weren't, I don't know if you want analysis from planning staff and our office. If you don't, that is fine. We can just take this and have it for a first reading. There are some things that are of concern. There are some things that are fine. There's some things that wouldn't necessarily have to be in an ordinance. But it's entirely up to you. I will say, this will clearly make it easier for someone to successfully challenge any CEQA determination that the city makes. That may or may not be a good thing, depending on your point of view. I can think of decisions you may make in the near future where people will be thrilled to have a new ordinance. And I will say this ordinance, other than the requirement that things be done be filed by certified mail, which is a provision the city has never enforced, has been upheld whenever it's been challenged. And a similar ordinance was just upheld at the appellate court. So but it is your ordinance, and I just want to, find out, do you want analysis? I haven't really just had a chance to skim through the red line Word version. And I think Brandy would have, since they're the ones that have to do the CEQA analysis with their consultants would have feedback for you. But if you're convinced that this is a good thing, then certainly I can just prepare it as is.
Well, we had a process before this, right, Mike? I mean, if nothing else, you could go back to the previous process. I mean, we did have a process that worked.
Well, we had a process. You know, the thing is, this has things that are put in place that have protected the city, such as everybody has to file an appeal. They just can't rely on. So, for example, when you had Mr. Boswell filed an appeal, then you had an outside group, and I forget that it was run by someone.
You had three at City of Lawndale and some other group. And
Some social justice.
Yeah, and so you know, the phrase that others have used for it would be CEQA Greenmail. And if they don't have to do any work, but they can just, you know, adopt somebody else's, you could have a situation where you adopt some of, hypothetically, Mr. Boswell's appeal, grounds for appeal, and then you could still get sued, even though he may be okay with the compromise, by the other entities that used his appeal as the basis for their appeal without doing any work. So, you know, there is a provision that was added to prevent document dumping, so that in many cities, people opposed to a project want to use CEQA to delay a project as long as possible and to make it more successful, any sort of legal challenge. And so they'll continually dump a bunch of documents during the public hearing. And if your ordinance doesn't address that, you know, your planning department and your outside consultant probably are not prepared to adequately address all of those. And so you're on a cycle of dump, continue, analyze, repeat. So there are reasons why it was put in, but it's your ordinance. And so, you know, if you want our analysis, I'm happy to give that. But, you know, this got on the agenda much quicker, not having to do any analysis and not having planning to have to do any analysis. I just want to be clear whether a majority of the council wants it. I don't want to do work that the council just thinks as a practical matter, having gone through it, looking at it from the point of view of someone filing an appeal. If it's too difficult, then you can decide to do that. Just know that you'll be unaware of potential complications if you don't delay it to allow our office and to allow planning to do an adequate analysis of it. And you may still disagree with our conclusion, and you're the council, not us, but just you won't be flying blind as to the potential consequences, because we have a number of projects that
in the queue.
in the queue. And you know, the people who may vote in the majority may not have voted in the majority in the past. And so I just want clarity from you. I'm okay either way. Either we can put it on the June 1st agenda as is, well, you know, soon in June. I don't know how the budget affects it, but in June, first, you know, put on the meeting for first reading as is, with no analysis, or we can wait a while to get analysis, but that is entirely your call. I just would ask that you be clear about that.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Councilmember MD. You're muted, Laura.
Sorry. I would think it would be much better if we would go through the city attorney's office. I agree with the premise of it, but I have concerns that we just change it. Although I think Mr. Narenheim did a great job of listing what the problem areas are, I would feel much more comfortable if we went through the city attorney's office to review them. That's it. So that's, if we could just make sure that happens, I'd be happy to support the motion.
It should be primarily planning, because they're the ones that are going to have to work within that system, as well as the city clerk.
Well, as you said, Mike, there's things in the queue. I would I'm not voting on this, but I would favor implementing this and then have them go look at it and come back and see if there's problems. Because, as you said, there's projects in the queue. This analysis could take a while. Anyway, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this ordinance was passed in January of 2015. So before I was on the council, I haven't had a chance to really read through this blue folder item in detail, at least with enough clarity to gain an understanding. I would prefer not voting on anything until there has been some deeper analysis done. If there are things that need correction or that can be corrected that have a benefit to, that makes sense, that's fine. But if it is something that can cause harm to the city, I would want to know what those are before I make any decisions. So I wouldn't support a motion that doesn't come without any analysis from the city attorney's office and or planning department.
Okay, are there any public comments? Eleanor, anyone wanting to talk on this item?
Wayne Craig.
Hello again, Council and Mayor. One thing I'd like to mention is that during the CEQA appeal for the waterfront project, there was something very unusual that happened during that. I was asked to turn it in on behalf of James Light because he wasn't able to turn it in. So I did, brought it to the clerk's office. It was a big packet. And I was told that I had to cross his name off the list and put my name on it. And that would, by doing so, that would make me being the one that have to do the presentation for the appeal. That didn't seem right. So we asked the clerk, she sent someone back. They said, now at the time they said they spoke to the city attorney. And we waited, came back, the person said, yeah, you have to cross your name off on that. Now, I called the attorney who would help write that up, Mr. Angel, and then actually I got a hold of then council member Bill Brand. Well, we turned it in because they had to be turned in that time at a deadline. And basically, I know Bill Brand searched the halls of all the rooms in the city council, the city hall, and couldn't find anyone there. So we turned it in, and we weren't even sure if this was going to be denied or they were going to try to force me to do the presentation on it. Now, the next day, I got a phone call from the city attorney, and actually the first time I talked to Mike. Mike was very nice, and he said he couldn't understand why they said the city attorney they spoke to. I said, well, that's what they said. And when I added that I did have a family member that was there who heard the whole thing, Mike checked on it a bit further, got back and said, oh, yeah, you're right. That's okay. So we were able to change it to Mr. Light afterwards, after whatever happened. So I'm not sure who gave that advice or who said it. If it was another person on Mike's staff, I don't know. But I think that there's some clarity that should be that if a appeal is going to be turned in, they should be able to have a proxy turn it in for that person, provided that person who is filing the appeal is the one doing the presentation to appeal it. Just so we don't have another situation like that happen again. Thank you.
I think, and this addresses, there are some parts of this ordinance that I think would be fine, such as allowing multiple people to appeal. I think, and I don't recall the issue specifically, but I think there were multiple signatories on there, and we were trying to figure out if there were multiple appeals, and I think it may have had to do, I just don't recall, but ultimately ended up being fine. So there's some things like having multiple appellants is fine. If I think that, getting rid of certified mail, in this day and age is absolutely fine. But I was just reading it. This absolutely gets rid of the anti-document dumping. So it allows someone to continue to add any additional documents to fortify their appeal on the day of the hearing. And there is no way, I think, that planning staff and the consultants can be expected to adequately do that. And it's happened in other cities where people continue to wait and then add a bunch of new documents for issues that would then need to be considered. So you may be setting up, but again, it's entirely your call. I don't want someone to say, well, why didn't you tell us, or why didn't the planning department didn't tell us? Well, if we're not asked, we can't tell you. It takes some time, but to your point, Mayor, if you want to pass this as is, then you can do that. And after issues have arisen, we can try and amend it to address those in future projects.
What I was thinking, Mike, is go ahead and pass it, but then doing an analysis and come back. And so maybe we amend it. That way something, some sort of something is in place. And to the dumping, I mean, one of the reasons I think, including myself, objected to having to submit everything 7 days before you get new information in that time period, and then you can't bring it up. So it's that's sort of, there's got to be some way to avoid the dumping, as well as allow the appellant who's paid the $500 and done the work to be able to bring new information forward if it happened in that window.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is the perfect ordinance. I'm saying it's a court-tested ordinance. So, we know that it's been upheld. But 7 may be too much. This allows them to do it on that day. And other cities, part of a common tactic is document dumping. I will say the first phrase that came to mind when you described that was point, shoot, aim. So, I don't know that adopting it, not knowing the consequences, and then fixing it after the fact is the method I would by nature choose. But this can be done quickly, and if the goal is to get this in place for projects that are in the queue, then that is certainly a legitimate option for you and the council.
Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you. I thought the CEQA process, which is controlled by the state, controls the document dumping, prevents the document dumping, I should say, the CEQA process itself. I mean, when I looked at, I had that very item in mind, and I looked it up. There was something in 2014, I forgot if it passed or not, that prevented document dumps. And, when I wrote this, I was thinking more about the presentations versus being allowed up to the last day, not necessarily grounds for issues. Brandy, I see your hand up.
Yeah, it's exactly to that point. If if an appellant is allowed to bring documents to the last day, yet looking at this where staff presentations and supporting documents to be considered have to be submitted at the time the agenda is posted, then staff has no opportunity to really prepare any response to anything that would happen in that time frame or be submitted in that time frame. It's just something to, those are little things to consider.
I consider it the opposite way. I consider it the burden of proof is on the appellant to prove and to show that things are incorrect, and that's the way I looked at it. Is the burden of proof is on the appellant, and I thought there already was late hit document dump, so to speak.
Well, I recall that was one of the things that the staff can consider in adopting it. I'm looking at the last section that you've added, last two sections that you've added in I.
H. If more than one appeal is submitted, each appellant should be given their own time to present to City Council. Oh, that's one. Sorry.
No.
Okay. L. That's L. I. Oh, there you go. I. City staff presentations and supporting documents to be considered by the City Council during the appeal hearing shall be publicly published at the time of the agenda. At the time the agenda is posted for the appeal hearing in the city website linked or in which the appeal hearing appears. The appellant or appellants shall be notified of documents. Appellants may update appeal any time to add supporting documents or grounds and issues for the CEQA appeal until the day of the hearing. So should I rather change that to?
I don't want to do this on the fly. It is really a bad idea. I'm just saying if there are, there's an issue about the city has to notify if there are issues on the appeal. Well, who's going to do that? If there are we saying if there are legal issues, if there, is staff judging that? We've always taken the view as staff of not precluding anything. It just gives us a legal argument, in terms of, okay, they didn't comply with X part of the ordinance. However, we went ahead and if feasible, could analyze those, and this is the city response. It gives you an argument that if the court feels that staff didn't properly analyze it, but it was because of something that the appellant failed to do. But again, I just, this is more, do you want it or do you not want it? Because I'm just, scanning.
How long will your analysis take, Mike? Let's just cut right to the chase because we got to get going. We got stuff to do. You guys,
we always have stuff to do. It's getting more. I can prioritize it. If you tell me, where this falls within, for example, some of the council referrals, we have, what's one of the referrals that I promised Todd by first weekend?
Skate park.
What?
Skate park.
No, skate park is taken care of.
Yeah.
The skate park is taken care of. There's an ordinance, I think, that you wanted to return the first meeting in July. Todd, it was
related to doing Zoom meetings,
remote access to meetings.
Remote access to meetings. So if you say that this is more important than that, then this will get done as soon as possible. Now, I'll target it for that, first or second meeting in July, and then remote access may move a couple of weeks.
So my question is, if we would do our first reading, it's not in no effect at that point in time. It still has to have its second reading, and then I believe it's third reading.
Now, first and second, but if you make any material changes, then it basically is the same as continuing it for a first reading because you have to reintroduce it. So as an ordinance, and it just.
So if you did your analysis by early July and it's adopted or the council votes for it, then you have to do a second reading and then you got to wait 30 days.
Yep.
Okay.
So let's say we introduce it
mid-August.
We bring in the ordinance and we bring in analysis, and let's say you make changes. So we could introduce it, do a first introduction, but we could do analysis and say, these are our concerns. Planning's concern, my concern, the city clerk's office. And you can say, okay, that's good, but I still would prefer to go, it's your call. If you make substantive changes, then you just bring it back for first reading, but that there shouldn't be any time between, when you first had the first reading, the second first reading, and then second reading, and then you have 30 days thereafter.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds like, well, go ahead.
I was going to let Zane speak before I make a motion.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Howdy, thank you. So I was looking at it and I was reading it during this hearing, and for example, at and I support the spirit of this and the whole idea behind it. Absolutely. I want people to have access to the courts and access to the planning process and to voice their objections. But what's concerning here is in E3, if new information that could not have reasonably known to the public is discovered prior to the appeal hearing, the new information may be presented and shall be considered by the city council in its appeal decision. I mean, that's kind of hard to fathom, but also now when the appellant comes forward, you're going to have to impose, this city council is going to have to impose the burden on the appellant to demonstrate first and foremost and have this in mind that they could not have reasonably discovered the information prior to the appeal hearing. I'd rather extend the period of time for them to even file an appeal. Let's say make it 30 days rather than 20 days so that everybody can gather their information, get it in, and we could have favorable projects that we want to approve that everybody's on board for. But if staff is caught off guard, if we're caught off guard, we're not going to be able to respond well. Back to the other point, city staff presentations and supporting documents. I mean, come on, they're dealing with consultants right now coming into this meeting. They barely got the information until we have some new information coming in today when we have a staff meeting. So I think we got to give staff a little more time too. But generally, I appreciate this. And if we're going to vote to either adopt this or send it to the city attorney, I would just ask that those be refined a little bit. That's it.
Okay. I'll tell you right now what, if I may, Mayor Brand, sorry.
Go ahead.
That first part where if new information could not be reasonably known to the public is discovered portion is when we were dealing with the waterfront project. There was a water quality testing expert that we hired, actually, the community hired. And there was an issue with the timing. And I mean, even since then, after then, you know, there was discussion what kind of full tests, and the city's done tests now, full tests in the harbor. Ones we wanted to do, there was DDT found in sand. So things like that are asked during the Harbor Commission meeting or Planning Commission meeting. There might not be an answer for, and then someone goes, "Wait a second, let's find that answer on our own," and then come back to the city. So that's why that discussion is in there. So I would make if there's no other hands up.
Any more comments from the public, Eleanor?
Yeah, we have one e-comment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Read that.
Yeah.
Submitted by Matthew Hensley. The time for someone to appeal should be increased from 10 business days to 20 business days, and the fee to appeal reduced from $500 to only $250 or $100. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I would make a motion to have the planning department, community development planning department to further look at this document with updating the appellant may update the address, update the appeal at any time to add more supporting documents or grounds and issues after for the sequel appeal until the agenda is posted on section I for that section, as well as to come back for a first reading or updated first reading in, what did we say, in July?
Well, I think it's a two-step process. First, you have to tell planning and the city attorney you want to prioritize this and have it come back in early July in place of what we were discussing earlier. I forgot now. It was the, ability to participate remotely. And then, just have them come back with their analysis and you can make changes and approve it and have a first reading.
Yeah, so if I may, just
sure, go ahead.
You could have us set this ordinance as currently exists for first reading in July, and have the community development department, my office, and the city clerk's office submit an analysis along with that first reading in case the council wants to make any changes.
Great.
And if I can get it, Todd, if I can get them both done, I will get them both done, but just, you don't know what's gonna, we're going through the budget. You don't know what other things will come up.
So moved for what a great motion that would be.
Okay, and
Just to note, Doug Boswell wants to speak.
Yes, I would just
Okay.
like to make up. Okay. Okay. Mr. Boswell?
You're on mute. There you go.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes.
You know, I registered to speak for this and it looked like I was about to get skipped.
You
Anyway.
dropped off and then you're back. So go right ahead.
I've been watching this the whole time. Anyway, good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. I'm Doug Boswell, 32-year resident of North Redondo's District 3. I'm advocating for significant changes to be made to the sequel appeal requirements as they currently stand, which is what they were when I filed the appeal in protest to the Planning Commission's approval of the South Bay Galleria redevelopment plan. Much needs to be fixed, but especially in 3 areas. Number one, the time to file an appeal. This is 10 days as it stands, and it's just too short. The appeal, especially a large complex project like the Galleria, requires basically a legal document covering all the areas one wants to object to. In my case, it was dozens of them. 10 days is insufficient to produce a good, clean, all-encompassing appeal. In my case, I only decided to file the appeal because after a few days, no one else had stepped up. Then I had less than a week to put it together. I had to find a qualified attorney. I also had to find a local land use and zoning expert who were available on short notice, and then find time in our busy schedules to meet. I'm still amazed we were able to put it together, and yet there I was filing the appeal with the city clerk only hours before the deadline. My suggestion is to set a period of 30 days for one to declare their intent to file an appeal, then to have an additional 60 days to properly draft an appeal that covers all the things that are relevant. In my case, the appeal was responded to several months after I submitted it. So the citizen appealing has 10 days, but the city can just sit on it and respond to it at some unknown future date. My suggestion is that the city should have a specific deadline to respond to the appeal, no more than 30 days, with failure to respond being an automatic acceptance. Number two, the filing fee. This is $500. It's an unnecessarily high amount, which creates a barrier to citizen participation, giving an unfair advantage for the developer over the right of a citizen to have their valid objections considered. My recommendation is to change the fee to $25 to initiate the intent to file an appeal, and another $50 upon actually filing the appeal. So this puts it at $75 for the fee, and it should be sufficient to discourage filing frivolous actions. Third item is city response time. In my case, I was able to scramble to assemble my appeal team. We were able to file it on time, barely, paid the $500, and then waited patiently for the city to respond as required in a timely manner. But they did not respond in anything close to be considered a timely manner. I sent emails. I even spoke before the city council about the suspicious delay and demanded action. Still took forever. The lack of urgency on the part of the city was insulting and unprofessional. And so stronger wording needs to be incorporated in the rules, and they need to be held accountable for violations. 30 days seems to be plenty of time. When the city did respond, at first,
Motion to extend just for a minute.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any objections to extending Mr. Boswell for a minute? Okay, go ahead, Doug.
When the city did respond, they at first claimed the appeal was not in compliance, but then accepted it anyway. When I received their list of shortfalls, it was just some complaining that we had reused some text from other appeals, which we had to. We were under the gun time-wise. And some points detailed in the appeal document were different from comments I made verbally at various public meetings. So what? It is my hope that under any new rules for appeals, the city is required to have substantial and factual reasons for denial. In closing, it's my hope that this council will revise the appeal process and requirements to be more citizen-friendly, to be less rushed in its deadlines, to be much less expensive to participate in, and that the city be held responsible for the timeliness of their response and appropriateness of their actions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doug. So, any more public comment, Eleanor?
Nope, no more.
Okay, is there a motion that's clear to everybody? Brandy, is that motion clear? And Mike, early July, come back with an analysis and basically the same thing, and then we can amend it based.
It makes up, the only difference is, as I understand it, it's returning for first reading of the ordinance as Councilmember Nierenheim drafted it as is, but an analysis of that ordinance, which may lead to some modifications. It may not. You may just accept it and go straight on to second reading. But if you make any substantive modifications, it will return for first reading.
Right, you'll have to come back.
Yeah, you could say, we've heard it all, and we,
likely there'll be some changes. So.
Yeah, because again, it's not just balancing out the needs of the appellant and the city. It's also balancing out the needs of the applicant.
Developer. Yeah, I mean, they can't say, oh, yeah, there's a limit. I think it's in CEQA how long you can allow.
Yeah, and if, and city non-action can't prevent, terminates the project, even though it was, approved by the planning commission. So, but this is the quickest way to balance out the council, majority of the council desire to move this forward with the opportunity to get some analysis from planning, the city clerks, and my office.
Okay, I guess there was a motion by Councilmember, or Joe, you got your hand up?
Yeah, not to put Brandy on the spot, but she's carrying a pretty heavy load with everything going on. If the motion is for the first meeting in July, Brandy, can you get work done of any quality with that date, or would a later meeting in July help?
Well, I will be taking the 4th of July weekend off. So as long as I can have vacation after that. No, I think that we should be able to get some response. I mean, the main things, the big thing standing out to me, I've already mentioned tonight, but we'll definitely look through anything additional and be able to give a response back for that first meeting in July.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Just make a friendly amendment that in D, what is this? This is.
Well, you'll be able to consider that when it comes back, honestly, Zane. So
It's super simple, but upon receipt of a CEQA appeal electronically, the city clerk shall acknowledge receipt via response email to the appellant or appellants. Because if you come in and you file it physically, then you get a stamped conformed copy that you can take back. But an email could be sent to the city clerk. City clerk doesn't get it maybe, and then the person gets nothing in response, and then doesn't, thinks that their appeal was filed, but it was, let's say there's a typo in the email address, versus if it actually goes through, the clerk acknowledges, hey, received.
So what did you want to add to D then?
Upon receipt of a CEQA appeal electronically, the city clerk shall acknowledge receipt via response email to the appellant or appellants. That's all.
I would agree with that because a receipt is vital, actually, because then you can't say, "Oh, I did or didn't get it." We won't have email problems at City of Redondo Beach.
Right.
And if the appellant doesn't get a reply back, they can assume that it was not received.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Cool. There's just a change right there. So. Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
I thought it was already seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Was that correct?
Me, yes.
Yeah, okay. So motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye. Sorry.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so that's that. So next up is item N1, correct? Discussion and possible action regarding the amended Title 4, Chapter 35 of Redondo Beach Municipal Code to allow dogs in specified parks and parkettes under imposed conditions. So yeah, this is a big deal. I guess Ted, you're gonna lead this discussion.
I am. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, tonight we're here per City Council's referral back on March 16th to bring back a status report on conditions of the parks and how the dog's impact is on the parks. This matter was brought to the council from a series of meetings and discussions by Community Services Department, which precipitated in an ordinance 03204-20. It was amending the city's municipal code. And it was approved at its second reading on September the 1st and took effect on October the 1st of 2020. Joining me tonight are going to be Lori Quakey, the manager of Waterfront and Economic Development Department. She was also the interim community services director that may have addressed some of your questions on this previously, as well as Mike Klein, deputy public works director. Since that October date, Community Services staff installed interim signs in December of 2020. Then the Public Works Department, followed by the installation of permanent signs, which I have a copy of and I can share if the council wishes to see that. Those signs were installed in February of this year. Staff has fielded several complaints by phone and via email, and I'm sure the council has received several of them as well. This resulted in the referral that we received from the City Council in March and brought us here tonight. The referral initially asked for this to be brought back in June or July. Then it was accelerated to be brought back in the May or June timeline. Like I said, I have an image of the sign that was permanently installed, and the sign is significant in size. It's about 3 feet tall. It was installed at every park or parkette that the city council authorized dogs to be able to use those parks and parkettes. And that pretty much concludes my introduction and presentation on this, and turn it back to you for where we stand by for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ted. I guess Councilmember Obaji, you had your hand up first.
If that's the whole report, then sure. I'll just ask to continue this matter because we have, I guess, several city council members have requested a budget response report on dog runs. The issue that we have is there's no enforcement of anything in the city. That's whether it's stop work orders when it comes to construction, and the next item on our, the item that should have been before this or after this, whatever the dispute between the two property owners, 5 stop work orders, yet work wasn't stopped, no consequences, no fines. We got leaf blowers going, no citations. We've got dogs running off leash, no citations, no enforcement, no fees. So this is a systemic problem that we have in the city. It's part of my mandate for being elected to the city council. So if we were to adopt this code section, which I don't have a dog, but I see dozens walk by my house regularly working from home in an hour just being on the Peloton. When you see the dogs running in the park off leash, it is natural for a dog to run. It's like putting a dolphin in a pen. It's unnatural to keep them on leash 24/7. And if we want them to be on leash 24/7 in a park, that is unnatural and arguably inhumane. So we need to create more areas for them to run off leash in a safe way where they do not interact with kids. And also create more spaces, because that one dog park, as great and big as it is, has dogs jumping over the fence, I've heard, and interacting in areas that they shouldn't be, and big dogs playing with little dogs, and big dogs being a little aggressive to little dogs, and some dog owners don't want to take their dogs there. So we need to create more spaces, and then we need to create laws, put into effect laws that we can enforce. But right now, to say, hey, we're going to pass yet another law where you've got to put your dog on a leash if you're in a park, but we're not going to enforce it, is meaningless. And I don't want to engage in any more meaningless action. So my motion is to continue this topic for another day.
Sure.
Mayor, just for clarification, we're not amending or changing any of these laws. Those were already approved by the council when you approved the ordinance, and the dogs are required to be on leash under that ordinance.
Well, what started this for me were several emails about La Paz Parquet, frankly, and that we were not going to be analyzing changes to what we had already passed until sometime in October. And meanwhile, the complaints I was getting was La Paz Parquet was getting destroyed because people now saw it as, well, it was allowed to have dogs, and they wanted us to visit that sooner rather than later. It wasn't as broad as what Councilmember Obaji has. For me, it was just La Paz Parquet. They wanted that off the list. They wanted dogs banned from that and go back to prohibiting that. And then further analysis later in October. But that's my understanding of it. And it'd be a simple thing to do in response to the public's concerns in that particular area. Anyway, Councilmember Horvath.
The point of having this conversation, as Ted just mentioned, we've already passed this. The trial goes to October. So, but the point of having this conversation now is to give us time, especially as we head into the budget season, right? To figure out, well, is it working? Is it not working? Where can improvements be made? And as we go into budget season, we've actually agreed in the past about a need for code enforcement to be, improved or expanded, with contract people. We don't know. There were statements made by Councilmember Obaji that are correct. We've done a lot of good things in the past 4 years, but a lot of those things require better enforcement or more enforcement, and we are not we're not doing what we need to do in those areas. And so if everybody looked at the survey that I sent you, the survey kind of speaks for itself. And I guess I could share it here just for the sake of everybody who's watching and at home. See if I can make that more viewable. All right. Is that, everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
So I mean, all right, this survey has been going since March. And this is something we didn't really have the last time, right? We had a lot of discussions. As a matter of fact, we started discussing this in February, and, we didn't even actually finally create action on it with an ordinance until the fall. But this is a pretty good 941 respondents, so a little bit more than 1% of our population. And out of that, you can see that that you have the vast majority of people are aware that we are doing the trial. Okay, with some that are not. This is the important one, right? Do you support dogs in parks to continue beyond the trial period? Now, guys, I don't create surveys for a living, so I in retrospect, I could have done this a lot better and got more information. So you'll have to cut me a little slack here. But what we have is, do you support dogs in parks to continue? Overwhelmingly, yes. Almost 60%. The no's are at 17.11%. And then I just had a couple other categories there, and some of them speak to prior comments, right? Yes, but only in parks. We've heard a lot of people say not in parkettes. And really, when they're saying not in parkettes, they are specifically saying the ones with like La Paz that has some type of structure and play area for children. No, create other separate dog park options, 13%. So I think that speaks to, having separate dog runs or little areas in other open space, whether it be parks or open space areas that dogs may be able to go off leash without endangering other people. And then other, I sent everybody an Excel spreadsheet. I can't show that here. Other, is people that made specific comments. So the council has that, and that is in the record for anybody who's watching. You'll be able to get that after the meeting. Here's a good example of, I think, what our challenges have been in these past, not 6 to 7 months or whatever. Are you familiar with the current rules and regulations? We can see that almost, it's almost split, right? And so, I think if we're to continue forward with this trial or, make the trial permanent, there are other things we need to do. We do need to educate people. I think we need to have probably better signage. We got a lot of emails from people saying the signs were not big enough, not clear enough. That's not a kick to Ted and his team. I think it's just, we're learning as we're going here. Some people were not familiar with the specifics, the specificities of the rules. Are you aware of, the off-limit areas that are inclusive of playgrounds, special event areas, sports field monuments? Most people said yes. Some people said no. And then here, select all the regulations you agree with. The vast majority of people agree with everything that we decided on and came to a consensus on. None of the aboves is very small at 1.38%, and the other is just people, if you go through the Excel spreadsheet, people just expressing their opinions again, one way or the other. So I'll stop that share. Okay, are we back to normal now?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, so I think the point of tonight is to just simply have a conversation about what we need to do. And I think we should think about it in context of what we're going to be discussing as a result of budget. We do have that one budget response report coming, but we really should consider it. If people overwhelmingly want dogs in parks, but there are still people who are concerned and have issues, I think we need to do our best to address those concerns and issues of those individuals. And figure out how do we make it a safe environment for everybody. I'm not saying that that we need to open it up to all parks, but we can definitely reconsider that in October. To the point made by Councilmember Obagi, there are certain aspects of this conversation that could be continued. I would like to tonight at least end the use of it at the La Paz Parquet and the Perry Allison Parquet. And then there's a couple others like McNeil JC where I'd like to try to find some compromise solutions, because that neighborhood there is split. You have people who don't want it in the Parquet and you have people who do want it in the Parquet. So, I just want to consider this from a thoughtful and serious perspective as to how we go forward. But I think the most important thing we need to do is figure out how are we going to enforce the rules, and are there going to be fines, and what are we going to do to really make the changes that we need there come to fruition. And as the point was made, it's not just there, it's leaf blowers, it's all the other things that we've done. So those are my initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you. That's a great survey, Christian. And that's a great response. I will say this, dogs in parks, been a big proponent of it, but I also have talked to people who've been injured by the dogs, elderly people. So they don't feel safe going into parks where there's dogs, because people always let them off the leash, obviously, and they get bowled over. And a lady I spoke with ended up in the hospital, and she was 82 years old. So, as you said, make it safe for everybody, but also make people aware of what's allowed in the place they're going ahead of time. Also, it just seems like there's two issues here. One's very small, one's much bigger conversation. The small one being, which I support, just in the trial at La Paz and the other Parquet, just because to be responsive to the public. I mean, that's what really brought this up. We got a lot of complaints about those particular areas that I think we should be responsive to, and then work the bigger issues. So anyway, Councilmember Narenhut.
Thank you, Mayor Brian. Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that dogs are not allowed on beaches either. And let me tell you, Councilmember Emdy can tell you, she's heard of the Beaches Commission, because it's becoming a huge issue at the beaches, and the people that do the enforcement along the beaches are the local municipalities. The beaches and harbors doesn't do that type of enforcement, other than sheriff. On the Esplanade, what I would like to see moving forward is, we have our ticket writers that are giving ticket writers the parking meters, and just have the parking meter ticket writer people just go down the Esplanade and ticket write those people who are allowing their dogs to urinate and defecate on the Esplanade. I mean, it's just, I've gotten so many complaints, and this actually the last few weeks, because we haven't had any good rain this year to wash out the Esplanade. And I was just down there the other day, and the public works crew was down there steam cleaning away, making it look great. And literally the next day I got a complaint from someone, and I just sent them the video. It says, here they are, between the exact area that you were asking for a couple days ago. So in my opinion, we have a real problem. I realize I got a lot of emails on Zuliger Park. For me, it's A, signage, B, people taking advantage of the situation. When people taking advantage of the situation, we need to get enforcement out there. And I really want to make sure I'd be in favor of Zane's motion. So I would second your motion, Zane, if something hasn't been there already. But
table it.
Yeah, just table it until we get something back, because I also want information on enforcement, because it's super key right now. People are doing things, and they know they're going to get away with it. And and then there was a comment made that they see enforcement coming down one way, so they run the other way. Well, that just shows me that, hey, let's just go out there and be very proactive. Directed enforcement by the police department, direct enforcement by code enforcement, whoever it takes. And by the way, we can see by the stats on dogs in parks, that fantastic, absolutely beautiful report those two commissioners gave, that our revenue is nearly in half of dog licensing over the last few years. So we're not collecting the dog licensing revenues. We're not making any more tickets for dogs. And I remember it was Officer Spark, I want to say, back in 2012. He would go around and ask everyone for their dog license and hand out tickets. And if you look back at the numbers proved it. We had phenomenal dog licensing revenues, and we had a lot more tickets being given out, and people were doing what they needed to do. So I think it's Public Works is doing all they can with steam cleaning on the Esplanade. We'll live and learn with signage, and I think from now on it's just a heavy hand on dog ordinances, because people know what the rules are, and we need to go down that path. We should allow people to have dogs. The problem is there's no enforcement on letting people let their dogs run free, and we should have more dog parks for people. There's a huge need for more dog parks, small dog parks, large dog parks. At Alta Vista, I think it's a small little dog run we could place there. So those are my comments on this.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I agree with all the previous speakers, the mayor, Christian, Zane, and Nils. It's obvious that the enforcement is the issue here. And we've gone over this over and over again. I probably scream more than anybody in this council about the need for enforcement, and not just for dogs, obviously for leaf blowers and everything else. We're wasting our time by passing ordinances that are not enforced. So all I'm asking you is, we remember this conversation because the budget's coming up. As Christian said, we've talked about this over and over. We have to dedicate money to enforcing our ordinances. So if it doesn't work after we enforce the ordinances, then we have a problem and we need to look at it for the trial period. The second thing I'd like to say is, if people around La Paz Parquet do not want the dogs allowed in that, I'm fine with that. I'd mentioned it to somebody. This is supposed to be a joy and to bring relief to people in the area. So if they don't want that, then that's fine. If they don't want to walk their dogs there or allow people to walk their dogs there in their neighborhood, I'm fine with taking that out of the trial. That's perfectly fine for me. So I don't want to talk too much more, but I just want everybody to remember this conversation, because I'm going to bring this up during the budget, that we need to address a lack of enforcement. And I just hope everybody remembers that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Councilmember Obaji.
I agree with Mr. Horvath that, yeah, if La Paz is in your area, you got a lot of complaints about it, people want to remove it, let's take it out. I'm looking at the list of.
There's another one too. I forgot the name.
That's it. Is that I don't know where that park is. Perry Ellison. It's not on the Parquet locator, so.
It's on 190th and Blossom.
That's your district?
Yes.
It's Christian's.
I'll second Councilmember Horvath's motion to eliminate those two parquets as places for dogs. Again, I don't know.
Well, you made a motion, Zane, and it was seconded, and so I guess you could amend your motion and ask for the seconder to agree to it.
Yes, I'll amend my motion to continue this discussion with the exception of removing those two parquets off the list of allowed locations.
You all right with that, Councilmember Nairnhunt?
I am.
Okay.
And I guess direction to staff to put up a sign at those two parquets that no dogs are allowed now.
Yeah, those signs matter, believe it or not. I mean, because people do a lot of self-enforcement, and if sign says if there's no sign or it doesn't say the right thing, it matters. So okay.
So just to clarify, we'll need to bring back the ordinance to put that in place. I mean, we will need to bring this back based on this direction, which we will do quickly. But so it's not like it's going to be banned tomorrow. I just want to say that on the record.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any public comments on this? I see them popping up now. I see 4 now. Eleanor?
Eleanor, you're muted.
If anybody would like to speak, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, *9, and we have about 30 e-comments. So I will start.
We're not going to have time to read all the e-comments, but we see 4 people have shown up.
So, okay, so we'll, David Talonbaum. There you go.
Hi. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead, David. Welcome.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand, and thanks, council members and staff. I just want to make a real quick comment. Just for the record, I'm a dog owner. I have 2 dogs, and I generally don't like the idea of continuing this program, and there's probably 2 reasons why. The first is, as I walk my dogs, I see there's a lot of people that do not clean up their dog waste, and so if we have parks where kids are playing and there's dog waste, just generally not a good thing. And then the other item that Mayor Brand had mentioned is the potential for a liability if someone gets injured by a dog in a park, whether it's a kid, an elderly person. Those are things I would really be concerned about. So those are my primary reasons why I wouldn't want to continue the Dogs in Park program. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay, the next person is Andrew Lesser.
Okay, unmuted. Okay. I'm in favor of dogs in some of these parks. I'd like to address real quickly the issue of liability. I was run down at the dog park several years ago by a Great Dane moving at the speed of a freight train, broke my ankle, and it was the dog's owner that was responsible, not the dog park. So there's always the possibility of just putting a disclaimer up again on signage. City of Redondo Beach is not responsible for any damages or injuries caused by dogs. I agree 100% with Councilman Narenheim. Going back to at least 2003, I'd been arguing and advocating for a survey, whether it be conducted by a private company or LA County, number one, to capture the revenue that we're losing by not making sure all the dogs that are living in the city are licensed. We're losing, well into six figures. Also, I've always felt that if you have a dog at the dog park, and then this would extend to the other parks and parkettes, there should be, again, an ordinance, but you need enforcement, that any dog in the dog park, Redondo Beach Dog Park, or in a city park, not only needs to be on leash in the parks, but not in the dog park, but the dogs should all be licensed, not necessarily in Redondo Beach, but licensed somewhere. And there should be a fine imposed if someone's going to have their dog in a public space, including the Redondo Beach Dog Park, that isn't licensed in some municipality, which means that there's been proof of rabies vaccination, and it shows some degree of responsible pet ownership. And I'm hoping that people that bother to get dog licenses are responsible enough to be picking up after their dog and pick up the poop. So, I don't know if we currently have any ordinance that says there's a fine if you're caught with your dog off leash in one of these parks that we're allowing, but and of course there should be a well-posted sign for littering, because if your dog poops and you don't pick it up, that's littering, and I think the fines could be as much as $500 to $1,000. So that's something you should look into. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Next one is Susie Miller.
Yeah, go ahead, Susie. It's your turn. You gotta unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. This is the first meeting I've attended, and boy, you guys really do a great job on a lot of things I didn't realize. So thank you for that. Yeah, I guess my comments are, Christian and I have been working fairly closely, and you'd like to survey, but, when I talk to people on my block, I'm on a dead end block, and there's over 50 households on this dead end block. Only 2 people had heard of the survey. So I think maybe one of the things is to get people, somehow get people involved, in this. I know I've been on Christian's newsletter, and I didn't see a survey. And, my suggestion was, if it's a survey under subject, put survey, so that people know that they need to give some feedback. So anyway, Christian was kind enough to send me a mailer that I printed off and hand carried to each of the 50 plus homes on my block, because of the JC, McNeil JC parquet on my block. And this this parquet there are no structures. There's no play area. It is enclosed. There's 2 benches. So it'd be a great place to, allow dogs. I go in there once or twice a day. And people are very good about picking up after their dogs. I've never seen people not do it. And just to move it forward, maybe make some suggestions, limited to 3 dogs. I heard, the 2 homes surrounding the parquet, those have been the big complainers, and it's like, hey, the parquet was there before you were. And, they seem to think that they have this big side yard, which they don't. It belongs to all of us. And a suggestion for the signage is maybe make it neon orange so that people cannot not see it. With, yes, a disclaimer with no liability for the city. And I know the other signs, you said that they weren't up till February. That's 4 months into the program. So I guess, people just are not aware of a lot of things. And, I don't know what we need to do. Maybe in the budget, put something where we can mail a survey out to people in the city. I don't know, because you can't hand carry, something continuously, although I was happy to do it this time around. Don't get me wrong, but, I guess I just don't see the real problems with this particular parquet, because of the size of it, how people have kept it very nice. And, when I've talked to the 2 people surrounding the parquet.
Time.
What?
I'm sorry. Time.
Motion to extend for
1 minute, second.
second.
Okay.
Yeah, take 1 more minute, Susie.
Okay. The people that are complaining on this, have really stretched, well, the dogs make the surrounding dogs that live around here, bark, because of the, the water might be turned off, so it's going to smell like a urine box. It's just the what ifs. What if this happens? What if that happens? I mean, I guess what are the real issues here? I mean, people are keeping it up, and there are complainers. And that's all I have to say. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Susie. Next.
Okay, so Kate Corman Super.
Yeah, you gotta unmute yourself, Kate.
Oh, here we go. What's going on here?
She got there you go.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Brand, City Council. As chair of the Rec and Parks Commission and as co-author of this pilot program, there's obviously a lot that I could say about this. But at this point, I'm feeling less like the firecracker you know me to be and more subdued. I'm just tired. I'm really tired of sort of dealing in this tangled web of the city's governing process, of trying to fight this good fight, of trying my hardest to help replace an archaic ordinance and an archaic politician with what makes sense for the future of the city. I found that the fact that our recent election barely made local news, and yet our Little Dogs and Parks pilot program was all over the TV news this morning, absolutely astounding. I really have no idea why this is newsworthy. Mayor Brand, back in the day, tried to get dogs in parks as commissioner, came up against resistance as well. This is nothing new. And I actually found the fact that this was only voted in as a pilot program disheartening, because as expected, it inherently gives precedence to complainers and naysayers rather than the majority of residents who are fine with dogs in parks, but typically don't contribute to surveys, next door rants, or even these council meetings. Pilot programs in Redondo seem to be a way to easily say, oh, this didn't work out, in order to quickly backtrack. I am hopeful, though, with a new voice on council, we'll be able to move forward on this issue permanently once this pilot program expires. I'll reiterate again that I don't have a dog. I have 3 little boys under 7 who play in only D3 parkettes daily. I've never had an issue at any of them. This is an issue of principle for me, but also pragmatism. The most recent data we were able to find in 2018 said that 36% of Redondo Beach residents own a dog. Now I'm surely more because of the pandemic. But it's impractical and absurd for people not to have the ability to take a leash dog into a park or a parkette, regardless of these bad actors. Isolated incidents of bad behavior were happening long before this. These issues come up in parks worldwide daily, not picking up, dogs off leash. Minus the uptick in isolated incidents at a handful of these parks, I think the majority of people do follow rules. No one ever calls the city to say they enjoyed themselves at the park because the dog owner picked up, Fluffy or Bruno or Baxter's poop and yay, with the awesome bag from the awesome new dispenser. They call with their grievances. And that's also who typically responds to surveys. I'm surprised and feeling very fortunate that the survey results seem to backfire on those distributing it. And I'm confident that this is a different discussion tonight because of the overwhelmingly positive results of that survey. This is
Time.
Motion to extend?
Motion to extend for 30 seconds.
Second.
Go ahead.
This is an issue of enforcement. I'm going to skip over that because it'll be redundant because I agree with what everybody has said. If you shut this program down now, bad actors will keep acting badly. I have no problem with council trying to throw some of these cranky residents a bone, so to speak, and, shut down La Paz or Zoolegger or whichever other one. But just know that, without behavior being monitored and cited, you're being naive about the signs. They're not that powerful. Anything you decide tonight will be ineffective without enforcement. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kate, because you've done a lot. And I know it's kind of takes the wind out of your sail when you see these kinds of discussions, but what you and Whitney did was huge. And as you said, I tried this 10 years ago. And guess what? They did an article in the LA Times. Yeah. And the title of it was, "Don't Bring Your Dog to Redondo Beach." And so it is amazing, all the more important things going on, and our media covers dogs in parks. But hang in there, because what you guys have done has had a big impact. And as frustrating as it can be, we've come a long way from parks were banned in all parks. Dogs were banned in all parks until you guys came along. So look where we are. Anyway, go ahead, Eleanor. Sorry.
Okay, next person is Ming Wen. There you go. Okay. There you go.
Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay. First off, I'm not a dog owner, but I do welcome dogs in parks in designated areas who have a responsible owner. Keyword is responsible. There are many responsible dog owners I've seen, but there are irresponsible dog owners. Let me give you some incidents that I have experienced. First off, I'm a Boy Scout leader. During one of our meetings at the Anderson Park Scout House, a large unleashed dog came into the house and went crazy. Took a couple minutes for the adults to get the dog out, but come to find out the owner had brought a dog to Anderson Park unleashed and lost control. Luckily, no one was hurt, but this could have been much worse. For some reason, no one picks up their dog waste in front of the Girl Scout and Boy Scout houses at Anderson Park. At every meeting we do, I always get kids that get dog waste on their shoes. So I have to make sure all the kids don't be in the front. We have to move them to the back of the house. I'm also a soccer coach. There's been cases where dogs attack soccer players on the field, and this is why every soccer league that I've coached, there is zero tolerance on dogs, but people still bring them. I agree mostly with the council. It's in short, the problem is not responsible dog owners. It's how do we make sure irresponsible dog owners are held responsible, which comes down to enforcement. I'd rather not have police chase down these dog owners. I'd rather have them focus on chasing down criminals and traffic violators. But I do agree we need to find something accountable. A couple of ideas I thought of. I haven't seen the signs, but maybe, at, hey, no dogs or face $500 fine. You know, it worked for Manhattan Beach with the mask, right? Put your mask on or face $500.
It didn't work.
Works for the carpool lanes. So, you know, outline the penalty. I do agree that, you know, dogs should not be allowed where kids play, including sports fields, playgrounds, youth houses. But most of all, educate. I think there's a lot of misinformation out in the public of what parks are allowed, what isn't. And our city is getting more dense. The population is growing. There will be a need for more dog parks. That's just reality. So it'd be good to see that in the budget this next year and how we can expand that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more public comments, Eleanor? You're on mute. Sorry.
No, this is all I have. And then I have those 30 comments. The e-comments.
Yeah, we read the e-comments, folks. Apologize. We just do not have time to go through and read 30 e-comments.
Motion to forego the reading of the e-comments.
I will second that. And I just want to remind everyone that the e-comments are public, so we can see them right now from the website. Yep. So,
yeah, I mean, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a comment that Chair Super made. So, you know, when we had these discussions last year and the presentation from her and Whitney, you know, the one thing that I got yelled at by some people was that we didn't ask, you know, really get it out there and get as many opinions as possible. I know Councilwoman MD did a survey, I think, at that time, but so, you know, I had shared the information like we all do, but the survey wasn't put out to prove or disprove anything. It was just to get information, and I think it was important to see that the overwhelming amount of people do support it. So, you know, but there are concerns, and I think the current concerns, as I stated, being expressed, help us as policymakers decide, to the comments I made earlier, what we need to do to make it an enjoyable quality of life issue for everybody, whether you support dogs in parks or you don't. And that's the hard part of doing this job, and it's the hard part of staff to try to make it work. So not meant to prove any point, didn't backfire. If anything, it helped gain some clarity for everyone here so that we can make better decisions, hopefully with continuing the program in a permanent state when we do continue this item.
Okay, Ted Simon, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I just need clarification from the motioner and the seconder on this. I originally heard La Paz and McNeil JC.
No, Perry Allison.
Perry Allison.
Yeah, Perry Allison.
It's Perry Allison and La Paz, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll come back to what I said was McNeil JC. I got to try to work with the residents there to find some type of happy medium because they're split on that particular parkette.
Thank you.
You're still coming back with a review of all this in October, correct, Ted?
Correct. I mean, whether it's us or community services at that point, but as Joe mentioned, the ordinance will have to come back to the city council to modify the ordinance, what was originally approved. I want to make sure we are excluding or striking out the correct parks or parkettes.
Okay, excellent. Did you mean to still have your hand up, Christian?
I did not. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Was that an aye?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. So that's that. You don't need to read anything. Okay, we'll move on to N2 discussion and direction to staff exploring the possibility of contracting to provide prosecution services for the city of Manhattan Beach. Mike Webb.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me share my screen. So we were approached by Manhattan Beach about potentially contracting with them the way we do with Hermosa Beach to provide misdemeanor prosecution services, and that would be state misdemeanors. we wouldn't be handling their code enforcement, as that is unique to each city, whereas the state charges are similar in, well, they're exactly the same, and the nature of the problem is similar throughout the beach cities. It appears to be the reasons for the request to consider it appear to be twofold. One is a lack of confidence in the district attorney's new policy directives, by which there are entire categories of misdemeanors that he simply in his office won't prosecute. I believe that the filing is down to about a quarter to a third of the historical average. And the second is the success that we've had in homeless court. Right now, it's only us and potentially Hermosa Beach, since we do prosecution, that can avail themselves of the homeless court. And I think they want to at least consider both. They have it on the agenda tonight, and I included their staff report. I didn't wait simply because I didn't want you to be surprised by something showing up on their agenda and not correspondingly showing up on ours. We'll find out, what they do tonight. It is a little different in that Hermosa Beach, when I came to you pursuant to previous council direction to see if, where the city outsources a lot, and the council back then wanted to see, well, can we be someone who provides services to others? And we receive $200,000 a year from Hermosa. It's been a mutually beneficial scenario for both. In addition, because people who break the law don't necessarily pay attention to city boundaries, and people who are breaking the law in Hermosa are also the same people who are breaking the law in Redondo Beach, and we could deal with them appropriately. It's different because Hermosa just did an RFP, and I came to the council at the time and said, okay, you've given this direction. There's now an RFP. They're going to look at law firms throughout the county, and they're also looking at going to the DA's office. Do you want me to apply? And we did, and they selected us, and we've been doing it for more than 5 years. Manhattan Beach has never had their own city prosecutor office. And so it's different because as a general law city, they need the district attorney's approval to be able to do their own state misdemeanor prosecution or to contract it out. So I don't know if that permission will be forthcoming. I could see that the DA could want to maintain control over it. On the other hand, we have a pretty good reputation of doing restorative justice when it's appropriate, and that actually is working. So I could see him being open to it. The other thing is charter cities like Redondo, if it's in their charter, they can handle their own prosecution as a matter of right. And so I'm just seeking direction. It's much too early to have any firm understanding of it. Based on the numbers that I've been given, both by them and by the court who I've checked with, it's certainly potentially feasible to do it. But before I spend any time in looking at the details of it, I wanted to get council direction. Either, yes, look at it and explore it and see if it makes sense to us for the city of Redondo Beach interests as well as to Manhattan Beach to explore it, or if it doesn't work out, or just stop now.
Okay, well, thanks, Mike. My opinion is, yeah, as long as certainly doesn't cost us any money. In fact, we should be able to make some money on this to provide such an important service.
Yeah, because right now they're not prosecuting, any drunken public under the influence of drug possession, a lot of trespasses, and that doesn't help us to have a neighboring city that doesn't do that. And I was thinking potentially we could use some of the money to enhance, and it may not be in my office, but you'd have general fund money that you may be able to use to enhance enforcement efforts so that they actually get to my office, or that they go by way of administrative citations. But certainly I would expect that we'd only recommend it if this was better than revenue neutral.
Right. Okay, Councilmember Nairnheim.
So two things with this, and I want to separate these out. One is their prosecutorial services. As long as we don't overwhelm our services and we are either making money on this and we're not getting overwhelmed, I'm fine with it. But I want to be careful just saying that, because I don't want to all of a sudden open up a business for just doing this for some of these cities, right? But I guess there's no really other cities other than the Hill. Oh, I don't think they're coming to us.
Correct. Well, you never know, but at some point in time, it doesn't work for us. What we did before is at the time is for Hermosa as an example. Hermosa Beach was sharing a calendar with the DA's office, and so were we. And so both Hermosa had attorneys sitting around, and we had attorneys sitting around while the DA calendar was called. So before I submitted a response, I checked with the court, hey, if we get selected, can we combine this into one pretrial and trial courtroom? And that's what they did. The numbers worked out, and essentially it covered our overhead that we'd have to cover anyways. That's my first consideration. I'd like to see if we can combine. There are other cases in with us, like code enforcement from the Hill. If we can move those cases out and move Manhattan Beach in, that's something to be explored. So certainly I wouldn't recommend it if we didn't maintain very robust prosecution for Redondo Beach cases and Hermosa Beach, because now we treat their cases as ours, and if it didn't help cover our overhead.
Yeah, because I mean, we just heard on the primary case just now, and I've heard before, we're what's it called? We don't do proactive enforcement, we're complaint based. And I don't want to turn this issue, we don't have the time and ability to prosecute some of these cases. So that would be my concern.
Yeah, I would say I don't think you've ever heard that we're not proactive in prosecuting cases. There are, in fact, the whole quality of life prosecutor position was to extend our office's reach beyond cases that got to us. And what I was saying, if you get money, you may be able to enhance your enforcement, investigation, citation efforts outside our office.
So the next thing I have to say is I'm not at all. To me, it's a tough hill to climb to share our homeless court with Manhattan Beach. They seem to be working off everyone else and their efforts to deal with the homeless situation. So I'm going to be really careful with starting to share that service and bringing those services to other cities without being a really good benefit for us, because we're doing a good job on our own. I don't want other people taking advantage of us and our good job that we're doing. You understand?
I do. I expressed what I thought was the unanimous belief of the court, of the council, based on previous discussions we'd had in response to many of the homeless initiatives, in that it made no sense to have them come in if we weren't doing prosecution, because the DA isn't filing those cases anyways, and I wouldn't want to do code enforcement for Manhattan Beach and try and get into homeless court that way. So it would be part and parcel. And I think there are ways to address it so they can get the benefits and it doesn't in any way have any unintended consequences for Manhattan, for Redondo. But that would be part and parcel of a more thorough review. And I just want to get direction from the council if you want us to do that review.
Okay, that sounds good. That's it. So yeah, I wouldn't mind the review, but yeah, on the homeless thing, you should give my input. That's it.
It seems like it's going in that direction, Mike, but I just want to reinforce the point. We started all this. We had all the startup costs. We had the initial leadership, and we did all the things. So Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, any other city that participates in this should having to be shouldering some of the burden of what we did. Just to sit back and go, okay, well, we'll pay for everything. We'll pay for our costs now. When we set the whole thing up. So we should be recovering some of that if people want to participate.
Well, in essence, that will enable us to do that, because we'd have these expenses anyways, or a lot of them, most of the expenses we'd have anyways. And the delta between any additional expenses and what we recover would be able to, pay for either additional enforcement or pay for the ongoing monies we spend in homeless court that aren't covered by grants. But, I will say it's flattering for us to be asked, in terms of other people see what, we're all doing and wanting to partner with us. So
right.
I understand the concerns, but it's an honor to be asked, frankly.
Yeah. And I just think, and it's a great service for them. I mean, they just look over there and go, hey, but we just got to make sure that we're going to recover our initial startup costs, our current operational, and even pad it and make some money off of this instead of just simply matching our costs. I mean, that really wouldn't be fair to us.
I will be working closely with financial services and the city manager's office, and ultimately with you all in terms of the what the charges are. And I made it clear to them because they kind of wanted ballpark. They know what we pay Hermosa Beach. And it's like, I can't tell you because one, it's not up to me. I can tell you if they think it would be a benefit to public safety throughout the beach city. Many people, including the unhoused, go back and forth between the three beach cities. And so there is some advantage to having a unified prosecution effort. But, with the financing, I'm going to rely heavily on the city manager's office and the financial services to come up with an amount that's fair to Manhattan Beach. And certainly it was fair to Hermosa Beach when they chose us for all the people who applied. But still, as you put it, gives fair ability to recoup some of our costs.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Mr. Webb, where's the homeless court currently?
It's currently in the police station, the police annex of the on 200 North PCH.
All right. And is Manhattan Beach contemplating actually bringing its homeless down to the Redondo Beach homeless court as part of this deal?
I don't know exactly what they're contemplating. I would guess. I would guess the answer would be yes. The number of homeless that they have, they show is 6.
Right.
And we share Ramon with Harbor Interfaith, who is the and so I would anticipate initially, if we were going to do this, it would be Ramon would be bringing them to homeless court and Ramon would be driving them back to Manhattan Beach. Like we can put in conditions that will be acceptable to a number of any concerns you have, including the ones that I'm anticipating right now.
My concern, and I think a concern that the residents here share, is that the other cities don't have many homeless because they usher them over here to Redondo Beach. My concern is also that we have so many people giving out food very kind of them that we have a reputation as the place to get a free meal. Then my concern with this further homeless court expanding to Manhattan Beach is that we become the full circle homeless shop where everybody in the South Bay can come to Redondo Beach to get their tickets addressed, their arrests addressed, get their meal, maybe even take a shower at the Seaside Lagoon. Who knows? But that is my real concern. So what I think we should be really looking at is if we're going to do this for them, since the know-how, the rigmarole, that there's a location in Manhattan Beach where this can be done for the Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach homeless. But that's at least my impression. And secondarily, before we chomp off an additional responsibility for the city attorney's office, you've just heard, Mr. Webb, that we don't have enforcement of basic ordinances here in the city. So where do we stand on an administrative ordinance review? And we had this discussion a couple of weeks back on getting something in effect where, a citation goes out, a stop work order goes out, a ticket's issued at a dog park, the person pays a $250 fee. They don't fix the code issue, the falling sign, the rusted sign. They get hit with a fine. Where are we in that whole scheme? Because it seems like that's a priority for the council, but I realize it's not, from a policy standpoint, it's not your highest priority, but yeah.
Oh, it is. So when I listened to Todd talking about laws without enforcement, there's no point to them. I felt like he was channeling me from many years ago. And because I've said that for multiple years on multiple occasions. And so it's not a lack of willingness to enforce it, is we don't get the tickets. So for example, there used to be a revenue supervisor in the treasurer's office, and he would bring as a criminal misdemeanor violation when I was the city prosecutor all the time, failure to have a license. That position no longer exists. And so no one brings that to our office. There was one officer that I know, and I even mentioned it on when at one of the meetings, and the person who I was talking about, who issued dog in park tickets. And since he retired, I'm not seeing dog in park tickets. And what I was trying to get at is this could potentially give you more general fund monies, however you want to direct it, in terms of putting them towards enforcement. I believe the budget, which you'll talk about, talks about moving code enforcement under the police department, which I totally agree with, because a lot of they're more used to dealing with conflict. They're not as conflict averse, and they're better trained to deal with it in an enforcement mechanism. So nothing about this is going to affect and frankly, a lot of it, the code enforcement by complaint is because for many years, we have 1/3 of the code enforcement. In addition to losing the revenue supervisor in the treasurer's office, we also cut the code enforcement supervisor. And these all happened during budgetary crises, and it just never returned. So to answer your specific question, I believe the direction, and it came from Council Member Lowenstein, is that there's due to be a budget response report on terms of ways to have additional effective resources for code enforcement. And that could lead to Manhattan and Hermosa do it by way of, as we've talked about, administrative citations. Well, you need someone in the city manager's office who's going to be the hearing officer, or some setup to be in the hearing officer where they don't have, where they can be neutral and don't have a conflict of interest. And then you're going to need to task someone to sue civilly to collect on the fines. or you could go by prosecution. So,
But I mean, the city attorney's office could sue them civilly to collect on those fines, right? Be it small claims, be it otherwise. I mean, I don't have a
attorneys can't go into small claims. So typically that would be
a limited civil suit.
Yeah, and it would be your risk manager in resources, but she's wearing two hats because we eliminated the city's risk manager in the last budget crisis. So it's more a question of resources than it's certainly not willingness of us to do enforcement.
I guess the same way that I could see Manhattan Beach contracting us could generate funds for us, I could see the issuing of $1,000 fine for not abiding by a stop work order as also generating revenue to offset the cost of having that kind of process in place and officer in place.
Oh, it absolutely could. You know, the question is whether you actually collect it or not. And there are different, you know, the city has.
I hate to interrupt you guys, but we had a lot going on tonight, and you just go on and on.
I'll just express my preference that we stick to full servicing for our homeless, not attract more, but to the extent you can explore it while figuring out a way that that we don't attract more homeless to think of Redondo Beach as the place to be. That would be fantastic.
Okay. The one thing I will say is anyone who's at homeless court is there because we're making them be there. They're violating the law. It's not like an attraction. And I made this joke prior to you getting elected. It's that homeless court is only a magnet for attorneys, which may have its own negative impacts. But they're there because we're making them be there. They would have violated the law in Manhattan Beach if we were at them. We'd be prosecuting them, and we'd have Manhattan Beach staff responsible for transporting them to and away from.
All right. I'm a terrible devil's advocate, but imagine the Manhattan Beach homeless coming down here on Ramon's van, getting out, sitting in court next to the Redondo Beach homeless, and talking about all the free meals they get in Redondo Beach. And guess where? Once they go back to Manhattan Beach, guess where they're coming? Back to Redondo. So I mean that's my vision of how it would play out. But
I think, and I'll check with Lila, and I don't know that I'm going to recommend in favor of it, but I think from the information I have, they all know each other. They commute between Manhattan, Hermosa, and Redondo, and so it's not like they're going to had no idea about Redondo Beach because I got prosecuted in court. I don't think it's going to work that way, but I'll certainly, I'm well attuned to the concern. You know, I don't think homeless court where you're prosecuting them is a magnet for anybody. And I think they're already well aware of the meals that are provided.
The magnet apparently is the food and the bus stops. So that's.
I would agree with that, and you know that's a separate topic.
Yeah, different conversation.
We'd be getting paid by Manhattan Beach to try and get their 6 people off the street the way we're trying to get our now 92 but maybe 50 some at night off the street. And I'll use this opportunity to say we just had our 18th person from the pallet shelters permanently housed, and we are still full at 15. So it seems to be working, but I share your concern. We don't want to solve it for everybody. And nor should we, but it may make sense that the downside of a city that borders us having no prosecution for people who are under the influence and drunk in public and trespass and any number of other charges that are not being prosecuted wholesale by the DA is a little bit troubling or a little concerning.
Okay. Anything else, Jay?
No, thank you and congratulations. That's an awesome achievement for the pallet shelter.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
And thank you, by the way, for the devil's advocate. That's the way my whole family argued growing up. So you don't have to explain. You don't have to apologize for that to me.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that city attorney office explores this option further, and then we can we can discuss it in length when it comes back.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, are there any public comments?
So I have some e-comments, and at this point, I don't have any Zoom comments. So
How many e-comments do you have?
4.
Are they long? We got a lot to do here.
They're not that long.
Okay, go ahead.
Go, Vicky.
Go ahead.
Sorry, give me just a moment to pull it up. I apologize. I was trying to help somebody here. Okay, almost. Item N2. Submitted by MJ Shamas. Why does RB continue to provide homeless services for other beach cities? Why would the benefit to the Redondo Beach community be hearing and trying cases of crimes committed in Manhattan Beach? Hermosa Beach already contracts out to RB for this service. Sold out for $16,000 per month, not worth our public safety and growing homeless population. Let's not take on another beach city's problems because they give us money. Manhattan Beach already pays and sends volunteers to several RB churches for meal programs, so MB doesn't have to serve homeless in their community. Nice compassion. When does it end? When do we stop taking on neighbors' problems and start making them step up? Stop taking money from other beach cities and stop taking money from Janice Hahn to provide for regional homeless in our community. Next comment is submitted by Gary Shamas. What is the benefit to Redondo Beach? Our city already provides shelter, services, and food for the homeless from the surrounding areas. It is past time for the other beach cities to do their fair share, not just send money. The county needs to also help facilitate this. Redondo Beach should not be the only beach city in the South Bay providing services. Also submitted by Monique Mitchell. This can't be. After MB came down so hard to fight having the shelter at Aviation Park. I oppose. We have our own issues to attend to over here in Redondo Beach or RB. Last comment is submitted by Lee Collar. I support this as long as the city of Manhattan Beach is able to pay for these services and there is no impact on our ability to handle Redondo Beach cases. And that concludes any comments for N2.
Okay. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. There you go, Mike. That's your direction. Next up is item N3, discussion and possible action on the city manager's proposed budget for fiscal year. I think you meant 2021 and 2022, not 26, or maybe fiscal year for city manager's proposed 5-year capital improvement program. Apologies. So Joe or Marnie, I guess Marnie's going to lead this.
Well, it's Marnie and myself.
Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
We've got a PowerPoint, just a few slides. This is not the public hearing. This is just the receive and file. So we're not going to go into a super high level of detail tonight, but this is the overview of the operating budget. It's adopted 1 year at a time, fiscal year 21-22. The budget year starts July 1st, as you all know. The CIP projects over a longer period of time. It's a 5-year CIP. So you've got the upcoming year plus 4 additional years. We only adopt officially 1 year of that at a time. Other years are considered kind of out year planning years. So this is a definition we've used for some time related to the definition of our budget process. Won't read that to you. The only thing that's a little odd this year is that we do not have an up-to-date strategic plan. So that is somewhat different from where we've been in past years. We got out of the cycle of having strategic planning twice a year based on the pandemic and based on how long it took us to get the feedback from some of you related to the strategic plan. So we do not have an up-to-date strategic plan. We do have some direction based on your priorities that you've given us recently. We adopt the budget or prepare the budget based on the council's adopted core values.
Won't read them to you. We have clarifying statements for each one of them, but these are the core values that are important to us and guide our actions related to the budget. So the budget follows the same format that you've seen in past years. You've got the city manager's budget message that provides a high-level overview of what we're dealing with in the coming year, some themes related to the prepared budget. You have then the core budget, which is basically the core components of the budget based on the prior year direction. We've got a number of positions that were frozen last year that are coming back into the budget, so those become part of what's called the core budget. Then we have a series of decision packages that Marnie will talk a little bit more about in a moment. We have 57 decision packages. Those are changes to the core budget recommended by the staff. There are modifications to the core budget. They would be adopted as part of your budget or modified as you see fit. And then we've talked a lot about the budget response reports. I think we're up over 40 reports that we're working on. Think of each of those as kind of a mini staff report to enable us to help tell the story of the budget in some more detail and to delve into some further detail related to some other potential options for funding, revenues, changing the way we do business. So at this point, Marnie's going to take over.
Okay, great.
So the core budget for 21-22, which is the budget before decision packages are adopted, is at 96.9 million, very similar to last year's. The CIP budget with new projects and carryovers comes to 58 million. Again, that's really similar to last year. Because the 8.33% contingency reserve is based on the core budget expenditures, it is at 8.1 million. Before decision packages, there are 423 full-time positions built into the core budget. That's higher than the adopted budget for 1920. As city manager said, that is reflective of the vacant positions that were just defunded for the one fiscal year. After decision packages, if they were all adopted, we would have 422 full-time employees. That includes some ads and takeaways. The ads are where they are really needed in order to keep core functions going, and the decreases are primarily coming in the harbor funds, as those are still suffering from COVID-related closures and reductions. So before decision packages, the deficit in the general fund is 5.5 million, and decision packages takes that to balanced. It's not exactly zero, it's about $5,000, I think, surplus. As city manager said, there are 57 recommended decision packages. Some of them include the enhanced response to homelessness, code enforcement. I believe I heard earlier this evening the personnel being transferred to the police department. There are various decision packages that relate to staffing needs, same with equipment purchases in several departments. There is a decision package similar to
last year, but this one takes on a higher dollar value of legal services for power plant property matters. You may notice that since last year, they were funded by the Open Space Acquisition Fund. That's what's being proposed in this case as well. There are decision packages related to the King Harbor amenities plan preparation, and then following that, the Seaside Lagoon concept plan. Then to balance, there is the use of federal COVID recovery funds. We're expected to receive about $6.8 million over the current fiscal year 1920, and then the other half in 2021. So those are both pieces are being used to balance the general fund. Together with the anticipation of a bond issue, including bond proceeds being used to reimburse for the 2021 CalPERS unfunded liability payment that we'll need to make in July. And then, as we talked about with full-time employees, there are harbor reductions, both the Tidelands and the Uplands, in order to get those closer to structural balance. And some examples of the budget response reports. We are going to provide some budget detail for 7 different line items: training, meetings and conferences, publications and subscriptions, memberships and dues, maintenance agreements, contracts and professional services, and rent and lease payments, both for equipment and buildings. So we'll give you the detail for those, exactly who we anticipate being paid for what types of services. We go to the various commissions asking for their feedback on the budget before it's adopted. And as we receive their feedback, we'll bring that to you in a budget response report. Then various budget response reports have been requested, both for a lot of street improvements and some park improvements as well. And then typically we detail out for you the what's entailed in the decision packages regarding vehicle and IT equipment replacement. We'll list out exactly what replacements are to occur. And then another budget response report will be giving you a 5-year forecast, but we do scenarios. So probably the probable case, the best case, and the worst case. So we'll provide those to you in a budget response report. And then we'll be able to do any others that are desired by Mayor and City Council.
So the budget calendar, these are the dates that were identified when you adopted the budget calendar in January of this year. We had the mid-year budget report in February. The draft budget, you're receiving the filing tonight. It was actually released on May 16th, which is the date identified in the charter. We will have review by Budget and Finance Commission on May 27th. And then we begin the series of public hearings. That's part of your action tonight, is to officially set the public hearings starting at your next meeting, June 1st, with ultimately adoption of the budget projected for, based on this calendar, June 15th. So your recommendation tonight is to receive and file the proposed budget and 5-year CIP, to set June 1st as the date of the first public hearing, and whatever additional budget direction questions you have tonight for us. So that's our high level report this evening.
Great. Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Marnie. And many thanks to everyone in the finance department and all the departments, really, have done a incredible job. I mean, I haven't seen that kind of deficit, really, I don't think, since 2009. In my very first budget, $5.5 million right out of the gate. That's no joke. But actually, I was afraid it was going to be more than that. How many decision packages do you have? 75? 70 something.
57.
57. Okay. Well, I've never seen that many before. So
It is a lot.
yeah. Look, to the rest of the council and everybody, this is not the night to be drilling down on the budget. We're gonna have that opportunity June 1st. We're gonna set a public hearing. You got the budget. Everybody's got a couple of weeks to look at it and really start to drill down on it. Think about budget response reports you want to ask. Talk to everybody. The one question I do have, Joe, are the other commissions making? I see Budget and Finance will be making recommendations, but what about Recreation and Parks? What about Public Safety? What about any of the other commissions, Harbor Commission particularly? Have we received any recommendations from them? And I would just encourage them to agendize a discussion about the budget so they can send us recommendations in time for our third meeting in June.
Sure. As we prepare those agendas, and of course at your next meeting, we'll be introducing the new Community Services Director. 3 of those commissions are staffed by Community Services. Certainly the commissions will have that opportunity to weigh in, make recommendations, but certainly at a minimum you'll hear from Budget and Finance twice, as well as the Harbor Commission. So
okay, well, I would just encourage all the commissions, the Library Commission, to think about what you'd like to see in the budget, knowing full well we're coming out of the gate at a $5 million deficit, 5.5. So don't expect any big expenditures. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Marnie and Joe. Congratulations, Joe, by the way, on the decision to retire. I didn't see a retirement party in here, though, and that's definitely going to be mandatory. I'll make a motion to file, receive, and set the calendar that you laid out in the slide for budget consideration.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Councilmember MD, and you took that was what you were going to do.
That's what I was going to do.
Any public comments?
So I see none on Zoom. We have one comment on N3. Vicki?
Okay. I don't see that, but okay. You see
It just came in.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. Any budget items for payments from the city of Redondo Beach to BCHD need to implicitly benefit the residents of Redondo Beach. During COVID, per BCHD, they spent about $3 million of taxpayer owner funds on COVID activity from March to March 2020 2021. BCHD expects to recover about $1 million from FEMA. BCHD services were predominantly for non-residents of the 3 beach cities, with the County of LA reporting that BCHD COVID testing was for 84% non-residents. As such, any payments from the city to BCHD need to be earmarked for Redondo residents or those that work in the Redondo Beach. Since left to its own questionable management practices, 6 out of every 7 taxpayer owner dollars was spent on non-residents by BCHD CEO and board during COVID per public records response. That's from Mark Nelson. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I was reading some history of Redondo Beach. Back in the late 70s, we had 600 full-time employees. So it's interesting that we're down to 400 and change. So everybody understands the trend. I don't know, cause of it all, but I found that an interesting factoid. It's a book by a former city manager. Anyway, with that, there's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji. And Councilmember MD.
Aye. And that's an amazing fact, by the way,
Right?
because the population was so low.
Yep. Yeah, I'd have, drill down on that one. So, Okay, next up is item N4, discussion and possible action on the Redondo Beach land use plan map. Brandy Forbes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the fourth of our City Council meetings scheduled to discuss this item. And last week, the City Council had approved a motion on how to move forward with land use, and we were coming back to give an update on the the calculations, if this will meet our arena numbers. And we have tonight Wendy Novak from Placeworks, as well as Hallie Grundy, and we have Veronica Tam. And we're going to have Veronica go first because she is double booked. She's presenting at 2 meetings. She's in 2 places at one time right now, and she's got the availability. So I'm going to have her just jump to her item. If you wanted to go ahead and Wendy or Hal, if you wanted to go ahead and maybe start the presentation, we have the slides available. And Sean Scully's with us too as well.
Sure. All right. Are you seeing the slides? I've been having some weird network issues.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Hi, everyone. Good evening. This is the last installment of, as Brandy said, of our 4 weeks of discussion on the land plan. So tonight, our purpose of tonight's meeting is to really give an update on how your prior motion, with Veronica being here, what that means for RENA, what that looks like, if we satisfy the numbers, talking a little bit about what it means for SB 330, if we have satisfied our no net loss requirements. And then there were a few other things I know that were coming up at the last meeting regarding definitions and some clarifications that we needed to get while we focused quite a bit on the decisions that needed to be made related to housing. So the overlays and a lot of densities. There still were some either underlying or straightforward non-residential land use changes that we just wanted to run by you to confirm that the changes that were recommended by the GPAC definitely, or they should remain in place. So since we didn't specifically ask you about them, we had a few we wanted to run by you, but we'll do that after Veronica gives you an update on where we landed with the RENA numbers. So Veronica, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. So before we start, I want to definitely give you some parameters that I have to be working with, and in order to get the adequate site analysis done. AB 1397, I think by now a lot of you have familiar with that, had really set some specific criteria as what constitute a site, and that is different than how we did site inventory in the previous housing element cycles. Specifically, it says that you can rezone and upzone or do general plan past the statutory deadline, which is October 15, 2021. You have 3 years to do with your adequate sites requirement. However, if you do that, then there are certain things that you must meet regarding the adequate sites. One, the 30 units to the acre. That's the minimum maximum. Then there is also a minimum. So at least it's 20 units to the acre to facilitate lower income housing. So essentially, your density range for any zoning districts that you're going to use for your lower income RENA would have to have either 20 to 30 units to the acre, or 25 to 35, or 30 to 40. But the minimum has to be 20 units, and the minimum maximum has to be 30 units. So most of the sites that were the zoning districts or the land use designations that we have included in the housing element for lower income would meet that. With the exception that the minimum density may need to be in there, which is not necessarily specified right now. There is also the requirement that a site is not considered feasible for lower income housing unless the site is at least half an acre. We talked about that before, why Kingsdale is difficult, because to assemble into half an acre is difficult if your parcels are very small. And on top of that, the sites must, even if you consolidate them, they need to be able to accommodate at least 16 units per site. So these requirements, and we're looking at it, if you're going to use the residential high and the industrial flex and the commercial flex for the lower income RENA would have to meet these requirements. So that's kind of limits me into what sites, what parcels within the land use destination and zoning districts that we're going to use would qualify for these. There are also additional things that we have to look at is that HCD doesn't allow you to use the maximum density to estimate capacity. You need to use some kind of average or based on trend that you need to be able to demonstrate on a consistent basis, because there are development standards, because there are specific site constraints that would limit how much on average the sites would yield. And so a relatively typical percentage that we have used and HCD has accepted before is 80% of the maximum allowable density. So these are some of the parameters that I used in estimating capacity. So next slide. So now this just kind of give you a summary of how all these numbers worked out. We have the RENA to the 2,490 units, and we built in a 10% of a no net loss in your RENA. We that is based on the City Council and Planning Commission recommendation. We go for a 10% buffer. There are units of projects that would qualify for credit because the RENA projection period actually starts July 1st this year. So anything that you have entitled but not built yet, that are pipeline, you can credit it against the RENA. So, and also certainly the ADUs. We are projecting about 240 units of ADUs, and we're allowed to use the income distribution developed by SCAG, which is very favorable. About 60% of the ADUs can be presumed to be affordable to lower income. The Galleria project is not likely going to issue building permit until after July, and it has 300 units and about 30 units affordable. The Beach City Health District, this is I guess a pipeline project with 150 independent living units in it. We didn't count the assisted or nursing care component of the project, only the independent living units. So out of that, we have a total of 690 units of credit, about 174 units towards the lower income. The next category of the sites, we look at the recycling of residential sites, the R2 and R3. So essentially, I looked at, if the city has a lot of recycling trends in these districts, but they don't net out a lot of units, and because of the unit size and the inability to net out a lot of units and the density, we can only count it towards moderate and above moderate income. So I did an analysis. Most would net out just about 1 or 2 units. There are some that net out a few more units. So anything in the R2 recycling, recyclable properties, we counted towards above moderate income. It's about 300 units. Anything that's recycling in the R3 properties, we counted towards moderate income. So that gives you, essentially with these, we've met most of our moderate and above moderate income RENA. But the focus would definitely be on the lower income RENA. We look at church properties. There are 4 different churches we looked at, but you can only really count about half of the parking area. It doesn't yield a lot. And I'm arguing that the entire site is larger than half an acre, but the portion that we're using to calculate is reduced. Also, because only affordable housing would go on those properties, therefore, regardless of size, they should be considered lower income. The industrial flex and commercial, the commercial flex and the Kingsdale area that has also 6 parcels that's already assembled by the property owner. That's at 20 to 30 units to the acre, needing the 20 units to the acre minimum. That yields about 47 units because we have to subtract the existing units on site. In terms of the commercial flex, with the housing overlay, I've taken out the in and out for the calculation just because it is probably a very busy, very viable commercial use there, and based on an 80% of the maximum in that area, we can yield about 700 units in there. In terms of the industrial flex, using the same calculation, we have 348. The mixed use 1 and mixed use 2 are more difficult. Mixed use 1, even at a lower density, because the parcel size are larger. So we are projecting that there are only a few parcels in the mixed use 1 that I was able to consider that as big, underutilized, but they're larger parcels. So I was able to count them towards in the lower income category. The mixed use 2 area, a lot of those parcels are very, very, very small, and you can yield a net of 2 and 3 units only. So only 2 parcels that would be over half an acre would qualify, and so in mixed use 2, even though it's had a higher density, it actually yields less in the lower income category. So with all that, we don't actually have enough sites without using the industrial flex alternative area, but I only counted 5 acres of the parking area in that area, in the industrial flex, not the entire site. I think, again, a lot of the commercial uses there are pretty viable, but it does have a very large parking area, and we've seen a lot of communities that redo commercial properties by adding housing on the parking area. So we take 5 acres from that. So with all that, we would be able to meet the RENA with the credits plus the 10% of the buffer. And I think Wendy and Holly, their group, calculated based on SB 330 is SB 330 compliant. So this is one option. We do have a second option that we were I kind of considered. Next slide.
Yeah, and Veronica, we added just as a pause in between, we do have maps we can go back to. So if people want to see where those are, we can walk through those. But while we have you, let's go to your second.
Appreciate that. Yeah, so that shows the distribution of where the sites are. In option 2, like if you prefer not to use the industrial flex like alternative area or alternate area, we can increase the 10% on the commercial flex and industrial flex as instructed before. With that, the other areas doesn't change, and so the only change is increasing the density at the commercial flex and industrial flex area, and that would yield a little bit less without the other area, the 5 acre from the industrial flex alternate area. It yields a little bit less. And I think the calculation from the SB 330 analysis is that it won't comply because it's less housing than what was there before. So that actually is just what I have to present, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Tam, can you go over what you just did on option 1 and option 2, not using these terms commercial flex, industrial flex, that kind of lose us, but instead, North Tech District, north of the 405, south of the 405, Kingsdale North, Kingsdale South, those kind of terms? Because I don't know about y'all, but I just got lost in all this.
I can help with that just because I know that, I walked through the terms that we used in the motion. If you go back to option 1, Okay, so on option 1, where it says commercial flex, that's north of the area north of the 405.
Okay.
Industrial flex, that's the area that's just south of the transit center, the Frontier site. And then the industrial flex alternative is the living spaces, Nordstrom Rack, Sprouts location. So that, and with the commercial flex, that was at the 60 dwelling units per acre, industrial flex at 70 dwelling units per acre, and the industrial flex alternative at 35 dwelling units per acre. And then for option 2.
But hold on real quick. The extra there is 378. Is that our buffer or that's extra beyond the buffer?
That's overall. That's a buffer. That's the amount above the 2,635. So the buffer is included in the low and very low, but because we have enough moderate and above moderate, we didn't have to put the 10% on those. But the biggest number that we really have to hit is the very low and low, because we hit the moderate. Okay, you can see if you look at that extra line for the very low and low, there's 38 units extra with what has been calculated. With moderate and above moderate, there's more. So we definitely hit our moderate and above moderate. We don't have to try and seek other sites for that. But the biggest was making sure that we hit that, the sites and credits for the very low and low.
And Brandy, I want to make sure that we mentioned that the extra 378, the majority of that comes from the residential recycling and R2 and R3. And that's that's just organically happening in the community. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It has no change to your zoning. But the majority of that, like 246 unit comes from 246 of the 375 really come from the recycling.
Okay. Can we move on to option 2?
Sure.
Give you the distinctions and on the the terminology we used in the motion. So here, that commercial flex, where it says residential overlay, no in and out, that's the area north of the 405. That is with that 10% additional that the city council had in the motion. And so that's 780 units. And then the industrial flex is that the area south of the transit center, the Frontier property. And this would have the addition, it's 77 dwelling units per acre, because it has that additional 10% in there. So those are those two increased, but then this did not have that alternative, the industrial flex alternative that included the living spaces and Sprouts and such. So that was the distinction. But with this one, we don't meet the SB 330 by 13 units. And the extra is that lower amount.
Where in this chart can you see that you're short 13 units?
It's just that it's not on the chart in the numbers. We're fine as far as RENA, but the SB 330 and not having no net loss, we would actually have a net loss of 13 units in this one, because there are fewer units that would be created in this alternative.
So we'd have to come up with 13 units somehow, somewhere.
Yeah. It does meet the RENA, but it doesn't meet the SB 330 in this particular option. But the option 1 does, and the option 1 again didn't have that 10% increase on those 2 flex areas, but it did include that alternative site, a portion of 5-acre portion of that alternative site where the living spaces, Nordstrom Rack, Sprouts is located.
Can you go back to 1? Just so, because it'd be nice if they were actually side by side so you can see them well, but okay. All right, thanks.
I can screenshot them. I can email them out if you guys want to see that.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Well, I'm sure this will be, this presentation is going to be able to be downloadable, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's okay. All right.
Okay, anything else, Brandy?
That was Veronica's presentation. I know that Wendy had some additional things she just wanted to get clarified, so that we can kind of wrap everything up. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Wendy.
Yeah, and I think these can go fairly quickly. We just wanted to show you guys, we had, on the social pinpoint maps, we had current general plan and recommended plan. So we've updated a couple based upon your motions, so we can just double check and make sure, say, for instance, in the tech district, when we are looking at the land uses, this whole area, pretty much south and west of the easement, is going to be that industrial general designation, with the exception of the areas on the east side, which go to that commercial flex. So you see, up here we had some industrial before. We had a little bit lower intensity commercial on this corner piece. And then this used to be industrial as well, where the hotels are, but now that's being shown as commercial flex, and hotels are a permitted use in commercial flex. So wanted to just get that confirmation from council that those changes that were recommended to those underlying land uses were okay, because we were focusing really on this hatched line, which was where the overlay was, because we had it over here as well before.
And just to clarify, this is the recommendation that the GPAC had on the right, except for they had the overlay in a much larger area. Here, we're just having the overlay on what was approved last week.
So what's on the right is what was approved last week?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but just note, we never really talked about if council was okay with this area changing from industrial to commercial flex. And then this just shows, because we came up with the new land use definitions that have this industrial general that combine the industrial uses, it molds all of those together. So that's pretty straightforward, but there is a change here and there is a change here for those for those land uses.
Okay. Well, so to council members, Nierenheim and Obagi, and is this what your understanding is?
I didn't have an understanding that we did anything with the properties south of 405 except for increasing the FAR to 1.5. So I suppose I would defer to adopting these zoning, I guess, new definitions and changes to the District 5 council member if she wants to change those to commercial flex and general industrial.
Well, what's the main change to commercial flex then? I guess I would ask that, Wendy.
The main change from the current plan?
Yeah.
C1 commercial.
Well,
so if this is the only area that's C1 commercial, so when it goes to commercial flex, essentially you get a higher FAR. So right. This was lower. So that is almost in line with some of the discussions you guys were having last week about wanting to increase FARs for folks. The main difference is these areas that transition from an industrial use to a commercial use. That's the difference.
So the industrial remains industrial.
Everything here on this side of the easement is industrial, but this piece here changes to commercial, and this changes.
Okay. What else?
So are we good on tech district then? And we can move on to the other ones, or any?
So right now I'm looking at the satellite map of that, and right now it just looks to be that this is hotel and storage unit with a right-of-way easement that's being changed. Excuse me, the easement's not being changed, but it's just it's industrial, but it's commercial right now, and we haven't settled on the commercial flex being accepted yet as a new definition. We haven't touched that yet. So I would just leave it as a commercial and leave it as industrial, because those uses aren't changing. There's 3 large hotels there and large storage self-storage area there, and those both aren't changing anytime soon.
Right, but I think that that's why the GPAC recommended changing that to commercial, because there are more commercial uses than industrial.
Right, so I would be fine with this changing to C1 commercial, but not CF Flex, because we haven't agreed to what CF Flex is, the changes on that.
Would council like to talk about the definitions before we don't have that many land use changes to go through. There's probably 4 of them, 5 of them. So if that would help make the decisions on these, would you prefer to have
I definitely would, because the thing is, we haven't accepted these changes yet, and I'd rather be we dealt so much with the RENA numbers, we weren't dealing with the changes. Now we're kind of being blindsided. I mean, I would rather deal with it secondarily if we could. I'd rather just get RENA finished and done, and then come back and deal with the definitions and commercial changes, so then we can do the EIR. I'm most concerned about the RENA numbers. That's my input.
I hear that, but what are the 4 new land uses that you want to identify? What just tell me their codes.
So we've got the tech district. I can flip through them quick. Galleria, these are the new maps showing where your overlays are and how the industrial flex is mapping on the underlying and where the different densities of the overlay. This was a small one. The Vons area was a C2 before, and now that was changing to commercial flex. So that's more of a density, intensity thing. So it's very similar use, but just an intensity change. We never officially got confirmation on the underlying changes to Artesia and aviation, because that removed all of the mixed use, and it changed everything to pretty much commercial neighborhood, with the exception of this existing mixed use that stayed in place, and changed the FAR to 1.5. So we just wanted to make sure the underlying land use changes were okay on that.
Well, just stop right there, because I thought we did agree to that.
Okay, so if that's good. We just wanted to get that and confirm that. So if that one's done, that's fine. That's an easy one. So I think we could go through some of those clarifications on the definitions and then revisit those other 2, because that's
you have here that it's 1.5 FAR, but commercial neighborhood. We didn't adopt commercial neighborhood for this ACAP area.
Yeah, and we don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, we have a chart, but we didn't say that. We just said keep the existing zoning, or said land use, and just increase the FAR, right?
But if you keep the existing land use that's there, it has mixed use in the existing land use per the current general plan.
with residential.
This is what was recommended by the GPAC. And then we moved that from a 0.6 FAR to a 1.5 FAR based on the motion last week.
Okay, so the new definitions you have are CN, CF, what else? You said there were 4.
It's not just 4 definitions. There's that giant table of definitions of all the land uses.
Yeah, we don't want to do all that. You said there were 4 that you have to. Well, I'm trying to cut to the chase here, because you're now mixing in these codes, and this is with the concern I'm hearing. We don't know what that means.
Wendy, can you go back?
All the other ones.
Wendy, could you go back to to the definitions we talked about last week? What the changes were, and to the what combined to be the commercial flex and what combined to be the neighborhood.
Well, and that was what you were asking in your staff report. You wanted direction on these codes.
Right.
Yes, and that's why I was going to suggest that if we just pull up that, if you don't mind, I'll stop sharing for a second. Share the that 11 by 17.
This.
Yeah, that one. Because it shows everything. Even when you look at the residential, when we go through, if we looked at the residential designations, that we'll just start as that as an example, and then you guys can decide if you want to talk about the other ones. For the most part, the designations stayed the same. The density stayed the same. If you look at the columns, so everything on the left.
Yeah, but time out. This is where the problem is. You say, oh, the density remains the same, but then put that chart back.
Oh, okay.
Back.
You wanted to
back. It says provides for complete neighborhood. We don't know what complete neighborhoods means, and I don't know why you're adding all this verbiage in there. R1, 8.8 dwelling units per acre.
Well, there's a couple reasons. And so there's a few things that when we are talking about how neighborhoods develop and what residential should do, being walkable communities, having access, being able to walk, especially because you have a lot of corridors, looking at ways that we connect neighborhoods to the corridors. And so if, for instance, on that language, when we talk about complete neighborhoods, that doesn't make sense. We can take that out. Now, there is a reference, and I heard it brought up at the last meeting as well. We can provide clarification on that, where it talks a little bit about corner commercial and some of the residential.
Yeah, we're not in favor of that. You're not going to hear anybody want to have.
Maybe if I could just provide a little clarification about how we ended up there. And so I agree with you. The intent is not to have like 7-Elevens on every corner. What came up was that there are some existing commercial businesses that are neighborhood businesses that have had a problem getting insurance because they are looked at as non-conforming because they are in a residential designation. So we were trying to find ways to allow for those uses that help to get to that complete community, that walkable, you may have your little corner market or a coffee shop or whatnot. And so that way they would be able to qualify for insurance. And now, if the concern is that the way that it's worded is that it appears to allow blanket commercial anywhere in residential, that was never.
No. That's not what it says. It says such as corner commercial, as in you could put a Starbucks at the corner of Dow and Johnston. That's the way I would read it. It's a corner, right? R1.
Well, so
Starbucks right there.
The notes down at the bottom provide some additional language to try to further clarify what that is, so that if you are not inclined to have, if it's corporate use, I don't know how we would word it, but we are trying to focus it and word it so that there are special conditions that would be put in the zoning code or other places that would further articulate what exactly works and what doesn't, what that means, because we did not have, go ahead.
Wendy, I was just going to say, can we just know what it is you need to move forward to do the EIR? Would it be the column 1 and column 2, or taking out the description part of it, so that the council can feel comfortable with, okay, these are going to be the uses, these are going to be
But we have uses already, and we have FARs already, and we have basically everything that you need for an EIR, right? All you're getting is our overlay zones and any other changes we expressly make, right?
But there are some new definitions in the process, so they aren't an exact translation. In the residential, we were just trying to articulate, in this case, when you look at R2, some people don't know what R2 means, but if you're talking about, low density residential or medium or multifamily, that was that discussion as part of it.
I get that some people don't know what R2 means, but then they look in the municipal code and they figure it out, just like they would do the same for a residential low or residential medium. And the
so to answer your question, Brandy, at a minimum, we would need the land use designation. So that's that category on the, whatever that is on the left. And then we would need the densities and intensities for each. But we should acknowledge that, and it's not showing up on this focus area, but if you keep scrolling down a little bit, especially in the commercial areas, you'll see when we were looking at trying to streamline it a bit, there are several commercial areas that are like C1 and C2 have been combined into commercial neighborhoods. So that's where we talked about allowing that 0.5. So if the commercial uses are fine and people are comfortable with those, then maybe we can use the ones that the GPAC had walked through and recommended. But I just wanted to point out that we can't just use the ones that came from the current plan, because all of our build out assumptions are based upon them being consolidated.
If this is an open discussion, I will say that for Artesia, having looked the ACAP area, having looked at this neighborhood commercial, I do prefer that, because it's calling for businesses fronting the street rather than strip mall central that we currently have on Artesia Boulevard. And it's advocating for basically rear or alley loaded parking, so that we build alleyway that separates the residential on Matthews and Vanderbilt from the commercial uses. So I would favor that.
Yeah, and so, if the concern is some of the way that we've worded certain things, or like that concern about the commercial and the residential, if we know that we have our densities and we just have to make sure that the assumptions that we've made in the build out are reflective of those categories and the densities and the intensities, meaning the FARs, so the square footage assumptions that we have. So if there was a desire to revisit the wording of the definition, but you're not changing the intent of the uses that are in there, then that would be something that could be revisited. But the concern would be if it gets opened up too much too. Veronica has also based her assumptions of residential for the housing element, RENA calculations based upon the new definition.
So here's one concern though with neighborhood commercials. Currently, with a conditional use permit on Artesia, you could put a hotel, which is a great revenue generator for the city. And maybe with the increased FAR, one would come in place, a boutique hotel. But this does not allow, when I scroll over to the right, I'm not seeing, this says, and similar uses. I'm not seeing hotel as a conditional use. And I'm not sure what similar uses refers to.
So in this case, if a hotel was something you explicitly wanted to see, that would be something that could be added in as wording in there. And then Sean and Brandy could chime in, because the conditional use permit would show up in the actual zoning, so that it would be, a hotel is a commercial use. That's why we were showing like commercial flex up north as well. But the neighborhood commercial was intended to be a little bit smaller scale. But if you have made recommendations to up the FAR there, then perhaps that's something that should be an allowable use in there. And so we could add hotels as a use that's in there.
Here's the problem. The discussion of uses is completely separate, part and parcel of the densities and the intensity of uses. We need to deal with that absolutely, completely separately before we start doing the ER. That's fine. But changing these definitions, I'm getting just so aggravated by this, because you're saying it's easier to read, but I look at your residential one. R1 is simple to explain. It's just really R1, 1 unit per parcel. R2, 2 units. R3, 3 units. Really, really simple. And when you start going to commercial flex, when I was told commercial flex, I was like, what is that? What does that mean? And when somebody used a residential neighborhood, I was like, what does that mean? That also means now commercial. Let's deal with that. Keep the definitions the same. We know what our densities are, our intensities. Let's go from there. I don't want to deal with changing the uses, because this is getting way too complicated, way too quickly. That's just my opinion on it.
I could see as something going unforeseen by us. We don't catch it.
Yeah.
We get incorporated.
Yeah, I agree completely.
So
this seems right.
Sean, did you want to show? I know that the GPAC spent like 4 or 5 meetings talking about this, so I don't know if that gives any context for council, or if it's just where we are now.
Can I make a suggestion, which is the biggest concern would be that if Veronica based her assumptions on particular changes, and that you'd be hamstrung and kind of have to go with those changes if you don't understand and you don't address them now. Is there a way that Veronica can address which individual definition changes she relied on in reaching her RENA numbers? Because those would be the ones that would allow the council to take action and not have a RENA surprise, and yet still continue the definitions to another day to think about it more thoughtfully.
Well, that's actually what I was thinking too, Mike, that, we want to settle this for the RENA. We want to settle this for, so we can move forward with our housing element. And so if you look at the residential, the new R1 definitions, I mean, it's just a no-go. In commercial, maybe you can have some flexibility, but the residential stuff where you're allowing commercial and all that other things, I mean, just stick with R1, R2, R3, R1A.
I think that the biggest one on the residential was there was a density on that. I don't have it pulled up. So I think Zane, you had been sharing that.
Zane, where'd you get that document, by the way? That's not in the which.
There we go.
No.
So going back up to the residential. So if you look right there, so if you notice, everything else here has the same, so single family residential R1, they have the same density levels. Everything is having the same density level until you get down to the RH. RH is 30. So if we could get an approval that RH could be is 30 up to and including 30 dwelling units per acre.
And then you're going to take out all that other stuff about corner commercial, industrial uses, all that stuff.
All we're asking is for the changes for the
Hold on.
Move to the right for RH. Just stop looking at the left. Move to the right. RH.
Well, here's the deal. If you have 70 units in an RH zone, you want a corner commercial, right? If we have 35 units even, you want the ability to have a basic.
What's on the right here where it says RH, that's what's in the existing. So that white line that kind of splits the screen here, that's, what's on the left is what was proposed, what's on the right is existing. So that's saying 28. But if you go over to the right and what was recommended, we need to have 30 dwelling units per acre in RH.
That's the only change. Otherwise, you can keep the other designation.
I mean, if we needed to not call it single family residential and call it R1, that's what we need to do. Like everything else has its, and we can come back with any definition or descriptions. But everything else seems to be in line, and we'll just keep that in line with that. It's just this RH needs to be up to and including 30 dwelling units per acre.
And I'm fine with that because that was the math that I was doing on some of my areas on my calculations. So I'm fine with that.
So you're saying everywhere in the city where we have RH currently, it's going to change from 28 to 30?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're going to get a credit now too on.
You have a zoning.
We already counted for it. This was, I think, properties.
Do you have a zoning map so we can see specifically what we're voting to?
What would be the land use map? It'd be the existing.
Yeah, PCH Central. That's the only place we have it.
Well, the PCH Central, we voted to keep the commercial, not the.
No, that was different. There was the RH and then there was the mixed use. The mixed use, you voted to turn that to commercial. The RH remaining.
No, opposite. Mixed use on PCH Central keep, and because I remember this, the mixed use on PCH Central at Torrance Boulevard to keep, and then South PCH or Central where it was RH to change to commercial.
Well, 35 to 30.
Well, yeah, and then
that was PCH South mixed use. I'm talking about PCH Central. Just south of Central.
Can we put up that map?
Yeah, so which one do we want? PCH Central or PCH?
Yeah, let's do PCH Central first. Yeah.
Central. Okay. My button to share my screen is hiding.
We have a.
So this was Central. This was the mixed use area.
Oh.
So I think we're both right, Nils.
Okay.
There's option B.
There's option B, but you see in the northern portion, there's RH there.
Oh, right.
Right.
RH in that commercial area. So we were both right.
Right. No.
And Veronica's using those RH sites up in the north part of PCH Central it's one of our sites that we're counting for our arena, the church parking lot.
Yeah.
So there's existing non-conforming at that location, correct?
At which location?
At North Central. Where that's brown there on top.
Right here.
Garnet there. That's actually existing commercial, especially on the west side. Just on the other side, we have So right now there's commercial there. So we're
There's
upzoning.
churches too, I believe.
Yeah, it's,
There's
Yeah.
churches over here, and then some of this is commercial.
Yeah.
There's St. James and, yeah, the Korean church.
Yeah. So that's that. I just want everyone to be aware that that is an upzoning. An upzoning.
Like 2 dwelling units per acre.
Yeah.
I can't read it. What does it say?
From commercial right now to R30. Existing non-conforming. So right now, what we have there on site, on the ground, are commercial units. So any building in that area will be net new 100%. If it's 1 unit or it's 30 units, it won't matter. It's net new. We're getting rid of our commercial in this area with no replacement of commercial.
And then this RH is what's existing in your current general plan. So
Correct.
it's not a change from that.
Right. Right. But we don't get any credit on Arena right now.
Well, we keep the credit that we have.
Well, right.
not our current RENA, but
Yeah.
next cycle we will.
Okay. So what was the other one you wanted to look at? It was
So that was the,
South Central.
oh, I'm sorry.
No,
You
no,
mean
no,
PCH.
you had the right one. You had the right one. No, that was good.
I was still on, you still want to be on Central?
Central, South. No, well, we,
Here?
you know, yeah. So, Brandy, you cleared that up, so that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so back to, so what I'm thinking is for definitions for residential uses, keep the titles and densities the same as the current general plan, except RH at 30 dwelling units per acre
That's
From
my
28, from 28.
from 28.
28 to 30.
Sounds fine.
And Brandy, to confuse
Hold on.
us-
Do you have a map that shows where RH is in the whole city? A zoning map just of the whole city. Can you put that up?
Well, it wouldn't be zone, it would be the land use map.
Land use
It's,
map.
it's basically,
Give me
Jane, to
some-
answer that question, it's the Agate Street in District 3, right across from Vaughn's there. And then it's basically the rest of it is all in South Redondo, District 1 and District 2.
Okay.
There's one little thing on 190th.
That's
and-
uptown
and-
South Redondo.
On Manhattan Beach Boulevard Aviation. Other than that,
What is the density bonus? Maybe I'm missing something. Is there a density bonus on any of this stuff? Am I missing something here?
No, but we need to do it in order to get her reach the numbers that she just put up.
Yeah. And the RH with there are churches there, and with the assembly bill that we noted on the presentation, the churches are allowed to convert if there's residential zoning there, they're allowed to convert their parking or their non-church space to housing.
so quick question, Randy. If we were to go back and change that to mixed use there on the North Central where those churches are, so say they get a zoning of mixed use, including those churches, that would only and we keep it at 30 units, do mixed use there. We would get credit for RENA, that's good, and then it would only impact the EIR, correct?
I double check with Veronica, but that sounds like if it has the house.
I think-
Yeah.
Hi, Brandy.
Yep.
I think the difficulty with, are you talking about zoning, change the zoning of the church properties into mixed use?
Yeah, so if we were to move those, here's what I'm looking at. I'm seeing if we're going to move this from 28 to 30 units for residential, then might as well, and we're going to lose all that commercial, might as well put the commercial in there too, so that and increase the FAR. So now we can keep both. We have the luxury now of keeping both, because right now what is there is all commercial. So we'd be net new in residential if it's 1 unit or if it's 30 units.
I think for the church properties, the 4 sites that I actually use, I didn't use a lot. I used 4 properties. They're currently zoned residential. I don't think they're zoned commercial right now.
Yeah, they're residential.
Right. And so I think the difficulty would be to suggest that those, I'm only using them because they're small and, I'm only arguing that they're eligible because the only affordable housing can go onto those properties when there are church operating. So if you change it to commercial from residential, you are actually make it less likely that each city would accept it because you're requiring a church to move away because they would not be able to build. They would not be able to continue to remain as a church.
And I may also add, this is the one area where the density for mixed use was retained at 35 to the acre instead of 30. All the rest of the mixed use.
Right, but that was in the purple area right below that, and we're going to keep that.
Right.
I got a question about, I brought it up about a minute ago, about density bonuses. If you have a certain amount of density bonus units kick in, am I missing something by going from 28 to 30 that could happen? Or is it something else? Because we've had that with, for example, with Legato.
That's actually, we're not talking about density bonus from 28 to 30. It's actually changing the the density limit of the RH into 30 units to the acre because the default for lower income has to be 30 units to the acre. So you're somewhat shortchanging yourself. If the top is 28, you can't qualify as a lower income feasible site, but by raising the top to 30, you could qualify that as a lower income site.
But again, about a density bonus, does that have nothing to do with this or what?
Yeah, they could apply for a density bonus,
regardless,
whether it's 28 dwelling units per acre or 30 dwelling units per
So
acre.
that will have no consequence.
We can't get credit for a density bonus that's available. I think that's maybe what you mean, Todd. No, we can't get credit for a density bonus that's available. You could get credit if it actually gets built.
I don't want it to kick in. If you go from 28 to 30, I don't want them to be able to get a density bonus if we move it up.
That's not what will kick it in.
Okay.
They could do it at 28.
Either way.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So we've got, for residential, we've got a direction. For mixed use, can somebody pull up the definitions?
I'll do it. By the way, this was in the email Brandy sent out.
Yeah.
So mixed use.
Transit, right? Is that or mixed use?
So mixed use transit center is the commercial regional currently. Mixed use low was the MU1 and MU2. And then mixed use medium was the MU3.
And so the difference in the mixed uses on the new mixed use 1 and 2 was predominantly that we had all of the mixed use at 35 to the acre, and then because of the discussion with council, wanted to go down to 30. Or no, it was the GPAC recommendation. One part of it was 30. We needed to split up the mixed use to show which ones were 30 to the acre and which ones were 35. So the mixed use, medium, low mixed use, the new mixed use 2 is the central PCH. That's the only place. So it's really 3 categories. One that is the mixed use that's by the Galleria. So that's the transit center. You've got mixed use 1, which is, I'm sorry, I can't read my glasses, what's the density on that one? That one is the, thank you. Thank you. That's the 35 to 0.5. So that 0.35 to 0.5. So, and that for the commercial, but when we were looking at those, the only place that we went up to 35 dwelling units per acre is that central PCH. And that's the one where it's the mixed use 2.
Right.
So those are pretty straightforward. It's all the mixed use designations you have in the city with the one exception, and then the Galleria.
All right. Anything else you guys got?
Yeah, what other clarifications do you need, Wendy?
With the mixed use, are you okay with those, the category and the density?
Well, when you say category, it's just the mix of residential and commercial with different FARs, and I don't know what should be of high quality and designed to integrate with existing surrounding uses. I mean, it just sounds like, frankly, a bunch of gobbledygook. I mean, that's what mixed use is.
Yeah, well, and the hard part is that the next step of the GPAC will be preparing the goals and policies, and then there will be implementation action items that follow up. So defining what those things are we start making baby steps toward really articulating what those are. But at least we know what the FARs are and the dwelling units so that we can do the calculations to kick off
Right.
the EIR.
Okay.
So that's why, you know, it's we're like the progress that we're making in the conversation we're having now. If you're comfortable with the general direction of the mixed use groupings, then we should be good. And then the GPAC will have a whole other opportunity when we're looking at the goals and policies to make sure these are articulated in a way that's reflective of what those definitions are.
Right. We're setting density and FAR, basically.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we got the mixed use. Is industrial pretty straightforward?
Before you take away that screen, I just want you guys to think about something about what you really want to see when it comes to mixed use, because, and I guess it's going to go to GPAC so they can have that big discussion there. But look, commercial only is 0.35 to 0.5. Okay. But if you do commercial and residential together, then you could have a situation where you have 0.3 commercial, 0.35 commercial, and then the rest of it is all residential. And I keep hearing from you guys is that you don't want it to be heavily residential, but you want more commercial on mixed use sites. So it's just something to think about when you're looking at these FARs. Is that really what you want to see at the end of the day? That's all.
Well, no, I think that's a good point. And that is kind of, you're exactly right, Laura. That has kind of been the concern of a lot of people, that you've got these mixed use projects they're really just big residential projects, right? The way it's written. However, if we change the FARs, and at this point, we'll end up changing our number of units that are eligible. Is that correct, Brandy or Wendy? Can we get the same unit count and reduce the FAR ratios of commercial to, or residential to commercial?
I think that's actually probably a Veronica question. I think she had to, oh, she's still here. Because I'm not sure what she assumed on those, for those calculations, and how she broke it.
If she's gone, then, you know, it sounds like it's.
Here's a question too, for relative to Councilmember MD's question. In the mixed-use transit center, it just says max FAR 1.5, but there's no there's no allocation as between residential and commercial. So does that mean that in mixed-use transit center, somebody could develop an entirely residential complex?
No, for mixed use, they have to do a minimum.
Well,
no minimum.
It's only commercial on the first floor.
Yeah.
Provides for an integrated.
Yeah.
I'm just saying is that whatever you want to incentivize, you should make that what you want to incentivize. So in other words, if you're, okay, so all density exceeding 0.7 FAR must be residential units. And so.
Well, you're right, Laura. I mean, that's what we want to do, but the only question left is.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that your minimum commercial should never be lower than you want when it comes to residential units. And so that's really what it comes down to. If you incentivize, so somebody can build a commercial, if they want to build commercial only, they can only get a 0.5 FAR. That's their maximum. So they're incentivized to put in the residential on top, and they're incentivized to make the commercial as minimum as possible based on this. So that's something to explore further. I don't think we should do it here, but it's just something to think about when it goes back to GPAC.
Well, we could do it here if Veronica was here, but we just don't know how it would affect our unit count. That's the problem. So
Right.
Hey, Brandy,
Yeah.
could you go back to the two options? I don't know if
I
Zane.
can pull those up.
Wendy can.
I have 80 things open, so I'm trying. Let's see.
Okay.
Let me.
I could put them up. Give me a second. I'll put them side by side, actually.
Okay.
yeah, side by side.
Two. Okay. The two options from
Veronica, the one option.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's
How cool that Veronica was on Zoom. She could switch from city to city in one day.
Right?
Yeah, good for her.
No, that means we don't get to keep her for ourselves.
She made that. She made that.
Maybe if she's
commitment
with a
months
city
ago.
that has 100 RENA number, that she can confuse it, and then we can get their RENA number and make it $8. Is that?
Is that how that works?
Yes, I don't think so.
I believe we get a discount tonight.
Okay, so here's my question for you. Why is Beach City's health district in there? Why is it 150, and why is it in there?
Well, she explained that. Yeah.
Beach City's Health District was something that the GPAC wanted us to consider in evaluating if any of it would account towards affordable, not or to the very low and low. None of it does. It's what's proposed. We can't because they have a project that they're considering. We can't say, oh, well, here's the density that they could put there and change that. So. I mean, even that 150 isn't necessary for us to meet our, moderate and above moderate. So, but it's in there. Just GPAC had pointed out the Beach City's Health District as a site to look at and evaluate.
Okay, because somebody pointed out that their draft EIR says it's not about independent living. It's about people that have, limitations, and this is assisted living.
Yeah. So the assisted living can count. That was one of the things that Veronica, I think she had mentioned it at maybe the April 20th meeting. The assisted living can count if it has its own kitchen facilities and restrooms. So those units, how Beach City's Health District, the ones that are memory care, no, those would not qualify, but the other units would qualify because they would have those.
So can we get credit for Kingsdale if Kingsdale has any kitchen units? I believe some of them do have kitchen units.
Kingsdale.
Kingsdale. I'm sorry, not Kingsdale. Sorry.
Kensington.
Kensington.
Oh, Kensington. No, they don't. Those units aren't. They don't have any independent units.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all memory
I thought
care.
they did.
So,
Yeah.
No, it's memory care. Well, I guess there are actually a couple independent living in there. So I'm a little bit leery about putting something in there for a project that has not been determined.
And we don't need to have that.
We don't even need it.
spreadsheet.
Not even.
Can we just take it out? Because
Yeah.
I just I
Delete
feel
the whole
uncomfortable.
thing.
Yeah. Just take it out, and we still have enough.
Well,
And then I'll just ask Hallie to look at the numbers behind the scenes to make sure we're still SB 330 compliant.
All right.
Take that out.
It's not going to be removing any there on that location. So, but you'd want to make sure that
it could be credit towards adding.
it could be crediting towards another one. So, yeah, if Hallie could.
But it's not an approved project, right? So.
How about if I put remove Beach City's Health District from the spreadsheet unless necessary for.
We could remove it from RENA, but we might need to use it for our capacity calculations of potential future
Right.
for SB.
Okay.
Is the Foundry project listed under R3 recycling?
Not
That's a good
recycling.
point. That's a good point. That's 36 units?
36.
Yeah.
It's not recycling, though. It's commercial.
Well, it was zoned R3, so that's why I'm at, because it's not showing up under the credits. So I'm assuming it's got to be under the R3. That's why.
Yeah, we probably should add that to the credit categories because that's in the pipeline. It has an approved entitlement. It's just like Galleria.
Why
Yeah.
don't you list that separately?
So we should. We can add that.
Yeah.
Above moderate, yeah. Way above.
Just call it out like you did the Beach City's Health District.
So are we still removing it for RENA, but keeping it for SB 330, or we're just leaving it now?
Well, I think you just leave both. Just understand
Okay.
what it is.
Okay. Okay.
Are we leaning towards, is the council leaning towards option 1 versus option 2?
Well, it just seems like you're in a hole with option 2.
Yeah, you have to be SB 330 compliant and meet your RENA number. That's what.
So Brandy, why did she take out 197 for in and out? That seems like a lot just for that small part of the lot.
I think it's just that portion of the lot. There's not really a lot of parking space or area that could be developed for housing.
Can I ask a dumb question? Go over the extra again. Is that net extra above the 10%?
Yeah, so the 10% number is only in the very low, the buffer is only in the very low and low. So if you look at that second line is, what it is with the 10% buffer, you can see that the moderate and above moderate didn't change, right? So that's, so when you add the, 1,030 and the 559, there's, the 1627 that you get for the very low and low is 38 more than that.
So so our extra right now is 378. If we were to go 15% more or even 20% more, I mean, this is like a 20% more. If we go now with that extra 378 at 3,000, plus was it 2490, that gives us to 2,800. This is more than 20%.
Yeah.
Of what we're doing.
Not on the very low and low income.
Yeah, you have to get the very low and low. That's where the 10% is.
Could you go to the second screen again? I don't have the first. I have the first one here, but the second one. That one.
That's so frustrating because you have to gross up the overall number to get to the 10% for very low and low income. That's what's going on. Is that correct, Brandy?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
I'm curious though, with this, if we had the all cast boundary in this one,
right?
Even though those are going to be the moderate and above moderates, it's going to be more than 13 units.
Yeah, why don't you try that? Just put that in there.
But I don't know if Hallie, I don't know if you calculated knowing that all cast was already in there.
So for SB 330, it's a straight capacity assessment. So what's actually entitled and what projects are built are less important for the SB 330 analysis.
So just adding something to this spreadsheet doesn't change where you're at the SB 330. Got it. Okay.
Brandy, one other question about beach cities. Even though you have it in there, all those units do not have kitchens. So how could they be considered to be units?
We asked them how many of them, and this is not all of the units. So this doesn't include the replacement for Silverado. This would just be the additional. And they said all the additional are not going to be the memory care. They're going to be the assisted living that would have kitchens.
I don't know if all of them do. I think 35% of them don't. So.
Well, it isn't even an approved project. So for us to be speculating about all this, I mean, this is
but then why are we including it in there then? Again, I don't understand why we're including
speculation.
Well, I would say 35% of 420 units was the last thing that I heard equals 420. So, or 550, sorry. So that would be correct.
Right. Can I make a motion?
Well, let's go through and visit everybody's comments. We've just been having this free-flowing conversation here, and let's get back on track. I mean, it wasn't a bad thing. I think it was good, but let's go through a process now, and we got to get going. Okay, so keep your comments short. Councilmember Obaji, and then Councilmember Imdi, and then Narenheim.
Well, I mean, my comment is also part of the motion, but basically what I would do is the alternative site right now, if you look at that, strategy 1 is to get us 140 units. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. All right, so, but this is all going to be in District 4, and the alternative was really proposed as an alternative rather than a substitute, rather than an addition to the the industrial flex that's here. And I don't really mind because it's on the east side, but I do mind from a school standpoint, and it'd be better to spread this out. So my proposal is, rather than have this here, take this out, that's 140 lost, and move it to 190th Street.
Yeah.
And I've discussed this with staff. That should get us here in District 3, that should get us 107 units. And in addition, total, and in addition, we actually never addressed, we never addressed this area, which is this corner right here, which was there's a Walgreens, and really, while it's a new Walgreens and a new Starbucks is coming in, we could really, long-term thinking, we could have a much better gateway to the city by making that mixed-use transit. And same thing here, we actually, I had a full disclosure, I will say that I had a conversation with, is it Wally Marks? Right. So I had a conversation with Wally Marks, and he sent us all emails. But basically, his thought is, since he's consolidated these properties, he wants to build a residential project, obviously a commercial one over here, but a residential project. And he's looking towards, having the affordable units, having open park space. He's like, he can build this open green park space essentially there, but only if we give him additional density to 45 units. If he was any other developer, I'd say, you can't take them, their word, except for at a grain of salt, but his family's been here for a long time. They've been invested. No, he's not a campaign supporter. No, he didn't promise to support my campaign, but I do think he's a known quantity, and we should give him the benefit of the doubt. So we had previously zoned this area for 30 DU per acre. I'd like to make it 45 DU per acre. And with that, with mixed use transit over here in this corner, plus what we have on 190th Street, I believe we should be able to make up those 140 units.
Real quick question, that one Lamps Plus, that was 0.83, that, were you gonna change that to mixed use, or was that right there, yeah?
Yeah, no, I have it at just 45 DU per acre.
Or is that for mixed use or just for residential?
It's an overlay, residential overlay on top of whatever they already have there.
I want to keep the commercial.
Right. So I'm not saying the commercial becomes non-conforming. You're keeping the commercial. You're just putting an overlay of residential as well.
You'd
rather have it mixed use?
Let me think about that for a mixed use on that.
All right. Those are my thoughts. I won't make the motion right now, but that's
yeah.
where I need to go.
Perfect. I like that direction. No, I'll shut up. Sorry.
Well, you can make a motion, Zane. You don't have to.
All right. Then I make that motion to upzone the D3 properties. That's 2301. Let me share it so you guys can copy it from the screen. 2301, 190th Street, 598 Meyer Lane, 510, 612 Meyer Lane to 45 dwelling units per acre. The Mary Ann Industrial Row, those two rows to 45 units per acre. That place is aged and could really use some development. And then the Lamps Plus site to 45 dwelling units per acre. And that's just, those are overlays to the existing.
Can you put that on the map? Because I don't know the parcels.
Sure, there it is.
So these two?
Side by side.
Okay.
Give me a second.
And what were they before? Last motion? 30?
We didn't know. We didn't.
Yeah, they're just industrial.
Just industrial.
Right.
So yeah, the GPAC had talked about possibly doing an overlay on the one that's on the left with where those hatches are. But the last conversation you all had, it was just going to stay industrial. So then am I understanding then now we'd put the overlay back on top of that one?
Yes.
Or it would be mixed use. Okay.
On these three and on this corner here, which was not previously considered. It's a 0.89 acre site.
Huge.
And it's got lots of parking space. So
I would rather do a mixed use on that location in case they do go residential. I'd rather have it as mixed use so we can preserve the commercial aspect of it.
Okay, so let's look at our definitions here.
Because that is, I agree, because they have a large apartment building right next to it, 3 stories, I believe. 2 stories?
3.
3 stories, 3 stories, thank you. So it would fit at a mixed use build out at 3 stories, or even maybe even because it's on Hawthorne Boulevard.
Well, the thing is that mixed use transit center, the highest density you have in mixed use is 30 dwelling units.
It's 0.89, and it's 0.89.
Yeah, our mixed use to the max, that's the density of 35 to the acre. And then the next highest one is the transit center.
Right. Mixed use medium low is 35 dwelling units per acre. And I guess my calculation had it at 45 to reach the numbers that we needed to reach to compensate for that alternative site.
It'd be 31 units at 35.
30, yeah, 32.
31, yeah.
31, 32. All right. In addition, the motion is to, let's move back. The Kingsdale North and Kingsdale Condon Fremona area to put an overlay there of 45 dwelling units per acre, in addition to what the commercial zoning that exists on Artesia Boulevard, which would be the mixed use transit. In addition, at the where is it? Oh, here. Basically that corner, the entry to the city, the north entry on Artesia Boulevard, which is that, looking at the map, is this thing right here. I would make mixed use transit, basically incorporating what they have there. I'll adopt the definition just for that site and this right here. Right. So I guess it's this. Well, here.
Yeah.
And then lastly, remove from the option 1, which is here, remove this industrial flex at only 5 acre, this guy, 140 units. And I think the last thing was to ensure that this south of the transit center is capped at 70 dwelling units per acre, just because it's a one lane road at Kingsdale and at 182nd. That's still pretty dense.
Which one was that again? Oh, okay, Kingsdale lower end.
Yeah, the last block on Kingsdale there, right down here, basically.
Okay, and what's
They're capping it at what?
70 dwelling units per acre.
What is that total units?
347. Which on option 1 was zoned. Let's see. They said, 348. That's right. So that they already have it at 70 dwelling units per acre. I just got mixed up between the 2 options. At one of them, they had boosted up 10%.
Zane, what's the density you wanted to give Kingsdale? You wanted to change that to mixed use or keep it at
the Kingsdale South?
Kingsdale North on Artesia?
45 DU.
45 DU.
45 DU.
So
45 DU basically over this whole area, this whole tract.
So why don't we use, if you're going to use mixed use and accept that land use definition for that, why don't you do 45 DU mixed use on the Lamps Plus location?
That's a small lot, Nils. It's tiny.
It's 0.89 acres.
You know, there's a lot of free conversation going on, and so are we. So do I get to jump in on that too? Because
we're kind of having a free-flowing conversation, and I think some of these questions need to get vetted. So yes, Laura, I think let's just stay organized.
I mean, why are you so okay? So you're trying to add units. You're first of all taking away units again from the south and putting them in the north. And then, so if you're trying to add, you're squeezing in houses in very undesirable living locations. When you have a Galleria North that has an EIR for 650 units, instead of nickel and diming all these little spots, why don't you just get them to add the 300 units back into their EIR? And then in addition to, you're doing the entire rectangle of 45 dwelling units per acre. And I could have sworn Veronica said that ACD would only accept that Brown neighborhood, not Wally Mark's property, but the Brown neighborhood below it at 60 units per acre to count it, because there was already a 28 per unit.
No, they wouldn't even count it at 60 dwelling units.
Right.
That's why it went back down to the 30 dwelling per acre that GPAC had originally recommended.
Okay, so you bring it up to 45, they're not going to accept that either.
The area that's
It's
been
not for the purpose
consolidated.
of RENA that I'm doing it. It's not for the purpose of RENA. It's for making a desirable development come in there at the top half, what's been consolidated already, and also for giving these property owners value to their home if the metro does come through here.
Well, also, if we go to 45, you can add more lots together to make it more valuable to combine.
In any event, I don't want to hold the floor anymore. I give up my time because I don't want to be. I never moved the map south of 190th Street, so I certainly have not removed any units from South Redondo.
I thought you were in the middle of a motion.
I did. I made my motion.
I'll accept that motion then.
So you're seconding it.
Okay, well.
Yeah, second.
Thank you.
Can you restate it? That really,
Yeah.
with all due respect, wasn't a motion. That was a free-flowing conversation that explained it a lot. So if you could just concisely make the motion, you'll make all our lives much easier.
Sure. When you're doing things like this complicated, you need to write it down so we can understand it better.
I'm sure Brandon.
Somebody please
I got
write
it
down
typed.
what he said.
She's got it.
Yeah.
And also, we haven't heard from the public at all.
I haven't heard.
Yeah, this gives them a chance to talk to something.
Right. So
we have a public hearing.
Briefly, I'm just going to go through it. District 3, all those properties we've discussed, they're indicated right here, are overlay of 45 dwelling units per acre. In the Artesia Boulevard corner north, meaning the gateway to the city, we're going to do mixed use transit there. All right, that's where the Walgreens and the Starbucks are. At Kingsdale North and Kingsdale Condon Fremona, we're going to increase that to 45 dwelling units per acre. We previously put it at 30 dwelling units per acre. All right, and otherwise, no change. My motion includes option 1, taking out option 1, striking through this industrial flex zone.
And that's the South Redondo part.
No, this is not. This is industrial flex.
You don't have any industrial in South.
Yeah, no, this is this part. Okay, this is where you're. Let me clarify this for you, Councilmember. And this is when in my last motion, what I said was if there wasn't enough housing, or if this site did not work, then they could take the Sprouts Nordstrom parking lot site as an alternative. That was in yellow on the last map.
Okay, my mistake. All right.
That's what I'm saying is take this out so we don't burden the schools with those people too. Move them down here. They'll go to different schools. All right.
Was that the end of your motion?
That is. That's it.
Thank you.
I will. Thank you. And I will second that. And I do agree with you, Christian. That is to get those 45 units on there. It wouldn't be feasible. The entrance exit wouldn't be possible. So. Yeah, I'll second that motion.
What was it? I'm sorry. What was it at the Lamps Plus site?
45.
45.
Residential, pure, no mixed use.
So do you have this written down, Brandy?
Well, it's an overlay,
Yeah.
so you leave in
Overlay.
whatever zoning is there.
I have. Can I share? Do you mind if I share?
Yeah, no, go ahead, Brandy, and just let's make sure you have what was just the motion.
Right. So what I had here was the motion and it may not be in the order that was given, but the Kingsdale North area at 45 dwelling unit per acre residential overlay over the commercial land use, and Kingsdale residential at 45 dwelling units per acre. The Walgreens site changed land use to mixed use transit center. Replace the density in the industrial flex alternative, the living spaces location, with the 190th Street / Marianne and the 190th Street Meyer, and I don't know if I spelled that right, Meyer.
ME1. Yeah, ME1.
Thank you. Residential overlay over the industrial at 45 dwelling units per acre, and lamps plus site residential overlay at 45 dwelling units per acre.
Just say that verbiage is slightly confusing. The replace with the maybe just place residential overlay over those properties at 45 dwelling units per acre.
And then remove industrial flex.
Alternative site, yeah.
Will we need to double check any of these with Veronica to make sure we're still meeting numbers, or we're there?
Well, you're going over.
Yeah, what if we go over by just an absurd amount?
Well, you're going over.
I hope they don't give it, they make us.
I mean, we're trying to satisfy the very low, but by doing that, we're increasing the overall by such a huge amount. It's like, yeah.
I think that the areas where you're going to see the difference will be that Kingsdale North. You're going to get, it's not a ton, but you're going to get a few there. You're going to get, I don't know that it'll be 100 probably at these 190th Street sites. There might be a little at Walgreens. That's something that Veronica has to evaluate.
And should we do a plus or minus 10% to give you that wiggle room? So
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, so add that as number 5 as a friendly amendment, Councilmember.
I see how I wrote that last time.
Yeah.
So is that accurate then, Zane, what you're seeing?
Yeah, and I just want to be clear because we didn't discuss it expressly, but we have never voted to change the land use designation over Artesia, just the FAR, right?
Right. That's my understanding. Is that your understanding?
If you don't vote to change that to.
So, all right. So here's what I'll say. All right. So let me add to the motion, if I may amend it, to include commercial neighborhood on Artesia, but with a conditionally approved hotel use.
If we added hotel to the definition, would that satisfy it as well?
Conditional use.
I don't
know that we want. I think we want it conditionally approved.
I don't want to touch that right now, Wendy.
Okay. All right.
Real quick, Sean, I know you answered this pretty affirmatively that the Kensington project does not have kitchenettes, but I actually am 90% sure I couldn't say positively. I actually know someone who used to live there that was on her own. She just needed assistance, and she said to me that they had a kitchenette there. Does that matter for RENA? If there was, say, 10 units of assisted living, would that matter for this calculation?
I don't think it's going to. That's going to count to our 5th cycle, our current cycle, because it already has its permits and has been built.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I want to.
I mean, it's great creative thinking that.
and next time, let's get our boats, our houseboats, that the hundreds of people that are living in our harbor. I mean, no, I'm serious. We all laugh.
No, I know we've talked about it.
Yeah.
Do we want
their voters
down here that we had talked about definitions for residential uses, keep the titles and densities the same as the current general plan, except RH at 30 dwelling units per acre from 28 dwelling units per acre.
Yes.
Use 3 categories at the densities recommended. List the BCHD only for SB 330 compliance. list the all cast boundary to the arena spreadsheet and for SB 330 compliance. And I just put this here because it seemed like we were going that direction, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. GPAC to discuss descriptions when recommending goals and policies.
I'm reluctant on the mixed use 3 categories at the densities, because if we're not applying the category anywhere except for mixed use transit, I'd rather not adopt it.
Well, we, on the PCH South, the GPAC recommendations was a change.
Okay, what is that, mixed use low or mixed use medium low?
I don't know what the new definitions are.
South is 30.
It's
low.
MU3.
Yeah, it's low, MU1.
No, MU3. MU3A.
That's
Okay.
the old designation.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
That's an old designation. All right. So yeah, exactly. We're only adopting, the only one of the new designations we're adopting is mixed use transit center.
Yeah.
So that would mean all of the mixed uses go to stay at 35 to the acre.
Well, the reason of having different new definitions, I mean, you don't have a mixed use definition at 30 units per acre under the
We
old.
don't. That's why we added it. So if you stay with the old mixed use designation, every mixed use category right now is at 35 to the.
No, that's not true. There's MU1, MU2, MU3, right?
Well, they're all 35.
No,
They are.
no, they're not. MU3 is high definition or high density, and there's MU1 is low, MU2 is medium.
What's low then? What's the number?
I don't know. I have to pull it up. Hold on.
Well,
So high is 35?
High is 35. I remember this from way back when.
I had a question. When we were saying, okay, when Nils is saying essentially ditch the commercial neighborhood, somebody said, well, then you're going to lose something on Artesia. What is it if we don't move to commercial neighborhood in Artesia? What's the consequence?
You're going to keep the existing mixed use, what is it, 1? Yes, that's where our mixed use 1 is, on the west side of Artesia Boulevard.
Got it. The failed mixed use. Totally failed mixed
Yes.
use.
Yeah.
All right.
And on our table, we're showing MU1, 2, and 3 from current general plan at 35 to the acre. The differences were some of the FAR requirements and some of the details of.
which is why you have to have a different designation.
Right. That's why we created the new one to put it to 30 to the acre.
So, Councilmember Narenheim, I would urge you to adopt, to second commercial neighborhood on Artesia at the 1.5 FAR and including a hotel conditionally conditionally permitted use, and we can throw in dog boarding as a permitted use.
Oh, you know how to bait me, don't you?
We got so many dog owners that don't have a place to board their dog, and that we're creating parks for them, but they don't have anywhere when they go on vacation.
Bait me with treats. Say that one more time. I
can pull up the map if it helps as well to look.
Yeah, please do.
So this was the recommendation. I don't know why I'm getting this message. Recommendation. So I started to modify it. The underlying map shows the recommendations from GPAC. So this would all be commercial neighborhood, but the suggested modifications from Councilmember Obaji are to bump that up to 1.5 FAR and then to conditionally allow hotels.
Okay, hold on. Let me look up CN. Keep it right there. CN. I have that. Where's the
Sure.
Commercial, neighborhood commercial. Let me look at the uses here. Provide commercial district. Come on. Retail, restaurant, producer, offices, other similar uses should be. However, no new residential units are permitted. 0.5, and you're taking this to a 1.5 far. Wow, that's a huge bump. Maximum 0.6. Okay. I would be fine with that. Yeah, I would be fine with that, and with adding the hotel and the dog boarding to those uses.
Was good.
You sure you want to add in dog boarding?
What?
You sure you want to add in dog boarding without hashing it out?
There's a veterinarian who's doing it. There's other people who want to do it. It's not being enforced. If it's being protected from, if the neighbors complain, they've got a nuisance complaint against the place.
We can do it as a CUP permit. So this is a CUP for
Could
dog
it be
boarding.
part of the zoning?
Yeah, conditionally. Conditionally.
Okay, CUP, that's fine then. That's fine.
There you go. Perfect.
For both the hotel and the dog boarding.
Yeah.
How big of a hotel could you do even with a 1.5?
It's a boutique. That's why it's a boutique hotel. Tiny.
Yeah, real tiny.
Bed and breakfast.
So, is this motion clear now, Brandy, Wendy?
Can you go back to your sheet?
Yeah. Okay.
You just added, you know.
I just added
You're gonna have to stop, Zane.
5 words.
I'm done.
Not him doing it.
So what I added was the commercial neighborhood on Artesia at 1.5 FAR to include hotel and kenneling as conditional uses.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Are you okay with adding these others that we had down here?
That's fine.
Yeah, Lowenstein says it's fine. It's fine.
Use category as, hold on. Definitions for residential uses, keeping the titles and densities the same as current general plan. Right, okay, so
I'm okay with this, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any additional things, Wendy, that you need? I mean, I don't mean to interrupt your motion. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that we had,
That's kind of where we're at. We want to make sure you understand it.
yeah, that we have everything that Wendy needs to move forward.
Just as long as we're good. I mean, I think we just want to make sure we were good on all the non-residential categories as well. So if we've talked about industrial, and if that designation is fine, that was the only thing. So
The industrial, you're still not sure about the industrial?
well, I'm just because we haven't talked about we've got the new categories and we combined a couple and made general industrial more broad, and we have the industrial flex. We wanted to make sure that you guys are okay with those.
Well, we're not adopting those right now, right?
She'll need to have the densities to move forward.
But we did for the industrial, we just increased the FAR to 1.5. So existing, it may obviate the differences between some of the different industrials, but if we changed it up in the northern district to 1.5 FAR, then.
So your general industrial flex is what I see here on the map. So in current industrial is I1, I2, I3. We're breaking those down.
Right here, I can stop sharing.
Yeah, I can share that. I have it. You know.
Sorry about that.
Let me do it. I'm on it already. And let me
You're
just
on it. Okay.
a confusing part about it, which makes it tough to make a decision on the spot, is you have I2 as an existing use in both the general industrial and the industrial flex. So, you know, which one should be applying to the Northrop Grumman area?
Because that's the zoning. So there's multiple layers. So if you don't look at the zoning right now and you look at the area that's right after the white line, because there's many implementing zones for the different types of general plan categories. So if we're comparing apples to apples, you'd be looking at the industrial current, the I1, I2, I3, and comparing it to the industrial general and the industrial flex.
Right. And I don't think we're capable of doing that right now at this late hour without really having digested. So I'd rather just increase the FAR. And that, frankly, we already did that last week. That gives you all the environmental impacts as far as changes.
The couple things. So are we increasing FAR for all three? Then if we looked at the existing categories, we're bumping up every FAR to 1.5. So we're
that looks like that was the recommendation.
Okay.
Except for the north of, except for the area last week's motion.
To one.
Well, I thought that was the exception. I thought last week's motion had that one area.
It was, yeah. Definitions for industrial. Hold on. Uses, keep the titles.
This was the,
Keep the titles the same. Plan, accept. The aviation, aviation.
Who's drawing the map there, that yellow box?
That would be.
I am. I'm just saying, this is the only area that we thought we were increasing the FAR on, right? To 1.5. This yellow box.
Okay, so it's all of that for 1.5. So the rest of them are either at 1.0 or 0.7. So that's why we were trying to consolidate and just say all industrial was essentially a 1.0 FAR, but the definition breakdown was more of general industrial was for your like research and development, your office park, warehouse, wholesale, and then the industrial flex was allowing for more of that, if I would call it like mixed use industrial. So it was industrial uses, but had more opportunities for office, hotel, and supporting commercial uses. So that was more of a mixed use, if you will, without residential.
I think we got pretty clear instruction from Northrop that they just wanted us to leave their land alone, not change anything except for and nothing. And we're just giving them extra FARs that, to the extent they need to grow, they can.
Yeah, I don't want to change the uses.
So this is what I've just so that it gives Wendy the direction. Definition for industrial uses, keep the titles the same as current general plan, except the area from Manhattan Beach Boulevard to Marine east of Aviation at 1.5 FAR and the rest at 1.0 FAR. Because that was what was recommended by the GPAC for the dental.
Because what's existing is 0.7. So that's why I wanted to.
Right, but the GPAC recommended the 1.0.
Correct.
Just keeps all the, so we got industrial, we've got mixed use, we've got residential, commercial.
The area you outlined was south of the 405 freeway, right? Or I guess west and south of the 405 freeway. I don't think you had that delineation, so.
How about to Inglewood and the 405?
Yeah, and Marine and the 405.
Okay. Commercial.
Okay, so then just to make sure, when we have industrial flex, that was in kind of a new category of mixing some uses. So if we're going back, that means we're taking out commercial uses.
We can have the where did I have it? GPAC to discuss descriptions when recommending goals and policies.
Okay, we'll just have to figure out assumptions for the build out for employment and the mix of the employment type of jobs. Okay. All right, and so then what's remaining is just the public, institutional, and open spaces.
We're rejecting the public institutional definition.
Yeah.
With the public institutional, the one we took out the, we're taking out the, we said it last week.
RCFE.
RCFE.
What other direction you need on any other land use designations?
I would rather send it all to GPAC or Planning Commission, the appropriate body to consider it. Really, dive deep in it and come back to us.
Consider what?
Well, if they want to know these definitions, but I don't, as far as for the EIR, it doesn't seem like definitional changes that do not significantly change what the uses are on the land could possibly make a big difference.
What we need is the intense, so we need what the use is, and we've already addressed everything but the commercial so far. So if it's for example, the industrial, we're going to keep the uses. We change the intensity to what the recommendation from the GPAC with the 1.5 FAR in the area that we talked about just now.
Okay.
Mixed use, the 3 categories with the densities recommended. Definitions for residential uses, keep the titles and densities the same as the current general plan, except RH at 30 dwelling units per acre from 28 dwelling units per acre. And we have that the GPAC is to discuss the descriptions when recommending the goals and policies. So they're going to go that category's got all the text, or the column that has all the text, that will go back to the GPAC.
Well, but I don't want to waste their time. I mean, we're not going to support if they come back with commercial on the corner of a residential neighborhood. I mean, I don't want to waste time and have them consider something that we already know we're not going to do. I mean, all that language in there, is there a majority of the council that wants to support all that language? If they come back and say, yeah, do all that language. I mean,
no.
So for hearing to take it out, I mean, that is something that when we were going back to the residential categories, I mean, we could, that's something that we could take out now. And
well, that's what I want. That's what I want the council to do if that's what they want to do. I mean, to send stuff back to have discussions, more discussions, when you already know what you're going to do is a waste of time.
Yeah. So let's not adopt any other definitions except those that we've expressly used.
Right. There's no reason to send it back.
Yeah.
So with that, I think the one thing that we have left is the commercial, to decide how you wanted to go with the commercial.
Where?
We have the commercial flex, commercial neighborhood, but that was the combining of the different types of commercial. You could
PCH North, or where?
They had approved commercial neighborhood, I think. Neighborhood commercial was approved.
right. And
as
that's
a definition.
Yeah, and that's what we had just talked about applying to Artesia.
Yeah.
You say commercial flex, you mean the one above 405 and PCH North? Is that what you mean? Or did we already do that?
There's 2 categories. So commercial neighborhood, which is like Artesia, but there are areas that commercial flex is applied that are in Central and South Redondo, I believe.
Is applied by whom?
The GPAC recommended land use changes. So for instance, that one where we were talking about the bonds next to beach cities, that one is, I believe, a commercial flex there. So mostly that is the change of the FAR, because commercial neighborhood is an FAR straight out of 0.5 and commercial flex is 1.0. Now commercial flex allows for a little bit more mixing of uses, commercial uses, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, no residential in either of those.
So I'm looking at their recommendations, and they're just increasing the FAR. But did you add the uses in there? Have the uses changed as well?
I mean, they're very similar, but so for instance, like C5, where it says the old C5, light industrial and wholesale uses, it was mostly not industrial and commercial flex. That was kind of phasing out of this description. And then it was saying where you're trying to because you're trying to create that activity center. And this is those areas where it's a little bit more, neighborhood commercial was intended to be those smaller scale adjacent to the neighborhoods, walkable. Commercial flex are a little bit bigger sites, or those areas that are going to be a little bit more active in mixing office and commercial type use.
I don't want to change the definition or the description here, and the reason why is because I see the marine hardware location, marine related repair, west side of Catalina. Well, there's marine hardware as well. Anyways, there's marine hardware, and that's taken out, and I want to be able to preserve that because we need that, and I don't see that anywhere in the CF usages. I haven't gotten a complaint or an issue with the definition or the uses regarding the C commercial locations.
Why do we need to do this right now? Again, this isn't part of the EIR, right?
Actually, when we have to do the project description, we have to do the build out. So we have to make assumptions on every single parcel in the city about how it will potentially build out. And so that's why we have to also look at so for the square, we have to get a bottom line square footage for the amount of non-residential square footage and the number of units for the EIR.
To send it to HCD right now or later?
HCD,
if we do nothing on it, then you incorporate what currently exists, right?
Yeah.
What currently exists from the current general plan?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're saying we want to do for the rest of it. To keep the general plan as is. I mean, unless somebody has an amendment they want to make that is compelling.
I mean, the only thing I would add to that is, well, we can't do that right now anyway, so never mind.
Mr. Horvath, do you have any opinion on this commercial flex versus?
Let's
I think the General Plan Advisory Committee spent an enormous amount of time as a group working on these definitions and working on this. I think it's, the council's prerogative to make minor changes, but to go in and just start ignoring all the work they've done and change it, like there's a reason why I think they have put in all these definitions. I think staff explained that the corner market thing is not to build new commercial corner in R1s. It's to deal with insurance issues for existing, like that liquor store on Inglewood and Ralston, So yeah, I think we're nickel and diming this, and I think it's completely unnecessary.
Let me make a comment. My discussion with Bob Pensler today and other GPAC members was they did not go through these definitions in detail, and then it was brought up and basically a bunch of shoulder shrugging and everybody moved on. That these individual new land use designations and definitions were not vetted by the GPAC. So that's what I got from the GPAC members just in the last few days talking to them, because I was very curious about it because it was part of the staff report to designate these and when you see things in the description that allows commercial at the end, sure, that allows the people that are existing. It also allows others to take advantage of that. And so.
Mr. Horvath, I'd welcome an amendment to my motion to cite that plot commercial if it'll make your property owner or that property owner in your district conforming, rather than basically end up with corner stores in all of the Dow Johnson triangle, and now we're gonna have a real problem.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't read the definition that way, but I realize that you are each reading it that way. So no, I don't have an amendment to offer. I'm just I think you could specify in the definition what it if you need to put it in there. But I thought Wendy said that it was in, well, it's not up on the screen right now, but I thought she said it was somewhere in the footnotes on the.
Can you put it back up on the screen, Wendy?
Sure, yeah, and maybe an alternate way to word this, because we've done this in some of the commercial areas where there's residential, would be to say that maybe we could word it to say existing commercial uses in these residential areas may continue and not be deemed non-conforming, because I think that's the issue around the insurance. And then maybe it's just the wordsmithing on that, and that would get us there. What do you guys think?
Well, if that's the intent, that would make sense. And I think that, the way the mayor's reading it and his fear, that should alleviate it, but we'd have to hear from him.
Can you move back up to the language where it says provides for complete neighborhoods composed primarily of single-family detached residential units with neighborhood serving uses such as corner commercial.
Footnote 1. Hold on. What does it say in footnote 1?
Yeah, it says neighborhood serving uses allow for, it's right underneath the residential.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Neighborhood serving uses allow for a limited number of non-residential uses within residential designations that have a defined set of conditions in which they can occur and performance standards that must be met. They are intended to be ancillary to the residential uses and location. Square footage, FARs, and parking requirements for these uses will be detailed in the zoning code as part of the follow-up work required to ensure the zoning code is consistent with the general plan. The zoning code will also further define the allowable uses with conditions and standards required for approval.
Well, that's all fine, but that's still, if you read the verbiage that's added, can you go back up to the top, please? I didn't finish reading that where it says such as, could you expand that a little bit so we can all read it? Such as corner commercial and community serving facilities, such as public open spaces and institutional uses. So I just, it just seems like
it's like a library. Or so the reason it was worded that way is that you'll often see that libraries in the zoning code or other, schools, those sorts of things actually have residential zoning designations on them and general plan. And so that's their allowable uses. So that's why it was articulated there.
So don't we need to go back and rezone those parcels then individually back to commercial? I don't want to sit here back to Zane's point. We've got to zone those particular parcels back to commercial. I don't want to go zone them to residential.
I feel like I'm being sold on these definitions, and I don't want to be sold anymore.
Yeah,
I don't either.
Me neither.
So,
well, you've got. I understand. I get it. There's some small mom and pop businesses on the corners existing.
Right.
And it allows for this horizontal mixed use, but you want to open up the Pandora's box of, oh, okay, look at that. This is more valuable as commercial now. And next thing you know, it's a Pandora's box.
Yeah.
So that's why I was suggesting the other word. It's totally up to you guys. We can take it out. We can have
that
it
other wording. I think that other wording, when you have wording that would put in concrete existing uses are now conforming, but it doesn't allow for more of that.
Okay.
But we're not changing to RSF. We're leaving R1, right? Residential low.
They will be essentially the same thing. It will be called R1 instead of RSF, but it will be the same definition.
except that it's going from R1 to up to and including 8.8 dwelling units per acre. Oh, okay, that's separate. Single family dwelling units per acre is what you're saying.
It's keeping the titles and the densities the same as so it's not it's not the description.
You know what?
Right.
Well, yeah.
Not going to allow for the existing non-conforming uses to continue to exist and in some way, form, or fashion not be non-conforming because of where they are.
Existing commercial uses in the single-family residential shall be deemed legally conforming.
Yeah. And you don't need all that other language.
No problem. You take it out. That's it.
You don't need to talk about complete neighborhoods. I don't know what that means.
And
I mean, somebody could, I have an idea. Somebody could create a definition of complete neighborhoods, and the next thing you know, we've got that in our descriptions of our zoning. So.
All right. Councilmember MD, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so where are we now?
Did we get to on commercial flex, Brandy? And
no, I just had the commercial neighborhood approve at the
ACAP.
I have FAR, except for obviously we've already got the Artesia spelled out elsewhere.
Do we have to assign a FAR to public institutional or no?
The California Government Code requires all uses to have an FAR, either a density or an intensity. So that's why we put it on there.
And what's it? It's right now, it's not specified, right?
Right. You don't have one.
You want to pull those up?
Oh yeah. Start.
The industrial, or excuse me, the public institutional. And can you zoom out a little bit so you can see what the current is? So the current's all lumped in one. And what this was doing was moving it into, so it's separating out. And when you go back over to the recommended, is it's separating it out, the public utility at a much lower FAR and the parks and open space at a lower FAR, and kind of spelling those out, because those are still under those public zones, right? But kind of breaking those off from the public institutional.
That's
Right.
park
So
space.
where do you propose the public utility to be?
Public utility is the SCE.
Yeah, the right of way.
The right of way, right? So right now, for example, there's Pete's, is it Pete's Garden or Rogers Garden? But right under the the power lines at, you have a nursery.
Peter's Nursery.
And Peter's Nursery. And
Yeah.
under public utility, that would all of a sudden become non-conforming.
Well, it's non-conforming now. It's under the right of way. It's not allowed. Well,
Governmental, administrative, capital facilities, parks, school, libraries, hospitals, associated medical offices, public cultural facilities, public utility easements, and other public uses. All right. Can we add parks to public utility? Do we have that in there?
Yeah, it says, and with access for recreation and parking. That's what it has in there.
I think the FAR on the parks and open space of 0.25 is too high. I mean, that's 25%.
stay at 0.1. Should stay.
What is Alta Vista? Do we know what Alta Vista is? Because that has that large community center, and then it has the racquetball court. The tennis courts don't.
School too.
And what?
Schools too.
Well, the Alta that's Julia, right? Or actually, well, it's separate.
I don't know offhand what those are. We'd have to look that up.
Don looking for it?
Yeah, I'm just going down to that parcel and seeing if I can give a, estimate on that.
You're talking about the Alta Vista Community Center? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, who are we limiting in the FAR here? We're limiting the city, right?
Ourselves, but Zane, just remember one thing, really, really important here. Seaside Lagoon, just so you know, was going to be upzoned, and a burger joint concessionaires agreement was going to be signed. So massive amounts of commercial is going to be built on the Seaside Lagoon. So that's what I'm looking at, remembering now, and thinking like we got to prevent that from happening.
Well, then we just don't enter into an agreement.
You can't.
Yeah, you just don't do a concessionaire agreement. That's the only.
Or it's a limited concessionaire agreement.
You can't entirely prevent what a future council might do.
And it says it pretty clearly, the bars for the public facilities such as restrooms and pavilions and parking facilities. Nowhere does it say restaurants or burger joints, does it?
Well, I guess that recreation. Is
What about aviation park, Sean, and the size of that? Because there's the
gym.
The gym.
How are lifeguard towers, which are movable, considered part of FAR?
Well, you have a maximum FAR for the designation, but lifeguard towers are a permitted use. So you might not really have an FAR for that. You're actually looking at structures that are going to be on site. So
Permanent structures.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Alta Vista, it's well below.
Look,
No.
I thought you guys said that RCFE was taken out, but including residential care.
No, we're going to take that out. That's the recommendation.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the old version.
This is still dated April 15th.
Yeah, I see that here. All right. Still scaring me. All right.
Okay, what's left?
I would like to do more of a point two for the FAR on the parks and open space. At most, maximum FAR point two.
I'll take that. I guess I'll adopt.
Why are you upping that?
All these definitions.
He's decreasing it, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Parks and open space getting a FAR of 0.2.
I was looking at the one above it. Okay.
That's good.
What's left?
Okay,
Any more bright ideas?
Go back to
It's
just the
11:20.
commercial. So we got the commercial neighborhood agreed to, but the commercial flex, do you go back to all those other commercial? And then just have the recommended,
You have to.
so for the commercial, so you can see with the neighborhood commercial, the C1, C2s, those will fall under that. For the commercial flex, it was the C3, C4, C5s that would fall under that. And then commercial, coastal commercial, that didn't change. The big thing would be in that the combination, if you went back to the C3, C4, C5, you can have all those broken out FARs, or, what the GPAC was recommending was the commercial, just having it all in one category as commercial flex with an FAR of 1.0.
I thought we said no to that.
If you want to stick with the C3, C4, C5s, and obviously CC is the same, so
Maybe we can realize these when we have less on our plate at some point. But
yeah, and Brandy, also, when I look upon Q code, when I have the C1, C2, all that, that's that very nice table. I can just go down and look. When people ask me, boom, I just go down and look what the uses are. When I'm looking at this other one here with CN, CF, and all these other different things, I see new interpretations that can be. I don't know if this is allowed or that's allowed.
the existing code is time tested.
Okay. So we'll have we have commercial neighborhood approving at 0.5 FAR, except for what we talked about with the Artesia, because that's in its own separate line. And then commercial C3, C4, C5, and CC remain the same as the current general plan.
Yes.
Yeah. And hold on for a second. I just remembered something. Going back to public institution work, that I didn't see the FAR on that. I scrolled down too far and I just got back to that. Max FAR 1.25. What is it currently right now at?
Anything in the general plan.
Yeah.
What's the general plan set at right now?
There isn't one, and we have to, because this general plan was done well before that state law was adopted that requires us to now have the intensity there.
Right.
Okay, you can have that max at 1.25, and if you have different zones under that, those different zones can have something lower than the.
I'll say I don't want to drop below that, because if we end up getting a new police department or a fire department, then
I do, Zane, and the reason why is, I mean, look at City Hall right now and across the street. We have the. I don't want to go too high on a huge FAR on that. I'd rather break those out. So the individual potential implemented zoning numbers or specifics, I'd rather touch those individually. So if we're just going to blanket 1.25, I'm not comfortable with that. I want to see where PSF is, where PCF is, PCIV is, how that impacts, because we're grouping too much into one section. Because like what's it called, the North Branch Library, I'm fine with that. I'm sure the residents would not want a 125% building library on Artesia Boulevard. And so we need to look at that separately. So City Hall, I mean, having 125%, that means the entire area is covered with commercial plus an extra 25% for City Hall. I don't think we're ever need that space. So why zone extra for something that we're not going to need? So let's break those out individually. Can we do that?
Well, it's right now, the thing is, they are all categorized under one land use category under the general plan. Then they have their own zoning. So if you have the max is going to be 1.25, but you could even, put in here and that the individual zones may be designated as lower. So that way, when we run the EIR, it's run at the higher amount, but some of those others, that are going to be zoned at a lower.
So the max FAR I would propose then is, say, like City Hall. I mean, I think the max amount for City Hall we would ever need is like 60%. Because we're not having 600 employees. I mean, it's looking at the library on our North Branch Library. That's not 60%. That's very less than 50% of the land. So
you don't want a larger than 30 square foot office at City Hall.
And that's where the general plan hits those maximums, like Brandy's saying. So if you look at, there's a little column there that says the implementing zone. I mean, when you actually get into the zoning, and that's where the detail is. That's where your setbacks are. That's where you're like, hey, this implementing zone says it can only go up. This zone that's applied, even though it's called public institutional, in this zone you can only go up to 0.5, and that's it.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I don't know what PCF is or PCIV at a civic center, right? But I don't know where PCIV or PSF is. I need to see the zoning map. We're lumping this all together and saying it's 1.25. I don't know. I need to go look at what these are. And if the maximum is for all of them, it can be 0.6, or some are going to be 0.25, or maybe even 0.75. So I see what you're saying, but I need to see the individual breakouts to see where they are. And I haven't seen that. So I'm not.
For the purpose of
I agree.
For the purpose of EIR, can we just put it at that max? Since it's our own.
75% is the most I'm willing to go for the EIR.
But you need, okay.
Because Zane, think about what you're doing. You're saying max build out of 75% of the floor of the area.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. That's fine. Let's do it. All right. So public institution. I guess let me ask if anybody from fire, police is on city, whoever's in charge of our city hall. Does anybody think a 0.75 FAR cap is going to be prohibitive to future public institution projects?
Okay, that's too much to ask. There's nobody on fire and police can come along with what fire they need.
I mean, just think about it. Library.
Yeah, I got it. 0.75 is fine with me.
Okay. Okay, what's left, Brandy, or?
Actually, yeah. So, I'm just looking at like PCIV is the floor area ratio of all buildings on a lot shall not exceed 1.25 FAR. So already we have one zone that would not be in compliance. But then others are just subject to planning commission design review. But you could also set others at something lower. So, language could be for the PI, the maximum FAR at 1.25, but the individual zones may be set at a lower maximum FAR.
Where is PI? Where is that located?
PI.
It doesn't exist.
PI is
that's the recommended.
That's the land use in the general plan. And it includes all these, the different zones. The zoning is more specific.
I thought there was a specific area you were talking about that needed PI.
The PCIV, the civic center zone.
Is 1.25?
1.25.
Well, then why don't we just make that area 1.25?
That P.
And then the rest of it, the 0.75.
Anything actually built to 1.25 in the PCIV?
Look, it's city property, right? I mean, we can they'll be able to throttle it if they want to. I mean, just give them the flexibility. It's not like you're putting limits on a private development plan.
It's true. And what if you want to do on the city hall? What if they want to put a shooting range down below in the basement, and then they want to do on top the police, and they have so many other uses. The detectives across the street. What if they want to combine everything?
Yeah, they don't want.
You're not going to be able to do that with a 0.75.
Yeah, you don't need to limit city-owned land.
I agree.
Well, if we're going to limit private land, we need to limit ourselves too, the government.
So 0.6.
We can't acquire
We're not a for-profit business.
Right. Yeah, but it's not just
neither
city.
is BC's health district. So
How about this for
the schools?
For the PI, the maximum FAR at 1.25 at the site on PCH/Broadway/Carnelian/Diamond Street, but the other
I'm fine with that.
sites at a maximum of, would you have 0.70 FAR?
0.75.
Yeah.
0.75?
Yes.
So 1.25 at City Hall, and then the rest is 0.7.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Perfect. Thank you, Brandy. Good suggestion.
Does that include the
What it was.
Annex 200 North BCH? The only reason I bring it up is,
That's right.
as you know, Mayor, the city obtained a long-term lease with an exchange with the school district specifically for the purpose of exploring a new police station if funds could be achieved. And that included, to Councilwoman Emdy's point, perhaps the ability to put a gun range on that location indoors to remove because we still get complaints about the noise. It's immediately across the street where the gun range is from Tower Elementary in Torrance. So
yeah.
Can you tell me what the side streets are?
It's
PCH and Diamond, PCH and Vincent.
Diamond.
Correct.
On the east side of PCH.
Oh, Redondo.
Diamond and Vincent.
It's literally where this high school is. And we exchanged another property, North Redondo.
401 Diamond Street.
It's 200 North PCH. 401 is the actual police station.
Oh, got
and
it.
200 North PCH, where we have homeless court, is the annex building.
Got it. All right. Yeah.
We bought that, right, Mike? We didn't lease it. We bought it.
I tend to think we got a long-term lease.
Yeah, I think so.
99-year lease, so that it would effectively outlast the useful life of any building you built there.
That was a swap for Franklin, right? So
I can't remember. It may be Franklin, but it was another school.
It was. I was on the school board too. Yeah, it was Franklin.
I was part of a team that was negotiating with the school board team, which included school board member Lowenstein at the time.
And MD.
It was the two of us.
It was Franklin. Yes, it was 99 years at the start. We are now 10 years into that.
Hey, can I just point out a courtesy thing? We have a public hearing still.
Yep.
There's 25 people still waiting to speak. So
Are we
if we're going to do the public hearing, fine. But if we're not going to do the public hearing, you might want to cut them loose.
Do we need to carry that to a date certain?
If we want to preserve the noticing.
Yes, but we also need to open the public hearing. If you're going to continue it.
No. Okay. I'm just trying to be courteous to the people that are here and then have us not do it. That's all.
Well, it's 11:30. So, and apparently we're still not done. Brandy, on this particular issue.
Is there anything else for definitions?
I don't think anything for definitions.
Okay, was it clear that for the police annex, we want to also make it 1.25? Okay.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
And then Wendy, you had, and it might just be cleared up because the sites are, we already have the change of definitions, but you had just those couple of slides.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You guys, we got to ask.
Well, then let's go back to Councilmember Im's point.
yes.
We release the, what do we have to do, Eleanor, on this if we're not going to do this public hearing tonight? I apologize to the
That
residents.
would be so rude to cut
You
them.
still have to open it to continue it.
So do we want to have it then? I mean, it'd be kind of
Let's
rude
have
to
it.
be
Let's
making
have
this
it.
decision at 2:00 in the morning too.
Yeah, I'm only seeing 5 people raising their hands. Let's have it.
Do we want to hear public comment on the e-comments on this item?
But there's 12.
Yeah, we can do that.
And I don't want to delay it further, but when you said that you're going to make the annex 1.25, I remember the original plans, because it's on a hill, it was actually going to be a 3-story building. And so I don't know if that kind of affects that.
The first story, I took my Citizens Academy classes. The first story is kind of subgrade when you drive up there, right? You drive in, and then the first story is kind of below. You walk in on the second.
Subject, yeah.
It's on the slope.
Yeah.
Well, we want to give them plenty of flexibility. So,
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
so does that require anything additional, Brandy, or
We have it at 1.25. Did you?
will that allow them to build 3 stories?
There's no height requirement.
Yeah, but size-wise.
Yeah, it depends on the other.
Depends on the
dimensions.
size of the site. Yeah.
Right, the footprint. But where they are currently, they could do 3 stories and still be in the 1.25.
Well, and they can change it if need be.
Yeah.
They can change it if
Yeah.
need be.
Yeah.
All right. So, what else then?
Did you want to address the public hearing, or do you want us to wrap this up and
Well,
then?
it sounds like they want to go to the public hearing and go ahead and have it, but you
Yeah,
gotta,
so
you
is
guys
there
need to
anything else?
realize
Yeah.
that each side has an hour to speak.
No, that's not, we're talking about the public hearing on this item.
No, this is not a public hearing.
No, public hearing on the item with the
This is not,
We're talking about the
accessory-
pergola and the fireplace.
Yeah.
accessory structure.
and they each have an hour.
Right.
Oh, no, those guys, I wanted to continue and actually just ask them to work it out and come back to us in 2 weeks.
Work it out. Okay, so time out, Zane. You don't understand.
You should finish this item.
Yeah.
And you should take, I don't even remember if you took public comments on this.
No, we have
No,
not.
we have not.
So do that, because what the city clerk is telling you, you're going to have to open the public hearing to continue it. And once you do that, they don't get their full time to present. If you make a motion to continue it, but they all get to speak as to the motion to continue, because we've done that before, just not so late at night. So I just proceed with this, and then we can get to that item next.
Okay, so, and if, the only way to continue it is we have to open it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yes.
The only way.
Yes, that's
Mike-
what he said. That's what he said, and that's what Eleanor said.
Well,
So,
that's,
and once
that's
we-
what Eleanor said. You'd have to renotice it and everything else, but.
Right, but once we open it, we also have to take public comment.
Yep, absolutely.
But we do not have to, then we just continue it. And
Then you wouldn't have to renotice it.
okay,
Okay, yeah.
you wouldn't have to renotice it. All right, fine. So let's finish this.
Okay.
Just
Wendy,
warning
let's-
everybody, the presenters, that you're not going to be heard tonight, unfortunately. You'll be heard in the near future. And anybody wants to comment will still be allowed to comment, but you'll be commenting on nothing that was presented. But you'll still be allowed to comment.
Okay. Wendy, let's crank out these last few slides.
Okay. So did we want to go back and talk about, since we've talked about those changes for the industrial, if it goes back, then I'm just not clear. So if the land uses go back to industrial here, do they go to commercial?
Yeah, the definitions for industrial uses, we keep the titles the same as the current general plan.
Correct. But then, so is this area an industrial category or a commercial category? And what about here?
Whatever's in the current general plan just sits out.
Okay.
Okay.
West of
All
the
right.
405 freeway is upzoned from the FAR
District.
standpoint. That's it.
Remain same as current. Okay. Got it.
So then the question becomes on the Galleria site, if it's back to the general plan. It's a little tricky. We have industrial, the 2 industrial categories. So those would go back here because we had added this, we had created this industrial flex to create some synergy with the Galleria. And this was a regional commercial that was mixed use with residential. So does this go to industrial or does this stay? We don't have the regional commercial anymore. Now it's mixed use transit, which is that. So what does this become on the south half?
Leave it as is what's currently in the general plan.
So we're adding regional commercial designation back into the categories.
We're just keeping it.
If it's, yeah, we're not adding it, we're keeping what's there.
Okay.
Okay.
And then this is this was the commercial that is. Let's see. I'm trying to look at it was C2, so we were.
It was C2.
Commercial flex. So if that's I'm lost track now. We're okay with the commercial flex, or is that the one that's?
Well, no, commercial flex is back to the C3, C4, C5s.
Okay. Well, it says the current designation is C2.
So do we keep that
one will stay C2. Okay. And then we had the conversation about artesian aviation. So that would
We
be
know
the
that
last
one.
That's it.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you.
17. Okay. I'll share this. We'll go through it quick.
I'm sorry. I just to be clear to anybody that's here that's watching, if you're here to discuss this item, you're going to get to talk about this item. So just there is going to be public comment. All right. So just so we're all clear about that on this item.
Hopefully very soon.
Right. Hopefully very soon.
Okay.
What we're talking about is the next item in which we would still have to allow public comment, but there won't be any presentations. That's the next item, not this item.
Okay. So the motion, Kingsdale North area, 45 dwelling unit per acre residential overlay, and the rest of it as residential 45 dwelling units. Walgreens site changed to mixed use transit center. Add density at 190th Marianne, 190th Meyer Lane, residential overlay over the industrial at 45 dwelling units per acre. Lamps Plus site residential overlay at 45 dwelling units per acre. Remove industrial flex alternative, the living space site. Staff have the authorization to revise the densities by 10% up or down to the above to meet the RENA obligations. Commercial neighborhood on Artesia at 1.5 FAR, include hotel and kenneling as conditional uses. Definitions for residential uses, keep the titles and densities the same as the current general plan except RH at 30 dwelling units per acre from the 28 dwelling units per acre. No language about commercial in the corners in the residential except that it will be deemed legally non-conforming. Mixed use 3 categories at the densities recommended. Definition for industrial uses, keep the titles the same as the current general plan except the area from Manhattan Beach Boulevard to Marine /405 and then east of Aviation to Inglewood 405 at 1.5 FAR and the rest of the industrial areas at 1.0. Oops. Commercial neighborhood approved at 0.5 FAR. Commercial C3, C4, C5, and CC uses remain the same as the current general plan.
We have to throw in there C2 if we're not changing the bond site.
No, definitions, sorry. It's not the the bonds will come up. Public institutional, approve recommended, except remove the RCFE, revise the OS parks and open space to FAR of 0.20. For PI, the maximum FAR at 1.25 at the site on the west side of PCH, Broadway, Carnelian, Diamond Street, City Hall. And
It's the east side, I believe.
And then the annex.
no, it's on the west side,
Okay, sorry.
City Hall.
I
And
was thinking the annex.
the annex site at the east side of PCH at Vincent at 1.25 FAR, but the other sites, PI sites, is that PI? Yeah, PI sites at a maximum of 0.75 FAR. List BCHD only for SB 330 compliance. List the all cast boundary to the RENA spreadsheet. And for SB 330 compliance, tech district underlying land uses to remain the same as the current general plan. Galleria underlying land uses to remain the same as the current general plan. Bonds to remain land uses to remain the same as the current general plan.
Okay.
Excellent, Brandy. Thank you for doing that again.
Yeah, that only took 4 hours.
Do you know what, Zane, can I just plead, Walgreens site is a horrible site to put residential. It's just absolutely horrible. I think you're adding a lot of units on here that you don't need above and beyond your arena. Can't you at least just put if necessary on the Walgreens site? And second,
What do you want on the Walgreens site?
just put if necessary. Don't change the land use, just if necessary.
I would agree with that, Brandy.
All right, let's do that.
If we
And-
could,
Oh, here it is. How much number is it? Okay.
Number 2. And then on the okay, on the Northrop Grumman site, you've changed it even though they didn't want it. And one of the unintended consequences, the way the aerospace budget works, the reason why they lease buildings is because they never have budget for capital improvements. It's not because they don't have a demand. It's not because they have outgrown it or they can't build it. They can build it. And your unintended consequence of increasing their FAR without their even asking or wanting it. And this is the same argument that the mayor had as far as increasing the FAR for it not being a commercial site is not the same thing. In this case, you are actually going, my fear is that you're going to actually incentivize them to move because it'll be more profitable for them to sell it at that kind of a higher FAR. So they haven't asked for it. I haven't seen any kind of, I've asked them, I said, why don't you use that huge parking lot? Because you guys, why do you lease across the way? And they said they didn't ever have enough capital improvement budget. They never have that budget in their aerospace, but they have contract budgets so they can lease. So it's just the way their budgeting works. So just something to think about on that. And then third, that's number.
Well, on that point, why are we upping the FAR? Why are you upping the FAR there, Jane?
Because we have a space park coming and we need to be responsive to the changes that are occurring around us. And if we want to provide the workforce for the space park, then we need to provide a space for that workforce to enter. So, and if I doubt that allowing them to have more office space is going to cause them to leave. But if it did, it would be some other aerospace or defense company or tech company that comes in to service the LA Air Force Base.
So just FYI, on April 29th this year, Northrop Grumman reported net earnings of $2.2 billion or $13 a share. They got plenty of money.
It's to me that you could have a new branch of the armed forces come in next door to your city and do absolutely nothing to respond to it.
Yeah. They could
That's not how it works. SMC, okay, all right, whatever. I'm not going to argue with you, but that's not how it works. SMC, all they did was just divide it all up. That there's still the same people doing the same stuff on the same campus as was before. That's all that is. And then as far as the aviation court, the ACAP, when we brought the ACAP to us, I asked specifically to Brandy, why didn't they make the FAR higher? They went just from a 0.5 to a 0.6. And so what was your answer, Brandy? Do you remember? Why did GPAC only go to 0.6?
The GPAC wanted to, they wanted it to grow more organically rather than incentivize the developers. That's what GPAC said. I'm just
right.
No. That's what I wanted to hear. So that's exactly what they said, and I get what you're saying, that you want to change things quickly. What I had envisioned on that Artesia Boulevard is that the problem is that if you just increase the FAR, the only people that make money are the people that actually own it. And I get what you're saying, that maybe that'll incentivize them to develop or to move or to go away. But what will happen is what I was imagining was at the time was that if you would increase the FAR, and it would be more like a FAR bonus, if you will, if it satisfied certain categories. So, for example, one of the problems, there's two problems we've had on Artesia Boulevard. The first one was long before I was on council, in which they had too many thrift shops, like Salvation Armies and Goodwills and all that. And so then they put in a ordinance that said they can't be a thrift shop within a half a mile of each other. We did the same thing. And then fast forward to when we were on council, then we had too many massage parlors. So then we put in no more than a half a mile per each. So what happens is that there's certain uses that get attracted there that we don't necessarily want as a neighborhood. We want more, like they were talking about earlier, neighborhoods serving commercials. We want more restaurants. We want more places to go hang out. We want it to be more walkable. We want all those kind of things. So it seems to me the way to get there, what my idea was at one time, is that we would keep the FAR at 0.6, which is what GPAC recommended, but I would be, love to have categories in which you could give a bonus FAR for anybody that wanted to come in and develop and do, I don't know, pick something that you think would be the ultimate cool thing to have, and that would be what we would increase the FAR for, so that we actually force the kind of businesses we want on Artesia Boulevard.
Like a conditional use FAR.
I equated it to like an R1, you have a bonus, you have a design guideline bonuses FAR. So if you build an R1, it's 0.6 FAR. And if you were to add a Hollywood driveway, if you added a porch, if you put your garage in the back instead of the front, you could end up getting 0.7 FAR. So I thought what you could do is do the same thing for Artesia Boulevard, in which you attract the kind of businesses you want, and it kind of controls how many are there at the same time. But I know that's way bigger of a conversation than tonight, but that is how I envisioned we would get to where we need to go.
I appreciate that. I disagree with it. I don't want to get into, I can, but I don't, I respect your viewpoint. And I campaigned on a certain vision for changing up Artesia Boulevard, and quickly at that, and basically getting these owners who've held onto it for properties for a long time and done nothing with their tiny properties. We need to prompt change. And I think the commercial neighborhood at 1.5 FAR with still a cap on 2 stories is exactly the right mixture that we need, along with the reduction in parking, to make a profound positive change on Artesia that will be good for the neighborhood and good for the public coffers to generate tax dollars from sales tax. So thank you, but I decline to change the FAR.
Okay, anything else, Laura?
No, I just think we should hear from public.
Good try. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim, and then we're going to the public.
Oh, sorry, I meant to lower that.
Okay, let's go to the public then. Eleanor?
Okay. Okay, actually, can you?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Stop sharing the screen.
Here we go. There we go. Okay, so first on Zoom, Paul Moses.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Paul Moses. I live in District 2. We try to be very brief. I just wanted to say withdraw my written public comment on this item. It's incorrect. I have to say I'm on the GPAC, but I don't speak for them. But it seems we had a meeting about the residential overlay in the commercial flex area. It seems that we tried to do something like very intense housing overlay there, 70 units, and we were steered away from that because it would not pass muster with HCD. So I'm just wondering if that's just going to be a waste of time to pursue that, because we would have tried it if we could have, I believe. That may have been to comply with some state law back then that didn't fly. I'm just not sure, but it seems like it's a hell of an ask. And then regarding the corner commercial in residential areas, that idea came about when we were discussing these kind of local walkable nodes and reducing car trips, so people didn't have to go all the way to a grocery store or something like that to get these little small errands done. And that's why that was in there. And one more thing was limiting the FAR on public institution lots. It seems like that would kind of severely limit the possibility of a public and private partnership to build something like a new police station. So you might want to consider that too. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Paul. We did up the public institutional FAR to 1.5. So hopefully that's enough, I would think.
Okay, the next person is Wayne Craig.
Well, good evening. It's still the same evening, not the morning yet. Wayne Craig from Redondo District 1.
5 minutes.
The only thing I'd like to say is just that I'm actually very pleased to see how the conversation went tonight. You see how productive you get when you don't throw grenades and bombs at each other? You actually accomplish something. And I'm very happy to see what's happened tonight. I am glad to see that the Peach City Health District was not added into it, because it's just been proposed out there. It's not really a realistic thing to add at this time. And I think it might actually hurt us later on. And one thing I would say is that before you take any particular comments from certain GPAC members who just spoke, I think you need to qualify it and check it out. Unfortunately, that individual has a long history of misrepresentation of facts and information. And as we saw in his last failed campaign effort to run for council, not much of what the person said was actually true or accurate. So I'd actually ask Wendy and some of the other people who were there, who were here tonight, that's even verifiable. Also check with Jim Light and Bob Pinsler, as those people probably would have a much more accurate say in what actually happened at the GPAC meetings. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, the next person is Carrie Hayes.
You're muted, Carrie. You gotta unmute yourself.
Star 6. I'm asking her to mute.
If you're on your phone, Carrie, you hit star 6 and you'll be unmuted.
Okay, I'll try the next person. Holly Osborne.
All right. Okay, I guess you can hear me now. This is Holly Osborne. I had 3 things, but then I had to add a 0. The first thing is I absolutely agree with Laura on upzoning the North of Grumman property. You do not want to do that, okay? Now here are the 3 things that I had before that. The first thing has bugged me for the last 2 hours. How can we be 13 short on one of your alternatives on Arena? I know Mr. Mayor asked that too, but I just don't get it. I mean, I thought as long as we've got about 3,000 Arena total, I don't see how we're not meeting SB 330. You don't have to answer it now, but boy, I want to see it on the chart next time. And this is related to the next question. If we increase the capability so much, and then we don't build to it, are they then going to come back to us and say, oh, you have to move it somewhere else, like the next version of SB 330? For instance, if you increase something up to, let's say, 46 dwelling units per acre, and then you actually get a nice developer in there, and he only develops at 42 dwelling units per acre, and you've got those extra units, is SCAG going to come and say, oh, you downzoned, now you have to put that RENA somewhere else? Because I'm really worried about planning for so much RENA and then not using it, and then we're getting stuck with it. Okay? So I wish somebody would answer that question. And then 3, I used to go to a lot of planning commission meetings, and they're about regarding the dog boarding place. Somebody wanted to do that, and the planning commission had to turn them down because it turns out you have to have a lot of space around use like that so that you don't bother the neighbors. So you might just want to check with them about what happened. Okay, but I want to see that 13 next time on the chart. Where did it come from? Why are we short? Thank you.
Brandy, I think you can answer the second question pretty quickly. If they don't build out to max, we then have to identify where we're going to make that up. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's why you have that buffer so that you don't have to, if you wouldn't want the first project to not build and then all of a sudden you had no buffer and now you have to rezone within 6 months. So that's why you have the buffer. But yeah, they're going to look at what ends up being built there if something is built there. If nothing's built on a site, you could utilize that site for the next round, the next cycle.
Hopefully that answered your question, Holly. I think it did. But okay, go ahead, Eleanor.
Is Sheila Lamb.
You have to unmute yourself, Sheila.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sheila Lamb, District 4. You are being asked this evening to approve a new land use definition document. I'm happy to hear that you've kept many of the land use definitions from the existing general plan. I wanted to make a comment, though, that this land use definition document was described as providing simple cleanup and minor changes to land use definitions. I would argue that the proposed changes in this document were significant policy changes, not simple definition changes. Not only that, the proposed changes may pave the way for the demise of single-family zoning as we know it by redefining single-family R1 zones into, quote, complete neighborhoods, in which the single-family residential zone would be primarily single-family units with commercial and institutional uses integrated within the zone. This complete neighborhood concept emphasizes compact, high-density communities with a mix of activities and land uses that contribute to a complete community, unquote. In my view, it is this concept that drives RENA and Sacramento's effort to take away local power in zoning and land use for the purpose of increasing density and urbanizing our beach community. Think Santa Monica. In contrast to the complete neighborhood concept, the existing Redondo Beach land use policy provides for distinct residential neighborhoods, distinct commercial and distinct industrial corridors and districts. Distinct is the key word here. In addition, existing zoning in the municipal code states that single-family zones are exclusively in single-family dwellings, exclusively for single-family dwellings. If this document is approved, single-family zones such as the Dow Johnson Triangle, Prospect and Barrel, and Nob Hill would become complete neighborhoods, allowing corner commercial and institutional uses instead of exclusively single-family dwellings. This complete neighborhood concept must be recognized for what it is and be rejected. Aside from a few select definitions such as commercial flex and the others that you identified this evening, there is no need to change the existing zoning descriptions. I have one sentence left. I urge the council to reject the proposed land use definitions in most of the categories, okay to change the FAR, continue the existing land use definitions as currently written, especially in the residential zones, MU, commercial, industrial, public industrial, and open space parks. Thank you so much. Thank you for the extension.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is,
Gonna try Carrie Hayes again.
yeah, we'll try her again. Okay. Carrie Hayes?
If you're there, Carrie, you have to unmute yourself. And if you're on your phone, you unmute yourself by hitting *6 on your phone.
Yeah, it's not working. Okay, next person, Alyssa Beely.
There we go. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you
Yes.
fine. Good morning.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Brand and Council. My name is Elisa Beely. I gotta say, this is all pretty confusing, and honestly, I'm not sure how many units now we're at in the North Tech area, north of the 405. I thought I saw 943 maybe on a spreadsheet, but it was flashed pretty quickly. And I know it was 897 last week, but I feel like at this point, the numbers are pretty irrelevant because all I continue to see is all the units being added to North Redondo. I'd like to specifically address the council members from districts 1, 2, and 4 and tell you what I've seen over the past few weeks. I may be here in North Redondo with my pitchfork and my torch, as Council Member Lowenstein put it, but I'm not naive and I am paying attention. When you ignore hundreds of emails and public comments and move forward with your agenda of shoving all the units in the north with no attempt to compromise, we see you doing that. When you immediately vote to not to publicly read e-comments over the past few weeks, it appears it's because you don't want to hear what we have to say, and we see you doing that. You know what else I see? Council Member Narenheim, I saw you laugh when Council Members Horvath and MD voted on the housing plan last week. And I'm not sure what you thought was so funny, but a lot of us didn't think that part was funny at all. We saw that. In fact, my 12-year-old saw that, and she didn't think it was right either. When you misrepresent density numbers by including large parcels of land that have no residents, we see you doing that. We know that the Space Park and North Tech area is bigger than the high school in Paris, and we see what's going on. Councilmember Obaji, when you speak of your efforts to address environmental justice and climate change prevention, but you're not upfront with your own constituents about exactly how much density you're adding to your own overcrowded district, we see you doing that. When you all speak of one Redondo and tell us to stop making it north versus south, but you vote for policies that will further handcuff the north for years to come, we see you. So thank you from those of us who now have our eyes wide open. Clearly, the three of you think you have a mandate to do what you want. We're well aware that that mandate was delivered to you by a margin of 33 votes. And from what I hear from my friends in District 4, I think that margin may be diminishing quickly. But thank you for opening my eyes. I promise you the North will remember. And the final thing I want to say to you is there are many elderly people who live in my neighborhood in the Dow Johnston Triangle. Many of them have lived here their entire lives. And I guarantee they're not on this call and they're not on social media. And many of them are probably not aware of what you're doing that affects their potential safety and their property values. You might not care what I think, but it's shameful that you're not caring about them. They deserve better. We all deserve better. And that's it. I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, the next is Matthew Hensley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matthew Hensley, resident of District 3. Good morning to everyone. I think this housing element plan at the last meeting and confirmed to this meeting is terrible. I think it's poor planning. I think it's a bad idea. But the two questions I have at the beginning are, eventually this has to go to a vote of the people. So what happens if the people vote it down? Because you just pissed off half the town, basically, by not making this a 5-0 vote like I impressed on many of you. So what happens if the voters end up voting it down? What happens if ACD rejects your terrible locations for housing as unrealistic? And I'm really surprised that Councilmember Obaji would post online that, oh, I put the housing where it's unlikely to be built. As a lawyer, I would expect better word management than that, to say the unspoken part. That's terrible. Right now it's midnight and you guys are planning a city's 30-year vision, not understanding the underlying things, and just go whatever it is now, whatever it is now, whatever it is now. That's terrible city planning. GPAC at the December meeting, I can't believe the 180-degree whiplash from we were screwed and the housing is wrong and staff and the consultant screwed us to, oh yeah, we put it in the right place. Like that's exactly where it should go. I can't believe what I'm seeing. What are my other points? Oh, very important. You just put regional commercial back south of the Galleria. That's hundreds of mixed use units that you just put back below the Galleria. If you put regional commercial back, don't do that. So please look at that again. I don't think you realize what you did there, but look at that again. If you're over on your market rate housing, consider if there's any R2 lots that have one house on them. If we can go back to R1 zoning for those houses, residents may appreciate that. If we have an overabundance and we can still meet SB 330, we may be able to down zone. Last, I'd like to know if the council really understands density bonuses and developers' incentives, that, when you zone something at 45 dwelling units an acre, that if they get a density bonus, they can go 50, 60 plus dwelling units an acre, provided no parking. Last point, on the dog boarding, this was discussed at council. This came to planning commission. I got voted down 5-2, and especially to put it on Artesia. No resident's going to put up with a boarding house on Artesia for dogs. So overall, it's just terrible. And the fact you guys are doing this at midnight is just wrong. So if you want to discourage people from participating, do it like this. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. See, Ming Wen.
Hi, Min Wen. I'm pretty new to this city council scene here, so I'm just going to lay out what I've seen in the last couple of weeks. In politics, transparency is important to the people. Transparency holds politicians accountable and fights corruption. Regretfully, I'm shocked to see Councilmember Obaji, Councilmember Nairheim, Councilmember Lowenstein vote out a motion last week to suppress e-comments of the people who wanted their voices heard. So why would politicians want to suppress the public? Well, it's a form of voter suppression, strategy used to influence the outcome by discouraging attempts by the public who might vote against a candidate or proposition. So the three council members really do owe the people an explanation. What do you gain to seek by suppressing the public? Well, it was pretty obvious from last week's vote. The majority of e-comments were against the 2,500 units in North Redondo. These e-comments did not help your agenda, so you suppressed it. Your actions speak louder than words. Furthermore, it is clear that these same three council members already colluded a plan together about how fast they voted. There's no question. They were quick to vote. There was no regard to the public's voices, as it was clear that these three had an agenda already lined up and they were getting ready to steamroll us. Residents ignored. The only facts that matter were their facts. How can you cram 2,500 units into one area with no traffic study, no consideration on school impact, and no fiscal studies? It makes no sense. And it's also clear that Obaji has his own agenda as he quickly and clearly is receiving backlash for his vote to add 25 units to North Redondo Beach while ignoring his residents. And why are the most vocal defenders of Obaji from South Redondo? It makes you wonder. Mayor Brand, this sounds very similar to your journey. I read about you. In late 2001, you were baffled in what you saw. A proposed development of 2,998 units with a vast majority of residents were against it. Fast forward to 2021. A proposed zoning of 2,500 units in North Redondo Beach. Over 500 residents have voiced their opposition to this project. Mayor Brand, I'm going to read your quotes. Quote, I was shocked there could be so much public opposition, and then you had an appointed body to unanimously approve it and basically ignore the public outcry, end quote. Quote, surely the city council isn't going to pass it, or at least they'll adjust the project, end quote. Let's look at 2021 again. Last week, in the face of public outcry and an attempt to suppress the people's voices, the city council voted in a 3-2 vote to approve the zoning of 25 units in North Redondo Beach. This is happening again, except this is under your watch, the Brand administration. Your legacy will be defined on how you handle this. The people have spoken. Please veto this motion, this awful plan. Clearly, no residents were heard. For our fellow residents in District 3, 4, and 5 that are listening in, this is a call to action. We cannot let our voices be dismissed and ignored. Tell your neighbors and friends what has happened. This will affect the next election of Redondo Beach residents. I'll try our future grandchildren and future residents. In the next election, we will vote for council members that will listen and hear the people, not suppress them. A group of us in North Redondo Beach have
a motion to extend.
Motion to extend for a minute.
Is there a second?
Second, Pat. Second.
Any objection? Okay, take another minute, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you. So, Sandoff, I do agree with what Laura Andy's saying about the, have any of you had a conversation with Northrop Grumman? Do they want the more FAR? I mean, at the end of the day, a landlord will see an increased FAR and will sell the property because he's going to make more money. So that he's not going to lease. He's going to discontinue leasing Northrop Grumman, which actually could hurt them. So it doesn't sound like they've asked for it. So I would ask you to reconsider that portion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Eleanor?
Okay, I'm going to try Carrie Hayes one more time, and then we'll go to the e-comments, which we have 12. Oh, we have some more people. Okay, so she's not.
Only Marks and Bob Pinsler now.
Yep. Now we got Willie Marks. Oh, we got more.
Oh, good evening, Mayor Brand and council members. Wally Marks, 2810 to 2860 Artesia Boulevard. Thank you for the hard work. I truly appreciate the attention tonight to the North Kingsdale area. I just want to bring up just a couple items on that, in that it's an actionable site, something that can be done in this cycle. Two, I want to also emphasize that should this go through, that maintaining or replacing existing commercial would be at the same or greater level should be included. And one thing, having the 45 density is great, but the FAR was not addressed, and I was recommending or hoping that you would address it at 1.5 on an FAR, because that gives me the ability to have ample open space within a future mixed-use development, a true TOD site, and also the ability to create a really strong green buffer between the Kingsdale homes to the south of our assembled area. So just want to emphasize that, and thank you again. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Bob Pinsler.
Good morning. I won't beat the dead horse about the descriptions. I think you've resolved that reasonably. We were never given the details of it in the GPAC. We were given. We talked about it in generalities. One other thing. A public hearing is noticed at a time and a place. And I think when you are looking at your next city manager, that agenda management needs to be in the specs. Thank you.
Okay, next is Doug Boswell.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm Doug Boswell, 32-year resident of North Redondo's District 3. The people of Redondo and District 5 Council Member MD need to stop making the RENA housing allocation a debate about North versus South Redondo. This is one aspect of that competition, which is not about which community has more density, despite the rhetoric and misinformation recently salted throughout the local social media. Make no mistake about it. This is only a matter of Council Member MD signaling the owners of the AES power plant site that she is willing and eager to advocate for their eventual residential overdevelopment project in our harbor area, much as she did for Center Cal's Seaside Mall, and is perfectly willing to throw us all under the bus to garner their favor and their campaign and to get their campaign donations. Do not let her pit us against each other for her own self-serving gain at the expense of the residents. What we really want is to avoid traffic nightmares beyond what we already have, such as gridlock, worsening cut-through traffic, and the continued disregard of traffic regulations. Since 92% of working Redondo residents commute out of town, any new housing in South Redondo creates west and northbound traffic, much of it clogging Aviation and Inglewood through North Redondo streets. These are streets which are currently overwhelmed during commute times. New housing in South Redondo will add to the current traffic jams and encourage even more cut-through traffic in your residential neighborhoods, North Redondo. South Redondo is going to get stuck with hundreds of housing units from this regardless. But the majority of the remaining arena housing is, if it is replaced in the far north of Redondo in the industrial commercial zone, north of Manhattan Beach Boulevard, and some north of the freeway, the new residents will be able to get on the freeway or take the train from the Marine Station without driving through anyone's neighborhood. And it's not a bad bike ride to the huge employment zone that is El Segundo and Hawthorne. GPAC identifies this area as suitable for about 1,000 units of potential housing stock. Imagine if just half the residents of 1,000 homes had to drive through your part of town to get to points north. Imagine how much worse your commute would be. So let's put this north of us and avoid the increased traffic nightmares. Seems like the best of all possible outcomes with 1,000 less units infilled in anyone's neighborhood. With this plan, the south versus north density argument becomes null and void. After all, it's not about which end of Redondo has the most housing or density. It's about what the location of that housing does to our quality of life. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more hands on the Zoom at this point. So, Vicki, would you like to read the comments? There's 12.
Okay, first submission is by Susan Andrade. There are 297 signatures as of 3 p.m. May 17th, collected in only 5 days, helping to voice the discord and opposition to the unequal housing being placed both in District 4 and 5. This will only continue to grow. You cannot ignore the number of persons opposing this atrocity. The residents of North Redondo do not feel they are correctly being represented by all council. We consistently feel our position and voice are not being heard and regularly dismissed. We are willing to do our share, but not to have this amount of housing added to our area. Galleria was lowered to 300 only to have Obagi recommend and add additional housing right back. Residents made it clear we did not want this housing. This is counterproductive to the wants and, more importantly, the needs of our community. This much dense housing in one area will cripple our neighborhoods and make it impossible to have any quality of life. It's difficult now with the amount of traffic and lack of parking. It's only getting worse, and with the amount of housing proposed will be unlivable. We plead to reevaluate where this housing will be located, as many longstanding residents have invested their whole lives, sometimes multi-generational, into this community. Residents are unaware that this is coming, and more needs to be done to bring about awareness of this problem before making these decisions. This was even clearer to me when I started walking door to door with my own neighbors, many who are older and don't have access to things like Facebook, etc. I feel a lot more effort should have been made to inform the residents of an issue with such life-changing ramifications. Residents do not feel they are being represented. They are saying not only to have the person who they thought would fight to keep housing down in North Redondo dismiss their concerns in a very patronizing and egocentric manner. I have never felt so betrayed by my city as in the last meeting. To say that the council member are riling people up because they informed their constituents is appalling. We all have a right to be informed and a right to be heard and a right to have council members vote in alignment with their district's needs. When your district needs protection, you don't offer them up on a silver platter. Next comment is submitted by Mark Nelson. To save time, here is a bullet list. 1, oppose redefinition of public land use to include RCFE. Oppose RCFE on public land even by CUP unless the RCFE is 100% public owned and operated and charges cost of service rents. RCFE at market price rent is commercial land use. Number 4, all RCFE should continue to require a conditional use permit. 5, consider rezoning Kensington to commercial. Next comment is by Susie Kim. I am writing to vehemently oppose the unequal housing that is being distributed to D4 and D5, not representing our district with the residents' best interest. He is not listening to his D4 constituents, saying that most of the complaints are from D5, and it seems he has ulterior political motives. He is more concerned about the possibility that the new housing could end up in South Redondo than the overcrowding in our schools
and not listening to his own D4 residents. I'm a working mom to 3 young kids that will attend Washington Elementary, and I rely on the CDC for their child care. Every year they tell us that there is an overcrowding issue and that it could go to a lottery basis. How will the schools and CDC handle all the children when they can barely handle it now? I will be letting all my neighbors and other moms/families know that this is unacceptable. Many are young families like myself and have no idea, but are completely outraged when informed of the situation. Obaji is ignoring the complaints, deleting his posts on Nextdoor due to the amount of complaints, and is not representing our district. I am pleading with the city to distribute the housing equitably. Just because South Redondo is a more desirable place to live, Obaji's own words, not mine, look at his Facebook post, unless he deletes that too. We D4 residents and North Redondo residents do not deserve any less. Next comment is by David Russell. I strongly object to the inequitable plan for housing that Councilmember Obaji introduced at the last council meeting, which was seemingly rubber stamped by the CMs from District 1 and 2. I was also disappointed that the council did not take a harder look at CMMD's proposal, which would have actually shared the burden across Redondo. The Obaji proposal would cram all the new housing in North Redondo. This would overwhelm already crowded schools and resources, and North Redondo is not in favor. From talking to people in Districts 3, 4, and 5, and looking at the strong reaction on Facebook and Nextdoor, I'm assuming that is Nextdoor, ND, it is clear that it has minimal, if any, support in the districts in which the housing will be added. I would ask the council to take a harder look at this issue before signing off on this proposal. It has completely divided the city and needs to be reevaluated. Next comment is from Brian Clark. There is a disparity in the currently proposed plan. I support equal distribution of the units across all districts. Statements about how certain condo buildings are extremely dense are valid, but the additional information that these have no public transportation are reasons to add a bus line, not a reason to avoid any new zoning. I also think that those living in multi-million-dollar oceanfront condos are not the people who are taking public transport to work. Not all development belongs by public transportation. Nor does a few buildings or pockets of high density mean an entire district is more densely populated. Please determine an accurate population density for each district and find equity. Additionally, use social media as a resource. My sense from reading online is that those in D4 are not happy with their council members' proposed plan. I also have concerns that this plan, which placed most units in districts 4 and 5, was added onto by the council member for D1, who also reduced density along PCH and D1. This is a thorny issue, and council needs to reach a consensus that works for all. Any other outcome will breed division in the community and council. Next comment by Mary Louise Quinn. I too oppose the plan as currently proposed with all of the burden placed on North Redondo. Mr. Obaji does not seem to be representing the views and interests of his constituency. Next comment is from Monique Mitchell. I 100% oppose the GPAC land use plan. This whole deal needs to wholeheartedly pivot to fighting state-level calculated generated mandates. After everything the city has fought in recent years and won, I'm surprised I even need to say this. What would be of best interest to offset all of the carbon, pollution, and congestion is adding trees to create a bird sanctuary for the great horned owls, hawks, falcons, parrots, finches, jays, crows, mockingbirds, hummingbirds, doves, and whatever other birds want to come and nest. No green, go green, add beauty. Paul Moses already spoke, so I'll skip that comment. Miriam Butler submits, I completely disagree with this proposed plan with all the burden put on North Redondo. District 4 is already the most dense populated district along with District 1. There should be 0 new housing in District 4. I cannot believe this is even legal. Our District 4 councilman, Mr. Obaji, is not doing his job to represent the interests of his constituents. This is highly concerning to me and my neighbors. Next comment is from Penny Fine. I oppose the plan proposed by the City Council, which inequitably distributes new housing in NR, North Redondo. This will add more density and congestion to an area that's already too crowded. Please listen to your constituents to come up with a more balanced plan. Next comment is from Orrin Ewan. I am registering my opposition to yet another proposal by the councilman misrepresenting my District 4. The RENA requirements need to be equitably distributed between North and South. Creating a ghetto in the tech district is ridiculous. Why is the city even bothering with GPAC and the Planning Commission if they're going to be ignored and the South Redondo cohorts, including Obadi, repeatedly get their way? And the last comment is from Colleen Otash. As a 34-year resident of D4, I oppose the plan that my council member has proposed to meet RENA housing requirements. He has disregarded over 500 emails and hundreds of comments on Nextdoor and has his Facebook page in opposition to his housing plan. He even deleted his Nextdoor post because he was getting so many negative comments. It is inconceivable that our D4 council member would put the majority of the RENA housing in his own district when D4 is already the most crowded district in Redondo Beach. This does not make sense to anyone. We have stressed continuously that equity is needed in Redondo Beach. New residents moving into our community do not want to live on Artesia Boulevard or by a cemetery and train and bus station. They want to live as close to the beach as possible, which is why South Redondo is the best location for the majority of the RENA housing. Transportation is of no concern to people that want to live by the beach. They know that there's a sacrifice to living in this area and are willing to add an extra 10 minutes in commuting in order to live in a desirable area. I see no new housing being proposed in South Redondo at any of these meetings and only additional housing being added to North Redondo. The council's treatment of North Redondo residents and land is appalling. We deserve the same respect and treatment as you give to those living in South Redondo. We are overcrowded and traffic is already very stressful for us. Unfortunately, if you continue on this path, this plan will be voted down by the residents. You are putting the entire city at risk by continuing down this road. When the residents vote down your plan, the state will have the option to take control by allocating housing in our city. We are all better served by having you negotiate and equitably share housing throughout the entire city. That concludes.
No, there's one more.
One more. Thank you. I just saw that. From Alexander Martin. In regards to last week's motion, which was approved by Mayor Brand and Obagi, Nils, and Lowenstein, North Redondo would be getting over 1,000 units in the Vons area, Artesia and Kingsdale and 182nd. Now, folks are aware that the Adams Middle School, Lincoln Elementary School, and Washington Elementary School are going to be overcrowded because of this. Number two, we can't do anything about Franklin Elementary School because Friendship Foundation is building a new community center on the former school site. While Redondo Union High School is already overcrowded, approximately 300 kids, 3,000 kids, which has been this way since the late 2010s, North Redondo is already in need of a new high school ever since Aviation High School closed down in the 1980s. In fact, North Redondo should have a new 6 to 12 joint middle and high school in that Adams Middle School, Maricosta High School, which is MBUSD, and RUHS will not be overcrowded in the next 20 years. Suggested location of new 6 to 12 school tech district. I want to refresh one more time just to make sure I don't have another comment. No, that concludes the comments.
Okay. Thank you, Vicki. Let's go to the council and Councilmember MD.
Okay, so just to answer Holly's still here, the question that she had about why is the number higher? So she probably just didn't catch that in the beginning. We have two categories, the affordable, the very low and low, and then we have the moderate and above moderate. And the buffer that we have to add has to go on to the very low, which is 1,444 units times 10%. The staff had recommended 20, but council decided to go down to 10. So that makes it 1,589. Plus, we have the moderate and above moderate is 1,046 units. And so we end up, no matter how much we shave it, the lowest we're going to be able to do is 2,635, even though our RENA is 2,490. So just 2,635. But the thing is we actually have more capacity in the moderate and above moderate than we are required to have of the 1,046. So I hope that explains it. And you can always call me tomorrow if it doesn't. To the other person that called, the 405 Marine Inglewood Triangle, it is no longer North Tech. I'm just going to call it the Black Lung area because that's we couldn't even zone a school in that area because you can't put schools next to the 405 freeway anymore. So that the person who asked, they were confused as to how many units. This is going to be 700 units. So I just wanted to clarify that on some of the questions that people asked. So anyway, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obagi.
Sure, I just want to respond to a couple of things. I did not delete anything off Nextdoor. Apparently, Nextdoor flagged it as political and took it down. But I've circulated my letter in response to some things I've put out by other council members, which explain my rationale for the motion that I made last week, and I stand by that to this day. Also, the statements by Mr. Hensley, Commissioner Hensley, are false or taken out of context. I absolutely believe that this underutilized property is ideal right next to the transit center that we're pouring millions of dollars into, is ideal for new residential development. How does it impact the residents of District 4? It doesn't. There's a cemetery over here. That's dead people. That's where dead people go, by the way. There's nobody living there. There's a park across the street down here. There's commercial over here. So how many residents are going to be disturbed by this? 0. All right. As far as the schools, I met with the school board president. They have the ability to expand to Adams and Washington. And we just moved today more residents down, potential units down to District 3. As far as the school, the North Tech area out here, there's a high school across the street from this triangle. My conversation with the school board president was, hey, can you work out the same deal that you worked out with Miracosta with this Lawndale High School, especially if we have low income and medium income populations here? The parents might very well rather send their kids to a high school across the street. How can you say that high schools can't be built here, that it's so toxic? Here's a high school right here, Councilmember MD. So as far, and Commissioner Hensley, your plan was to put housing, dense housing at Artesia and Aviation right in the middle of District 4. That's a betrayal to District 4, because every one of those people is either going to drive down Artesia Boulevard or up to Aviation Boulevard. So that's the kind of vote at 7-0 that makes me lose confidence into the suggestions that are coming from the Planning Commission. I do not want more congestion in our city. I don't want more congestion on our streets. That is why my motion was to put people on the east side of the district and north side of the district so they can hop on the freeway, hop on the metro, and get to their metro destination, to their work destination when they need to. All right. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Naranine.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, Councilmember Valle, I couldn't, you showed a perfect example and reasoning and just went one more step further as to why I support you as a team member up here, because I actually wanted to put Artesia Boulevard with more mixed use, higher density mixed use, because the general plan as it sits right now, if you look at mixed use for South PCH, it says to slow down, to quote, slow down traffic and create a more walkable environment, unquote. Okay, it's PCH. We don't control the speeds on there. And oh, by the way, you think anyone at PCH is going to start slowing down? No, it's not going to happen. But that's exactly what wants to happen on Artesia Boulevard. But Councilmember Baji, you did perfect when you showed the densities and you showed the horizontal mixed use that's already happening on Artesia Boulevard. So that's a phenomenal point. And to that point, Mr. Hensley, you're expressing the exact reasons why I was so tepid at even thinking that you should be good on the Planning Commission, and you're not. Show me a project that you've worked on that you've brought the density down, or you brought the density in a more character of the community, because I can show you multiple projects. And yes, I know exactly what density bonuses are. They are state laws. They're mandated. They're not impacted by ARENA. And if you look at Save the Riviera, what we did with Save the Riviera, they asked for 180 units on a site that's zoned for 149, but they were only building on 3 acres, so they got 115 units. So you want to talk about zoning? Let's talk about zoning. Let's talk about actual projects that you've worked on, brought the densities down. And oh, by the way, Councilmember MD voted for the 149 unit project. Okay, Councilmember Horvath had it right, and he voted yes for the 115. I've given him full credit for that. Every single year I've said that. Thank you for that. So Commissioner Hensley, when you sit there on the Planning Commission, you've got a lot to learn, And zoning is very difficult. It's not easy. Bring a project within the scope and character of the community, And, you know, Doug Boswell really belongs on that planning commission. I can't believe he's not there because he was really on point with the distribution of units and equity. I look at a lot of these issues here about equity. I keep hearing equity. Where are there in any other district in Redondo Beach do you have 171 density dwelling units per acre? 171 dwelling units, a 12-story building. You don't have that anywhere. It's the tallest building, residential building in all of Redondo Beach. So, when we look at this, we have to understand and realize exactly what Doug Boswell said about with traffic, where it goes. I was not in favor of upzoning massively in commercial in a lot of these areas, but it's what some of these people want to do. Council members want to do. Councilmember Baji, how would you feel about going down on the North Route FAR from 1.5 to 1.25, or do you want to keep it at 1.5?
That's fine. If you want to go to 1.25, by all means, go for it. But
I mean, I've heard a lot.
Giving them room to grow, and whether it's them, any other tech defense employer, or military, cyber defenses, you name it, is not contracting in the near future.
I mean, I'm looking at their FAR right now. It's 0.7 right now, so that's almost a doubling of what they have. It is actually doubling what they have, more than a doubling of what they have to go to 1.5. So I don't think they're going to go to that level of 1.4. I think let's just keep it at 1.25, because that's going to produce a tremendous amount of traffic on that particular location. And I want to make sure we manage that correctly. I mean, I realize that we do have the green line right there and the 405, so really it's an off ramp. But I think I would like to keep it at 1.25. That's almost a doubling, and keeping that within reason. So as Councilmember MD has said. And then my question to staff, to Brandy, I guess Veronica isn't here, but I guess Brandy is the perfect person I want to ask, because I need someone to take responsibility for this. So my question is this: who is calculating this lowest number, very low affordable? Because that's really what's driving here, and I'm having a big problem with us doing this massive upzoning. And thankfully we've gone the 10%, not 20%, because 10% being that number is giving us this massive extra number that we have to zone for. And most people are realizing that. So, Brandy, is she purely, and we are 100% relying on her for the 10% extra for the very low affordable?
So that, yeah, Veronica's doing the evaluation. She showed you the slide of what the restrictions are that HCD has. And it's the 10% is the buffer that's been included.
Right. So my question is this: so if we're going with the 10% and we have to hit that very low affordable, she is determining what parcels go at what percentage, what numbers, so she can say herself, hey, this parcel is 5 units instead of 10 units. And so if we wanted to say, no, this could actually support 10 units, she's actually overriding that.
If I can, I'm actually here.
Veronica, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't do parcel by parcels, deciding on which parcel gets how many units. What I did is I look at your assessor data, and sometimes I look at them parcel by parcel on what's on the ground. But what I do is take a look at what's being designated, for example, mixed use. And hold
on, let me stop you right there. Hold on, sorry, because I need to get to the bottom of this, because people are hitting the nail on the head with exactly what I've been thinking. Is this very low number is really determining our overall number, and that's our pivot point. So you're saying it's based off of mixed use zoning?
No, I'm saying that how I calculate how much unit you get on each parcel is based on a formula that
Who determines that formula?
Well, that's what I'm using is 80% of the maximum density allowable in whatever zone that you're using. but I cannot use every single parcel within a district, because what the state law says is you have to identify sites that have some reason to be recycled over the next 8 years. So what I use is the year of construction of the building. It's at least like 20, 30 years old building.
But
I use
the problem is, for the recycling of units, we don't have any recycling of units happening in Redondo Beach.
No, recycling of property.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
But you just said 80%. So that leaves us to 20%. So we're only doing 80%. But we in Redondo Beach don't build 80%. We build at 98 to 100% of residential consistently. I mean, that's happening all over in South Redondo. It's 100% residential, minimum commercial on mixed use. And then when it comes like Fisk Lane, we had 38 was usable, and we only did 36, right? So that's, I don't know what that is. So 2 divided by 38, that's 0.05%.
We've been trying very hard in San Diego region of the housing elements that we're doing, and with communities like yours that has pretty much maximum density of building pushing it, and HCD is not accepting. They keep coming back and say you need to lower the average yield. So that's what I have done, is an average yield for 80%. If you feel differently, I guess we can push it up, but that runs the risk of them coming back and pushing it down. We were doing the housing element for Imperial Beach.
If they push back on us and say no, when would they say no to us? In June, July, August, September?
When we submit, well, our goal is to adopt the housing element by October 15, and to submit the housing element to HCD for review by like no later than July. And so that gives them 60 days to look at it. Though we'll probably hear back from them by the end of August. So,
because I hear what the residents are saying. I'm trying to push this down. You know, we build at 100% maximals, but we can't say or determine what they build affordable, low affordable. We approve. There hasn't been a housing project Redondo Beach that we've denied in 10, 15 years, I want to say, 2008, 2010. So it's really hard for me to accept that we are denying any housing projects like Torrance, for instance, or bringing the units down, which we haven't done either. So we can only accept what people come to us, and people have been coming to us with a 98% or greater level. So I really want to ensure that HD understands that we are producing housing like no other city is.
Okay.
I mean, and my issue is at this very low rate right here, the very low, that's driving all the other numbers. And I hear what these commenters are saying. They don't want any more housing. We need more commercial. We're not upzoning any of the residential R1 neighborhoods. So I want to be really careful with this determination that we're being forced to upzone.
I guess I would ask staff, like, what would you like me to do? I can certainly recalculate the yield in a higher percentage. What would be the process like?
I think the only concern would be is the moment that there's a project that's not built out to its fullest, then we're hitting up against that with only a 10% buffer, we're hitting right up against that. And I would hate to have to come back and like rezone in a 6-month period.
So Brandy, my question to you is this: when was the last time we had a housing project that's come to us and said we've been below 98%? Fisk Lane is the only one that's been not 100%.
Galleria, Legato.
No, Legato was 100%. They asked for more than 120%. Galleria, actually, they weren't building on the entire project. In fact, we gave them a lot more. They were over 100% from what they're building. Fisk Lane was the only one that I could think of that's less than at 2 units below.
Well, the Galleria. I mean, they could have put more in the Galleria.
They could have.
Yeah.
the school district was okay with 450 units.
Mm-hmm. And then Doug Boswell appealed it so they could have 0.
So is that the only one then, the Galleria?
And Legato in our last RENA was supposed to have 200. They put it on there. Or 180. They put it in their last explanation. So
That's impossible because Legato at its highest density for 4
I'll
acres
show it
is
to you. I'll email it to you. Let's not waste time here. I'll email it.
148 units.
Doesn't matter. HCD is telling her 80%, and she's trying to tell you, if you want me to go lower, fine. But then there's a good chance that HCD will reject it. That's what Veronica's trying to tell you. So she's not in control of what HCD is telling her is 80%.
Okay, so you said it yourself, Laura. She's not in control. The state is forcing us to do this. All right, then I'll accept it, and then I'll move forward. Then I'll lower my hand. We can go and vote on this.
You'll accept
what we're at right now.
She'll accept the 80% that Veronica's the calculations.
Yeah, we don't need to recalculate. Laura just said she's fine with it.
I didn't say I was fine. I'm just telling you what is happening.
Right.
And no one's fine with this.
I totally agree with you. If the state is doing that to us, so I'm fighting to get it down, but the state's doing this, and we don't have a choice. That's my point with this. So I'm fine.
Okay. Laura, you got your hand up. Did you want to say anything more?
Yeah. There's lots of areas in Redondo they're actually Torrance that have a Redondo post office, and every year those parents come to Redondo schools thinking that they've moved into Redondo Beach so they could go to Redondo schools, only to be told, no, you live in Torrance. And so somebody moving to Redondo Beach, chances are not likely that they're going to want to go to Lawndale. They're going to want to go to Redondo High School. And Raymer, in the fact that Raymer told you that we could work out that deal, I'm going to excuse that as her being new on the council, but it's the school district that negotiates
I
on
didn't
that.
say that she represented anything to me. I said I asked her to work out that deal with Lawndale if this zoning goes through.
Okay, well, you'll have to go talk to Holly because she worked for years on that. So anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and call to a vote and yeah, let's go ahead. It's fine. What? I'm sorry. I did have one question. I forgot. When will this go to when will the general plan be? Is it going to go to a vote? When's the schedule for that?
Randy, do you want to take that, or you want me to? I mean, we still have to go to the advisory committee for the goals and policies, and then we have to do an environmental review. So let's just say it didn't have to go to a vote. I mean, it wouldn't go through all of the process until middle of next year or fall, and then you have to add the vote on after that. If Randy, I think, and maybe
that's right. So that's 2022.
To get the whole general plan and environmental to council, and then I'm not sure the next steps on how that gets placed on.
It would likely be our regular municipal scheduled election in March of 2023.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bill.
That'd be my guess, given everything there is to do. Listen, let's say just a few words, you guys, because it's so late, but this isn't anybody's fault. This isn't Saint's fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's just the state. It's RENA. And they're making us do this. If this council had their opportunity and had their way, we'd be downzoning the town the way the city of Redondo Beach did back in 1992. So, yeah, so they thrust this on us, and we know all these other things that are coming too. And I don't need to get into that. Everybody that's still awake would already know what I'm talking about. But I don't imagine if SB 9 passes that we'll get any credit at all for having to split single family lots and allow 6 units where there's 1. You have anything to say about that, Veronica? If SB 9 passes and the governor signs it in September, well, there's your RENA. Is there
that isn't your RENA because you still, it's 30 dwelling units to acre.
Well,
it's not your RENA.
You're going to have 6 units per single family lot. Some of them will be affordable. And so, yeah, I mean, has that been decided how splitting all the single family lots that then allow each parcel will allow 3 units, so that'll be 6 units? Has that been addressed at all on amount of housing that will be allowed in the city?
We haven't
It has.
contemplated that yet.
Yeah, it hasn't. I mean, that's the answer ultimately, folks. But ultimately, too, if you see the background I've got here, it's Redondo Beach.
I was just gonna say.
It's 11,000 residents per square mile, okay, and going up. We got structural budget deficits because of, we've got too much residential, not enough commercial. The state is forcing us to rezone commercial for residential, which will worsen our structural budget deficit. Traffic, we've got a gridlock headed north and gridlock headed south, and we all live it, and it's getting worse. And as far as these arena allocations, if you add more housing yet in South Redondo, you're going to impact the entire town with more traffic. So being able to place this new housing out and by the freeways and by the transit center is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. It's in the HCD guidelines, and I can read it from here, promoting infill development and protection of environmental and agricultural research, the encouragement of efficient development patterns, and the achievement of the region's greenhouse gas reduction targets provided by the State Air Resources Board pursuant to section 65080. We'd be violating that if we cram a bunch of housing down in South Redondo and the AES side and everywhere else. It's 5 miles from the freeway, as opposed to being right next to it, as opposed to being right next to the transit center. So if you put it down in South Redondo, where are all those cars going to go? They're going to go down Pacific Coast Highway. They're going to hit 190th. They're going to hit Inglewood Avenue. They're going to hit Aviation Boulevard, and they're going to come down Manhattan Beach Boulevard. I mean, sorry, but that little area of North Redondo is next to the freeway and next to the transit center. And if HCD is on this call, which they may very well be, that's where our additional housing belongs, next to a job center, next to a transportation node. I mean, that's what we're supposed to do. But again, none of us want to do this, but we have to. So that's just it. And so we're stuck. And so, all the finger pointing and that all of it's going into one area, and there's still a lot of mixed use can be built on Pacific Coast Highway. And it's getting built to the max. And Legato was built to the max when it was properly parcelized, that they took the parcel they could build on and they built they went to the max. And that was after a lawsuit. And I didn't vote for One South. It was 55 units because that's what was allowed, 55 units or 53 or whatever it was. 52. So we're building in South Redondo, and you saw the pictures last time of those huge complexes that we already have. So, everybody can look at all the figures they want. The fact is Redondo Beach is overbuilt. Even Aaron Jones said we're built out. And that's not stopping the state of California and Sacramento. I didn't even get into water, right? What are you going to do about water? So, and our schools are full. Our schools are full, and we know that. So anyway, I think it's the right thing to do. And we've got these bills coming to put it next to the transportation centers and the nodes. The idea of equity goes completely, in terms of like spreading it all out and dividing by 5 and making sure everything, that's going to make the traffic worse. That's going to degrade the quality of life of the entire town. So we're lucky really to be having this area out by the freeway. And even if they do go and somehow decide to drive south to go to work, they'll be going opposite traffic. So it's nobody's doing this. And I think Councilmember Apache's, it's amazing the work that he's done. And he's really hit the ground running, and it's extremely impressive. And I'm sorry you're getting such a hard time, Councilmember Abaji, because I think the work you've done is really, frankly, fantastic. And the way you can pull up the charts and the maps and and do the math. And I think most consultants would say you're definitely a cut above what they normally see on a council. And so. Look, I get it too with Councilmember MD. If I was in District 5, why are you putting it all out here? But it really, really does belong out there. And we're being forced to do this. People compared this to 2001 when we were fighting 3,000 units in the heart of the city. Nobody was making them do that. That was just a gimme to developers, very similar to what they want to do now at the AS again, 20 years later. Just hand them over a bunch of dense residential zoning. So, big property owners like that with nothing on it should have to come to the city and work with us, not just ask and get delivered. So that's a whole nother issue. Anyway, that's enough for, what is it? 1 o'clock in the morning?
Just a quick, if I may.
Anyway, hang on 1 second. Let me see here. I'll get off my soapbox. That's enough. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you for the kind words, Mayor. Brandy, I just want to make sure that two things. First, that the cap that we put of 10%, no more than 10% of a buffer from last session is remaining in place as far as direction to Veronica, Ms. Tam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that I want to make sure that I didn't miss something that Mr. Hensley mentioned, which is that we just changed the zoning on the South Galleria portion, the South Kingsdale area here, excluding the green area. This yellow area is not proposed to be zoned for residential, correct?
Actually, it's the general plan, because I think for that area, you said the underlying land use is to remain the same general plan. I think that's what Wendy was trying to allude to with the CR regional commercial.
But we did not move to regional commercial, correct?
No, regional commercial is what's existing.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let me take a look at.
Well, that was my question. What does that mean to stay regional commercial?
Well, I was
concerned about that.
Commercial on here.
Well, it's the existing zoning.
The existing zoning. Up at the top.
What was the recommendation of the GPAC for that area?
May I pull up the slide? Or,
yeah.
That was the industrial flex.
Mm-hmm.
And what did commercial regional allow?
It allows for a mix of, and Sean can jump in here too, but it allowed for residential and commercial. So there's different FARs depending on the types of commercial uses that you did. But it was a density of up to 35 dwelling units to the acre. That's how the Galleria was approved. It was under that CR designation.
Okay, we don't want any more residential. So,
I really think we need to come up with something other than commercial, regional commercial.
All right.
Well, so that was the intent of the industrial flex. So if I have a better sense of what kinds of uses you would like to see in there, we might be able to see if we were kind of on track with that. Because if it's no residential, the industrial flex was allowing for kind of those, the creative spaces, the incubator spaces, some industrial, like lighter industrial, more of those jobs. So the intent was to create a job center that didn't, that's why we split it up into the industrial general, which was Northrop, and then this kind of like more creative industrial, which is that kind of, mixed use without residential in this area. So that was the intent of the GPAC when we were talking about it.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm up for industrial flex.
Yeah, and so then that goes to what that exactly means, and you have to read what industrial flex means.
Provides for an integrated mix of light industrial and commercial and/or office uses such as commercial, research and development, incubator space, creative or technology-based businesses, offices, hotel, and supporting commercial uses. The overall character in this designation is intended to create a creative/tech incubator district with supporting uses. FAR of 1.0.
So if we switch those, get rid of commercial regional and make it industrial flex, will that impact our arena numbers at all?
We did not use that bottom area where my arrow is showing for the arena here because we
utilize the underlying as being industrial flex, and that's why we wanted to get the clarification.
Okay.
Can I get a definition of incubator space?
Kind of that, a new business like trying to come in. It can evolve. It's that creative flex space. So you might have, somebody that's more of that. My brain's burning out at this time of night. But it's more of that kind of industrial, like co-working spaces where they might be flexible and they might be able to change a little bit. You might have somebody who's like a maker space, that sort of thing, where, you know, you might have some artists, or you might have somebody that's starting to craft things, but they don't need a whole big office or like an industrial building of their own. So it's kind of creating this.
I'd like to strike that and just leave it at creative office space, because I'm in an incubator right now and have lots of experience. An incubator space is it's just commercial. That's just flat out commercial space. That's not industrial. I'd rather just leave it as what did I just say? The creative office space, because that's creative office space is exposed utilities, open floor plan. I mean, artists and stuff, they can go right into industrial space. Industrial. I don't see that. Tech incubator is purely office space. That's all it is. Or creative office space. Tech incubator is just a generation.
You're saying delete it because it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, right?
Redundant, yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Okay, well, whatever.
And just so I can clarify, the only place we will be using industrial flex is in this area, because we went back to all the other industrial uses previously.
Sounds good.
Right.
Yeah, instead of regional commercial.
Right. Well, so is it? See, do you have it right?
I've got Galleria underlying land uses to be the industrial definition, but removing incubator space use, keeping creative office space use.
Okay, so we'll show 3 different industrial uses in this rectangle. So this will become industrial flex, anything that's hatched right here.
Yeah. South of the Galleria.
The only other thing I would have you guys consider is Northrop. They didn't ask for it. Don't give it to them. If they come back and they want it, then we can reconsider. But I don't know why they didn't ask for it. I don't know why they didn't ask for a lot of things. I
don't see the idea that, you know, if the landowner sells their property, the lease is still valid if they have a ground lease there. They're not, you know, that's not going to cause them to move. Ownership.
No, but you're moving them far on Northrop property, not where they're leasing.
Right. And so
they're not going to sell their property.
Right. They're going to sell it to get an additional now 0.5 FAR because they don't want to build something. No, they'll just do nothing with their property. And eventually if they sell or.
Well, they're not going to sell anyways. I think Bill's right. I mean, 1.5 FAR is too high.
Look, they can come back. If they need more FAR, they can come back and ask us. I don't know. They didn't ask for it, you know. Council members and others have other concerns that they're going to blow out because of the thing. Well, then don't give it to them. I don't know. It's not like they came and asked for it. I mean, there's other people on the call asking for stuff, and they sent us a letter saying they don't want anything, which is shocking. I find it hard to believe your corporate real estate vice president in Falls Church, Virginia knows they're saying that, but hey.
What are they at right now? 0.7? I mean, I wouldn't mind giving them a 1.0, so they don't need to ask for anything, but they can still build up, and as well as other places.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't mind giving them a 1.0.
Also, based on my emails with their government relations guy, who basically brushed us off for ages and ages, and then finally took a call, I guess, with you, Bill, Mr. Mayor, right before our second meeting. I don't think the discussion is going to a high enough level there for it to actually.
I totally agree. So fine, make it one, just to show that we're ready, willing, and able.
Yeah.
All right.
One's a pretty high FAR.
Yeah, and let them come back and ask for more if they want it.
Fine, just go to one.
Okay, and that's amended motion on there.
So with that, we had all other industrial areas were 1.0 FAR anyway, so it'd just be, everything would be at the 1.0.
Sounds good.
Okay, are we done?
I think so.
Yes.
You got your hand up, Zane. Are you done?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. So I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath,
Still no.
Councilmember Obaji,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Definitely not.
Okay, so it passes, and I guess we don't need to read anything, but we do need to move to L1, I suppose, and open the public hearing and then continue it, but we gotta take public comment.
Mayor, are you changing the order?
Oh, I'm sorry, let's go to P1. Or city manager item. Let's go to city manager item.
Yeah, city manager item, only item I have is we're doing interviews for finance director, kind of final selection next week. So I indicated that I would kind of keep you apprised and, have 3 good candidates we're looking at and hope to wrap that up soon. That's about it.
Thanks, Joe. Mayor and council items, Councilmember, Narenberg.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. I just wanted to double check, 4th of July, block party permits. I think we're coming back with a report on that, right, Joe? Just to make sure. Because I've been getting a lot of inquiries about that. People wanted to get block permits. And we're doing a full opening on June 15th.
I don't know that we have a report on this. I think that we're planning on issuing block party.
Okay.
Ted, anything to add on that?
Oh, that's correct, Joe. We've instructed our staff that we are accepting block party applications at this point.
Okay, perfect. I will let people know. I got a lot of inquiries on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Mike Wazanski. I'd like to get, if possible, a ballpark estimate on what a 50-meter competition pool would be using Mirtha as a company to talk to. Just a ballpark. That's all I'm looking at. And perhaps in the North Redondo area near the aviation gym.
Can you do that? We'll put that together as part of the budget response report.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Nothing.
Councilmember Obaji.
There is maybe for Joe, Mr. Hofkin, there's a by order of the city, this area is closed sign on the Perry Park, one of the baseball fields, the one that is further to the west, facing west. I think it's probably old from COVID, but unless the baseball field was closed today or yesterday, today for some reason. But I noticed that when I was there. Already addressed, so if we could take that sign down.
Okay, yeah, we'll look at it.
Thank you. And then we're going to have this is more of a question. We're going to have a community right-of-way cleanup day for the SCE property and de-weeding on June 5th, which we'll publicize shortly. But I was wondering, is there any resources the city could lend to the community, be it buckets, loan buckets for people to put trash in, so we're not using plastic bags or anything like that?
We could reach out to Athens, our waste hauler. They may have some materials they could donate.
Cool. All right, that'd be cool. Thank you. That's it.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, moving right along to P1, discussing consideration of a resolution expressing a vote of no confidence in the LA County District Attorney George Gascon. Who was providing this report? I guess Mike Webb, you were going to talk about this, or?
Well, it was just this was a council referral based on motion by Councilmember Obaji, and you have a sample resolution for your consideration and editing and modifications. We included a number of other cities that passed similar resolutions, and
okay,
that's it for my report, since it's a council directed referral.
If we're going to have a long discussion about this, we still have the public hearing.
We also have comments.
Well, are we going to have a long discussion about this?
I wasn't.
I don't know if you guys want it. You're going to start wordsmithing it. You guys have done that all the time.
We have public.
Oh, you did this thing. You got a comment on this? Anybody got a motion?
It's a very short. It's a strike one paragraph and add in one word. That's
Go ahead. What is it?
All right. I move to adopt this, but striking this paragraph because, frankly, misdemeanor, non-serious felonies, non-violent felonies don't really concern me too much. Wonder why they're felonies if they're non-serious though. And then add in the word may to George Gascon may contradict state laws. Because I just haven't, I don't think any of us have reviewed the state laws and the directives closely enough to decide that. So with that, I'll move to adopt this no confidence resolution.
I'll second that.
Mike, do you know what he's talking about? Where may would go and to delete that fourth whereas?
I definitely know where May is going. And the fourth whereas, the only thing I would say is that the police have had, and I know Chief Kaufman was standing by to talk about some of the cases that have been affected or some of the Redondo cases. For example, stealing a car is a wobbler, and even if it's a felony, it's a non-serious felony. And the state legislature has funny ways of deciding what's non-serious. At one point in time, a possession of a weapon of mass destruction was a non-serious felony. So you may want to leave that in there. The may makes perfect sense because, and that was just borrowed from other, what other cities had put. But zero bail was a real issue for the police, where people were caught in a stolen car and they knew, well, you have to let me go, and then they'd go out and steal other cars. So
all right. Well,
you may want to leave that in. The may makes perfect sense.
Explain like that. I'll leave it in. So let's just, I move to adopt with just putting in the may.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right.
We have comments from the public.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Karen Roseberry.
Hello. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we hear you fine. Good
All
morning,
right. Well,
Karen.
thank you guys very much. I have to say, I think you might be one of the most dedicated city councils that I've seen out there. I think you guys are going on 7.5 hours or so and counting on your meeting. So thank you guys very, very much for the work that you're doing.
Actually, 9 hours. We started at 4:30, but go
Oh,
ahead.
that's right. I'm sorry. You had a closed session before that. I apologize. Well, I'll make this quick and brief. I did send a letter along. I do hope that it was sent, but I would speak in favor of this vote of and in support of the resolution of no confidence. I appreciate the work that city councils do, and I think we have a district attorney at this point in time who is out of control in terms of the directives that he's been issuing. He's acting as a legislator, not as an enforcer of the law, not as one who actually is supposed to be prosecuting crime. His actions go contrary to the rule of law. In fact, they actually disregard rule of law and the fact that a number of misdemeanors are not being prosecuted. I appreciate the fact that the aspect on bail was left in because voters actually voted in the same election in which Gascon was elected to reinstate cash bail. That was done statewide and that was done countywide as well. And in fact, in Los Angeles County, the reinstatement of cash bail came at a higher percentage of the vote than that which Gascon received as well. I think that it is essential and imperative to our democratic system for elected officials to hold other elected officials accountable when they are acting outside of their authority and scope. And that is exactly what we see happening with the district attorney at this point in time. He was elected to enforce the law. He was elected to prosecute crime and to disregard crime, and to disregard the prosecution is not his role. It's not the office for which he was elected. I know that there's a lot of talk and there's a lot of appreciation for elected officials, elections having consequences, all of which is certainly understood and accepted. But we elect individuals to do a particular job, and his actions are acting far outside of the scope of the job that he was elected to do. And so we entrust other elected officials to hold them accountable. We entrust the people to hold our elected officials accountable as well. But many times it is difficult for grassroots people to hold certain elected officials that are abusing power accountable. And so when city council such as yourself take this action, it is appreciated, and I hope that it will help in support of this resolution of no confidence. And thank you very, very much for your time this evening or this morning.
Yeah. Are you with some organization, Karen?
I'm a concerned citizen of Los Angeles County.
Okay, well, way to hang in there.
Okay, our next person is Andrew Lesser.
Better make this quick, Andy.
Yeah, it will be. I agree 100% with every single word that Karen Roseberry said. So I don't have to say any of that. I just want to point out that it was extremely unfortunate that it was a perfect storm of bad things that happened that got this fellow Gascon elected. I support the no confidence vote. There was a large amount of money poured behind Gascon. I think we all know where that money came from.
No, we don't.
I'm
Where it
sorry.
come from?
I understand it's a rich progressive billionaire, but that's anecdotal. So, one thing I can say for sure was her campaign was extremely poorly run, because I begged the campaign for lawn signs forever. I even sent money and never got a response, even after I said there were Gascon signs popping up in Redondo. And lastly, the incident involving Jackie Lacey's husband pointing a gun at protesters on their porch, that basically put the nail in the coffin of her campaign. So it's very unfortunate, because I think if circumstances weren't what they were, she may have been reelected handily. But we're stuck with Gascon, so I appreciate your no confidence vote letter. Thanks. Hope that was short enough.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Thank you, guys.
Any other public comments?
We have 11 e-comments.
Well, we're not going to read those. This
Oh,
is
Laura makes a big deal about us reading e-comments all the time. As she
we're
did
moving
with
on.
constituents.
Any more council comments?
That's all I have is the e-comments.
Okay,
And-
great. There's a motion on the floor in a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
You know, I totally get what everybody wants to do about George Gaston. I don't know enough about this issue to truly make a vote. I'm going to have to abstain.
Okay, so there you go. Passes 3-1-1.
Okay, Mayor. I need to read after you. I can read. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2105-045, a resolution of the Council City, Redondo Beach, California, expressing a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. Thank you.
Okay, on to L1. This is a public hearing for consideration of appeal of a planning commission decision approving the request for an accessory structure roof attached to the rear elevation of a main home with a rear setback. Sorry.
I'll make a motion to open public hearing.
I'll need ex parte.
Oh, ex parte.
Yeah. So go ahead. Any ex parte communication?
I talked with members of the public, Mayor Brand, and that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Talked with Mayor Brand, Councilmember Narenheim, and I met with the I guess, I don't know what the word defendant would be, the Suffners?
Proponent.
Proponent. Oh, yeah, proponent, sorry. Thank you, the Suffners.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, I have corresponded with the proponents, with the appellants, and spoken briefly with staff and briefly with Councilwoman MD.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I have talked with the mayor, and I met in person with both the Suffners and the Stocks, Bill Stock, yesterday.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I met with Lisa, and with I spoke with her, and then the Suffners, well, the Corey, is that her name? And then Councilman, Councilman Horvath, and then I read the report. That's all I've done.
Okay, I spoke with Councilman Obaji, Councilmember Narenheim, Councilmember Lowenstein, and I read the report. Did not talk to staff, did not talk to either the proponent or the appellant. Okay, is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, public hearing's open. Yeah, I guess we have, I don't know quite when to take the motion to continue the public.
I would like to make a motion to listen to public comment and read public comment and continue the public hearing to, I guess we don't have a meeting next week, but we do have a meeting in June. So we can do the first meeting in June. Does that work for you, Brandy?
That's budget.
They're all 3 budgets. Or do you want to do the second meeting in June?
I'm available at either of those. I would just, Joe may have a better idea.
What do you think, Joe?
I think the second meeting in June may be better. That's a mid-month meeting. We're going to have the CIP focus, probably less heavy items on that agenda.
Okay, so for the second meeting in June.
Is that June 8th?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Correct.
Okay, well, let's take public comment then.
Oh, I gotta get a second. Well,
Is there a second? Second. Okay, let's take public comment, knowing that this item is going to be continued and you will not be hearing either from the appellant or the proponent tonight, but we will be taking public comment and continuing the hearing to June 8th. So,
Okay, so we have, no one's raised their hands for Zoom. However, we do have 9 e-comments.
well, let's go ahead and read them.
First
Go ahead,
comments.
Vicki.
Thank you. First comment submitted by Greg Thatcher. He's with Vista Sotheby's International Realty, and he's, okay, as a longtime resident of North Redondo Beach and realtor in the South Bay for over 13 years, I'm providing this letter from a professional point of view. I have reviewed countless properties in this area and found the backyard improvements of 2015 Spire Lane, Unit B, Redondo Beach, would substantially increase the value of the subject property. The design was well planned and executed with excellent attention to detail. Quality of the materials and workmanship are both above average. They do not negatively impact the value of any of the surrounding properties. As well, improvements are consistent with the general look and feel of the neighborhood. There is not, in my view, any reasonable argument that it is anything but a valuable addition to the neighborhood. In my opinion, having neighbors who invest in their homes with improvements only increases property values for the area. The Suffnars should be considered valuable neighbors to have on your street. Next comment is submitted by Brad English. Redondo Beach City Council, we live at 2016 Belmont Lane, Unit B, Redondo Beach. We have been here since we purchased our home in 2000. We understand that there have been some complaints about the Suffnar residence's backyard, home improvements, and we are writing to give our support / approval of the improvements they made, excuse me. Our yards back up to one another and touch in the corner. We are not directly behind them, but the lot just to the east on the Belmont Lane side of the block. I have to admit I am jealous of what they did with their yard. They have created a wonderful outdoor space. Frankly, I'm happy about the overall improvement to the neighborhood, though not visible from the street, but this will bring all the property values up. We all have small yards here in Redondo, and sadly, many don't really use them. In a way, we have a small neighborhood behind the houses. It's nice to have a family breathing more life into our little neighborhood. Please count us as fully supportive of their home improvement project. Sincerely, Brad and Shanna English. Next comment is submitted by Christina Cleland. Dear Redondo Beach City Council, I oppose this appeal and support the Planning Commission decision rendered on March 18, 2021. My name is Christina Cleland, and I am born and raised in the beloved South Bay. I currently work serving the South Bay community as a mental health therapist. My friends Corey and Matt Safnar have built a really nice outdoor patio, including a barbecue and fireplace for entertainment and relaxation. It is evident that the structure that was built at 2015 Spire Lane, Unit B, is compliant with the written code. Growing up in the South Bay with its beautiful weather, I know how appealing it is to spend as much time as you can outside. As a mental health therapist, evidence supports the importance of spending time outside to relieve anxiety, stress, and depression. With the pandemic and our difficulties with getting out of the house, it is especially important to have a living space outside to spend your quality time. I feel really strongly that their home improvement is another great living space that should be allowed. It is unfortunate that the Suffnars are getting caught up in the city bureaucracy of trying to get this resolved when there are more important issues to address in our community. I hope you can all see the benefits of this outdoor space and how it is not negatively impacting any of the neighbors in the community. Next comment is submitted by Marshall Geld. January 31, 2021, to whom it may concern, we have lived in Redondo Beach for 41 years. We are the original owners of 2017 B Spire Lane and have resided here for 33 years. In that time, we have watched the neighborhood change from single-family houses to predominantly two on a lot. Over the years, we have worked cooperatively with our neighbors, current and past, regarding fencing and tree trimming. Currently, we live directly east of the Suffnar family. We share a new vinyl fence, which we cooperatively financed and had built to replace the old worn-out wooden fence. The Suffnars have always meticulously maintained their property and have recently improved the living area in their backyard. We believe that these improvements are very well done and enhance the property. We are writing this letter to express our support of the backyard improvements. We concur with our neighbors, the McAvity family, that it is refreshing to see neighbors that invest in their home and community. Their improvements to the driveway and backyard area are tastefully done and adhere to the diverse architectural styles throughout the neighborhood. Their improvements and their significant financial investment contribute to the overall property values in the area. The Suffnars have always been considerate neighbors. They have notified all impacted neighbors regarding their construction and the lengthened timetable due to unforeseen circumstances. We feel that it is quite unfair for one homeowner to create such difficulties for the Suffnars when the majority of the surrounding homeowners feel that the improvements are beneficial to the overall community. We hope that you consider all these facts and rule in favor of the Suffnars on this matter. We oppose this appeal as this project has already been unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. Sincerely, Marcia and Diana Gelb. Next comment is from Susan Roberts. March 18, 2021, to whom it may concern. My name is Susan Roberts. I am a local Redondo Beach resident for over 15 years in District 2. I am writing you to share my overwhelming support for the Suffnars backyard improvements. We have known the Suffnars for 10 plus years now and have gotten to know them well through our children who went to Jefferson Elementary together. Corey has been an active supporter in our community, always helping with school functions and fundraisers. Corey has also devoted her time as the chair at the elementary school for our running club for several years, showing up every single day to cheer on the kids running around the track every day before school. Here in Southern California, we are very fortunate to be able to enjoy the beautiful weather we have year-round. As a Redondo Beach resident, we all can attest to the hardworking lifestyle it takes to be able to reside and enjoy this small, niche community we live in. I admire residents like Matt and Corey who take pride in their home and investing in our community. In fact, we moved to a new home on South Juanita Avenue a few years ago. A well-maintained street was a critical and deciding factor in our decision to purchase on South Juanita Avenue. Redondo Beach would need to hire a cavalry to address all the non-conforming structures we have throughout our neighborhood. Well, that being said, I'm assuming, we still love Redondo Beach and all its charm it has to offer. The Suffnars are a well-respected family here in our community. They take pride in their home and community and should be the example and not the victim of one neighbor who appears to be upset about Matt and Corey removing trees on their own property to create a safe outdoor living space for their family. We ask the City Council to make the right decision and support the Suffnars, a Redondo Beach resident who takes tremendous pride in their community. Submitted by Laura Graber, to whom it may concern, I support the backyard improvements of Corey and Matt Suffnar. My name is Lori Grabner, or Graber. I am a local Redondo Beach resident on Steinhardt Avenue for 15 years and a local realtor for 19 years with the Hoffman Murphy real estate team. The structure they put up on their property enhances not only their home, but the neighborhood. The two and a lot homes do not have much outdoor space, so to maximize a great indoor-outdoor living space considerably increases the value of the homes in the neighborhood. An interested buyer would pay considerably more for a home with the outdoor enhancements that the Suffnars have done to their home. The space is not only beautiful, but functional, and the materials they use will last. I see many wood structures in backyards when selling homes that are full of termites and wood rot. This is not the case here. Additionally, ADUs are not allowed in Redondo Beach and ADUs are now allowed in Redondo Beach and have added value to our neighborhoods. This is much less than what would be considered an ADU as it is not enclosed. This structure not only increases value to the home and neighborhood, but the lifestyle of this family. Submitted by Michael Dworsky. I support the Stock's right to have city building and zoning codes enforced. We cannot allow anybody to build anything they want without following the law. It should be abundantly clear that the city must be able to still stop illegal development, and no planning commission decision should favor individuals who did not pay city fees, did not obtain permits, and then ignored the city's request to stop building unpermitted structures. This should be self-evident. The city should enforce its own laws. Otherwise, what is the point of having laws? Can anyone do whatever they want with their property? Allowing the planning commission's wrong-headed decision to prevail sends a clear message to all city residents. Build whatever you want. We won't stop you. In fact, we will approve it after the fact. This is wrong, plain and simple. I certainly hope the council recognizes this. Jerome Chang, there seems to be some level of politics involved with the history of these appeals, when the proposed structure should have been already denied on technical reasons alone. Therefore, I would like to remind council that there are at least two technical issues that should be left only to the building and planning departments to address. One, fire spread to neighboring buildings is more likely when any building encroaches a setback. Two, precedents do not necessarily mean they justify a proposed structure to be approved. One would have to verify each and every precedent to see if they were properly permitted. Many of these seemingly ad hoc structures were not permitted. Further, a structure that was permitted 20 years ago may not be compliant if built today. This is why the planning and building departments take the opportunity to encourage and enforce compliance to today's code for any proposed design they review. Finally, while it is great that the property owner has great neighborhood support, what I find missing is support from any licensed architect. Please note that the licensed professional who submitted the proposed design of this structure was a structural engineer, not a licensed architect. An engineer does not readily deal with the safety issues of setbacks and adjacent structures or the code issues of precedence. They primarily focus on the structural integrity of the proposed design in isolation of other structures. From Matthew Hensley, good morning at 1 a.m. What the city council did to push back this public hearing to the Stock family and Suffner family is just cruel. They have been dealing with this for almost a year. To make them wait even longer isn't right. You should have resolved this item first, as it was on the agenda for tonight, and let these families move on and put this behind them. That concludes the comments. I'm just refreshing to make sure there's not another one. I think that's
also for Jerome Chang. He sent an email just saying that he supports, not oppose. Just to
thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just want to apologize to the Suffners and to the Stocks. I think it was completely inconsiderate to change the agenda at the last minute. And Mr. Pinsler made a comment, and I think, I'm hoping that my colleagues will maybe think about this going forward, because we've been moving around the agenda quite a lot lately. The rough agenda comes out on Wednesday afternoons with staff. I would, just recommend anybody talk to the city manager or the assistant city manager and or the mayor about where the agenda is headed. And if you think you want something reordered, maybe just talk about it then, because to do that at the last minute here and to put a hearing all the way at the end, that's why we have the hearings come before discussion items and before mayor and council items, because there's so many people involved in it and because it is such a process. So I would implore my colleagues to think about that on a go forward basis. And again, my apologies to the proponents and the appellants.
Councilmember Obaji.
I had a question for the city attorney. Mr. Webb, when they come back, if between now and the time they come back, they've resolved the dispute between each other by reaching an agreement that, hey, Suffners are going to do one thing, the Stocks are going to do one thing, and can they resolve it that way, basically, and leave the planning commission decision intact? Basically, like in the same way a court orders parties to come back in 2 weeks after having a settlement conference or something like that.
It will depend on what it is. As a general rule, once a planning commission decision is appealed, it doesn't exist anymore. It's not like a trial court and then with the appeal is withdrawn. But And the other issue is it depends on whether the resolution would be within the law. You know, it started with your planning director determining that this was a violation of the law. It was an appeal of that decision by Mr. and Mrs. Suffner that went to the Planning Commission. That appeal was granted, and then Mr. and Mrs. Stock appealed that decision. So it would depend heavily on what that decision is.
Got it. All right. Well, thanks for that. Sorry you guys had to wait, but obviously we got 8-year RENA stuff to deal with, and we'll deal with y'all in due time.
Okay, Councilmember Nairn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brand. So, Councilmember Horvath, just out of curiosity, what is this rough agenda that you were talking about on Wednesday afternoons?
The city staff meets every Wednesday morning to discuss the next week's agenda. So they have a rough idea of what the agenda is looking like. So you can talk to staff and get an idea of what's going on. If you really feel something is super important, you know, you can request, I would think you can talk with them and request to have something moved, or talk with the mayor who talks with the city manager about the agenda. So I'm just saying this kind of last minute, you know, on the night of, when people are prepared and people are looking at the agenda and trying to figure out when they're going to sign on and be a part of the meeting, it's challenging. It's challenging for people. And, you know, we could have had that HCD conversation after the hearing and dragged on and not taken these people through the entire evening. I'm just trying to point out that, you know.
So you get a hold of these agendas before rough agendas?
No, I'm just telling you, this is staff meets every Wednesday to discuss the coming agenda. So if you are concerned,
I just want to make sure, because I've never seen a rough agenda before, and I've never heard of a rough agenda before, and I'm concerned that you're getting rough agendas and hearing what's going on.
I don't get rough agendas.
No, I think what he's referring to is just a phone call. You know, I'll have a staff. I'm not having one today because the meeting went so late, but normally the day after the council meeting, we review what happened last night. We have a kind of items that have been drafted. We have a draft agenda. Christian will call, what's on the agenda? How's it looking? Have conversations like that with whoever calls.
Okay, so yeah, that's my point exactly. So that's city manager item. So next week when we ask what's going on next week, you could tell us, surprise us all at the same time. So yeah, I mean, I apologize to everyone, but you know, listen, the thing is, at the end of the day, there are more pressing issues that we have to deal with that are really, really important. As you can see, we spent 4 hours a day on just the HTD items, and we had a bunch of other items that were really important. This is not a time-sensitive item, and I really apologize to you guys. And you're given your full time now, as well as next time in mid-June as well. But the items that we were discussing tonight are very much time sensitive, and we got a lot going on. We're still here at 1:40 in the morning. So, you know, I'm sorry that Councilmember Horvath seems to get information nobody else gets, but seems to be consistent. But you know, this is the way it happens, and you know, mid-June we will take it up, and it will be on the first thing on the agenda. You know, we've got a lot on our plate right now, so excuse us for delaying this to another time. I really apologize, but you know, I don't think you want to hear this in 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'll just say, I see Mr. Stock's on that. I didn't expect this previous item to go so long, or I wouldn't have supported moving it around. We've met before. I was hoping this was going to be a half hour, 45-minute. It turned into 4 hours. So I think apologies all around for both appellants. Trust me, I've had this happen to me before. Before I was on the council, 2006, 2005, 2004, 2008. You know, it just happens, but apologies. Do a better job of making sure it doesn't happen. Anyway, Mr. Stock, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a procedural questions here. I was provided this document, Rules of Conduct for City Council meetings. And inside it mentions judicial public hearings. And the first statement is, all public hearings shall be conducted in accordance with the following sequence of steps. The first step is announcement and motion to open the public hearing, motion to receive staff presentation, then 4 is public testimony, and it says A, proponent, B, appellant, C, public comment. So how did we get to C, public comment, when it says all public hearings shall be conducted in accordance with the following sequence of steps? So that's one question I have.
Let our city attorney answer that question. I take it one at a time. Mike, you want to explain why we have to take public comment?
Well, the motion was to not consider this and make a decision at 3 a.m. And those rules are typically modified by the council. If you read the staff report, staff recommended, because they want to have both appellant and the project proponent have equal time. And they deviate frequently from the published rules for each hearing, because it would be unfair to have a proponent have specified time and not the appellant. So the reason is that they made a motion to continue it, and they have to allow the public to continue, but the motion said that neither you nor the Suffners would be presenting your testimony tonight because it probably would be lost on the sleep-deprived council.
But why do we have to take public comment?
Because you have a right under the Brown Act to allow every person to speak to every agendized item on a city council agenda, whether it's a quasi-judicial hearing or not.
Okay, so I have to. Okay, what was your next question, Mr. Stalker?
The very end, meeting adjournment. It says, as the city council will determine which remaining agenda items, if any, will be considered after 11 p.m. Any agenda items not completed will be carried over to the following Tuesday.
Why,
Following
thank you for
Tuesday
pointing
is
that
not
out.
June.
And that's a valid point. No council member, the way it reads is that as soon as practicable, any council person shall determine at 10:30 which items will be continued over, and therefore the motion should be to continue it to the next public hearing. The problem is that you may be in, no, actually you go first. It will be the budget. It will be the budget that suffers.
On June 1st.
No, June 1st.
June 1st.
June 8th.
No, what I'm saying is he's correct. He's pointing out that your rules say it goes to the next meeting, and that is on your agenda. It's listed before the other items. Now, you can change the rules and reorder the agenda as you did tonight. And I think that's what they were trying to avoid by picking a less busy time, such as there is one. But technically, your rules provide that it should be continued to the next available council meeting, which I hear that we're maybe not going to have a meeting next week. And so that would be June 1st.
Okay, well, somebody's going to have to amend their motion. Anything else, Mr. Stalker?
No, that was it.
Okay.
So I'll amend my motion to be on the first meeting in June, which is June
1st.
June 1st.
And this will be the first item on the agenda.
And it'll be the first item on the agenda.
And then we'll talk about the budget and whatever else. Is there a second?
Well, no, that's amending my motion.
I'll second the amendment.
Yeah.
Accepted. Okay. All right, any other comments? I see Councilmember Obaji has his hand up.
Make a substitute motion to schedule this for next Tuesday as the exclusive matter on the agenda.
I don't know that we can we do that? Is there any reason why we can't do that? Would you like to do it next Tuesday, Mr. Stalker?
Well, the rule says it will be on the following Tuesday. So that's what the rule says. That would be consistent with the rules.
Well, that's, you know how we,
I just will let you know I will not be able to be here. I have a medical procedure that I can't be there for, so it would have to be 4 people.
next Tuesday, next council meeting is not next Tuesday. Our regular scheduled council meetings are first 3 Tuesdays of the month.
Right, but the rule says next Tuesday. Now, of course, it could be continued to next Tuesday, and if you don't have a quorum, then it gets continued as it would get continued by operation of law to the following Tuesday.
And yeah,
The quorum.
I was told we were having a meeting May 26th, given the volume of stuff on this agenda. And now I think we're next Tuesday, the 25th, I'm sorry. And apparently we're not having one now. So it's up to you if we're going to have a quorum.
Well, let me poll the council. Councilmember Narenheim, will you be here next Tuesday?
I am looking at my schedule right now, and I do have some conflicts, but I could rearrange things to make things happen. Yeah, I could rearrange things to make things happen, to make Mr. Stock happy.
Okay, and Councilmember Lowenstein, you will not be here.
I will not be here.
Horvath, will you be here? Christian, will you be here?
Yeah, I said yes.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji, what's your idea?
I'll continue my community meeting.
Okay, and Councilmember MD, will you be here?
I won't be in town, so it depends on if I have good internet service of where I'll be.
Okay, so that's a maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, sounds like we have 3 definites, which is a quorum. So,
I'm not insisting that it has to be next Tuesday. I'm just saying that's what the rules say. If it works out better to do it another day.
Well, we were kind of asking you, Mr. Stucker, what you preferred. Because I think we can do the first, or we can do a week from tonight.
We would.
I don't want to inconvenience anybody. So if whatever works best.
It would be better for me to be on the first. Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I was just.
Okay, so I'll keep my motion.
And you should ask if the Suffners agree with the first as well.
Are they here?
Yes.
I see them on the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, we are actually not available on the 25th, so the 6th is preferred for us. Thank you.
On the first.
Yeah, June 1st.
Well, then there you go. Okay, so it'll be June 1st, and we will all be here, and you will be first on the agenda.
Well, the first, just to make clear, it's the first item, like it's after. I think.
Right. Yeah, there's other stuff. You'll be the first item for, well.
Other than consent,
We have other things, but like the consent calendar and like, stuff we normally do, but you'll be the first item that we have for discussion. We'll be talking about the budget after you guys. So that's our big budget night normally. So, or one of them. So, okay. Anything else, Mr. Stock?
I'm good. Thank you.
The Suffners, would you like to say anything?
No. Thank you for your time.
Apologies again for what happened. It was unexpected. Did not expect this other item to go so long. It was extremely important. It was an 8-year cycle that we had to do and complete and get in the draft. We really couldn't get around it.
Okay, we understand. Thank you, Mayor Brady.
Okay, so there you go. We got a motion in a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
I'm getting late. Who is that? Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll see you guys on June 1st. And I think, let me see if I got where'd my agenda go here? Oh, geez. Hang on. Yep, there it is. Okay, so I think that is it. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, next meeting will be June 1st, 2021 at 4:30. If we have a closed session, and any objections to adjourning?
Didn't we need to go back into closed session? Just joking. Just joking.
Bad joke.
Hey, we've done it.
Yeah.
That's the longest meeting we've had in a long time. So anyway, apologies again, and we will see everybody June 1st.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Memorial Day weekend.